Chapter 100. Nianji, you're walking so fast that you can't even hear me. Are you really mad? AI Weinan saw that Nianji had finally stopped and hurried to stand in front of her. Nianji shook her head coolly. Classmate, we really don't know each other that well. Please don't talk to me like that, okay? I haven't seen much of the world, and I can't handle your familiarity. AI Wainon's face reddened even more. Luckily, she had rushed to catch up with Nianji and was already flushed. No one could tell. Don't be mad, okay? AI Weinon whispered to Nianji, her tone sincere. Please don't misunderstand. Xiaoan does have someone in his heart, but it's not me. I'm the same kind of person as you. That's why I'm reminding you. Don't be prejudiced against me. I've never been your opponent. Your opponent is someone else. Nianji looked up at AI Weinon and suddenly felt sorry for her. She had ruined herself for a man who didn't love her. AI Weinon's words were meant to drive a wedge between Nianji and AI Weinon. When the time was right, Nianji would make a scene with Mei Xiaoan sooner or later, and AI Weinon would watch from the sidelines. He was just a man. Was he worth all this scheming? Nianji realized she didn't understand. What was love? AI Weinon was willing to throw caution to the wind and create the right conditions to do so. Was that love? She and Mei Xiaoan didn't seem to have such a strong sense of possessiveness and exclusivity. Nianji looked at AI Weinon, confused. She stared at AI Weinon's red lips, and her mind began to wander. Nianji, I'll tell you the truth. Xiaoan and I were classmates for 6 years and deskmates for 3. He was our class rep. He was handsome, had good grades, and had a good family background. He had many admirers, and I won't deny that I had feelings for him, but when he fell head over heels with my best friend, I quietly quit. AI Weinon's eyes reddened as she spoke. Her words were 70% true and 30% false. She had unknowingly moved herself. They were each other's first love. You know, no matter men or women, first love is always different. Xiaoan is a sentimental man. Someone like him will never forget his first love. Nianji, AI Weinon wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. I'm very familiar with their feelings. I also know that they have a common Weibo account called Black Tea's Sky. I suggest you check it out when you have time. You don't need me to say anything to understand how passionate and infatuated two people are in love. Nianji snapped back to reality and asked AI Weinon, did they break up? AI Weinon was surprised. Yes, they broke up, but Xiaoan's heart. How would you know what the class leader is thinking? Are you a roundworm in his stomach? Nianji frowned slightly. She didn't want to be led astray by AI Weinon again. I'll ask you again. What did they break up? We split 4 years ago when we graduated from high school. Then my good friend Jiang Hongsha went abroad to study music, and Xiaoan stayed to study law. AI Weinon was stunned. You really don't mind? That's fine. They broke up 4 years ago, and you're still trying to stir up trouble and make up stories about how much they love each other? Don't you think it's ridiculous? If they really loved each other that much, why did they break up all those years ago? It's just studying abroad. I can't see how two people who love each other can't even overcome such a small obstacle. Nianji finished speaking and looked AI Weinon up and down. From what I see, you just can't bear to see someone else be with the class leader, right? You've really misunderstood. I'm not. AI Weinon realized she couldn't win against Nianji in an argument and was eager to defend herself. Nianji didn't bother with pleasantries. She said sarcastically, Fine. You really worry too much about the class leader's love life. People who don't know better would think you're his mother, not his classmate. AI Weinon could hear the sarcasm in Nianji's tone. She pursed her lips and smoothed her long hair. She said dryly, I don't care what you think of me. You don't understand how much I love him. As long as he's happy, I'll be happier than anyone else. Love isn't possessive. Why are you telling me all this? Proselytizing? You're a law student. Don't you know that proselytizing in a non-religious setting is illegal? Nianji interrupted AI Weinon. She looked up at the avenue in front of her. She said dryly, I don't understand your feelings. For me, if I love him and he loves me, then no one can separate us. But if he doesn't love me at all, I'll walk far away. I'll never cling to him. I won't stay by his side as a friend and ruin his life in any way I can. AI Waynon understood now. She looked at Gunyinji, her eyes suddenly sharp. You don't love Xiaowen. If you loved him, you wouldn't be so carefree. You're not me. How do you know what I'll do? Gunyinji finally couldn't help but roll her eyes at AI Waynon. She said dismissively, I'll say it again. You don't have to worry about other people's business. Don't you think you're being a busybody? She walked away in a hurry. AI Waynon stood on the avenue of the C University campus. She watched Gunyinji's figure disappear at the end of the avenue. The midday sun shone through the gaps in the leaves. It cast speckles of light on the avenue, like a shadow on her mind. AI Waynon smiled slightly. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Red Tea? It's Waynon. When's your flight? I'll pick you up at the airport. Gunyinji returned to her dorm. She was disgusted by what had just happened. Mei Xiaowen called her twice in a row, but she didn't pick up. She went to the library alone to do the final edits on her thesis. She didn't finish the first version until it was almost evening. He Jichu had already urged her several times to read her graduation thesis. She found He Jichu's email and sent the first draft of her graduation thesis to him. Not long after the email was sent, she received a text from He Jichu. She wasn't in a hurry to return to her dorm. She carried her laptop bag and walked to the lawn outside the library to sit cross-legged. She bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun and texted He Jichu. Professor He, you've just finished your thesis? Gunyinji, yes, a fresh first draft. Please comment, Professor He. Oh, intersection of intersection. Oh, Professor. When is the thesis defense? Gunyinji, mid-June, probably around the 15th. Professor He, it's only a few days. I'll edit it and send it back to you as soon as possible. Gunyinji, thank you. Thank you. Professor He, you're my savior. Professor He, Gunyinji, I'm just kidding. Professor He, you don't mind, right? Professor He, cut the crap. Do you have a passport? Hurry up and get a visa to the United States. I got you a chance to intern at the U.S. Congress. You'll have 6 months of free time after graduation. You can intern at the U.S. Congress. This was the first chapter. My dear friends, the monthly votes were too awesome. I still have to continue 4 chapters. I've run out of drafts, but for the monthly votes, I'll go all out. The second chapter at 1 p.m. Monthly votes of 1,600 plus updates. The third chapter at 6 p.m. The monthly votes of 1,700 plus updates at 8 p.m. Let me remind my dear friends about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 101. Gunyinji looked at her phone and couldn't believe her eyes. Wasn't Professor He being too nice to her? Gunyinji froze for a long time before carefully texting. Professor He, I won't be 18 until the second half of the year in October. Before that, I need a guardian to accompany me abroad. He Jichu was on the highway to the Imperial Capital Airport. He sat in the back seat of a luxurious Rolls-Royce, his tall body wrapped in a dark blue casual suit. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his tall nose was tall and straight. His shimmering, almond-shaped eyes were intoxicating with a hint of red. He looked like he had been drinking and was a little tipsy. He held the phone with one hand, his slender fingers flying across the screen as he typed out a text without hesitation. Ask your guardian to give up temporary custody. Gunyinji's brows furrowed. Interning at the U.S. Congress was a job that even students from established Ivy League law schools flocked to, not to mention students from the Empire. This was a rare opportunity. When the news of He Jichu recruiting master students spread to their school, everyone was excited. It was all because of He Jichu's special status. Studying law with a tutor like him could save 20 years of hard work. Although Gunyinji was young, she had experienced a lot more than her classmates. She was always suspicious of such a pie that seemed to fall from the sky. Most things that were too good were not true. Gunyinji thought about it for a while and decided that she should discuss this matter with Uncle Hua first before replying to Professor He. Professor He might have good intentions, but she had to be cautious. After the 2 recent events, she was a little paranoid. So she texted He Jichu back. Gunyinji, thank you for your kindness, Professor He. but I still need to discuss this with my guardian. Hijichu stared at Gun Yinji's text and gradually came to his senses. He put a hand to his forehead and rested his elbows on the side of the car window. He closed his eyes and sighed quietly, then suddenly smiled. His expression was as cold as ice, and the brilliance of his smile was like a bolt of lightning that illuminated the dark car. When Shuyi, who was sitting next to Hijichu, was shocked speechless by his radiance. She hurriedly turned her head away and suppressed her pounding heart as she looked at the night view outside the window. The street lights on both sides of the highway flashed past his eyes, leaving a long arc in his retina that he could not see the end of. Hijichu knew that Gun Yinji had her suspicions. He rubbed the space between his brows, and his cool voice had a hint of smile in it. "Little girl, you're full of drama." When Shuyi, "But I drank too much." Hijichu looked down at the text he had sent to Gun Yinji and shook his head. He didn't think it was appropriate. He tapped his finger on the phone screen twice and replied to her, "Don't force yourself. I only have 2 slots. If you want to go to my teaching assistant to sign up and take the exam. It's a fair competition." Gun Yinji hesitated as she watched the opportunity slip away. She quickly replied, "Got it. I'll get back to Professor He as soon as possible." Then, there were no more messages. Hijichu put away his phone and threw it on the car seat. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth tightly. His temples were throbbing with pain. Although when Shuyi was looking out the window, she kept a close eye on Hijichu from the corner of her eye. She saw that he had ended the call and frowned. She quickly took out a bottle of iced milk from the small fridge in the car. "Professor He, this is to help with the hangover. Milk could protect the stomach lining and reduce the absorption of alcohol." Hijichu waved his hand and frowned. "It smells like beef. Change it to something else." When Shuyi quickly switched to iced tea. "This will help with the hangover too." Hijichu looked down and drank a few sips of iced tea in Wen Shuyi's hand. He chewed on a piece of mint-flavored gum, and his intense headache finally subsided. When Shuyi naturally pressed her hand on Hijichu's head and massaged his scalp. She whispered softly, "What's wrong? It's such a good opportunity. Gun Yinji doesn't want to go." "Yeah." Hijichu didn't really care. "If she doesn't go, someone else will. When we get back to the United States, announce this news on the website of the B University Faculty of Law. Let everyone sign up and take the entrance exam. I don't want people to accuse me of favoritism." When Shuyi looked down speechlessly, wasn't he being forced to be fair because of favoritism? The Rolls-Royce soon arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport. Several people in suits and leather shoes were already waiting there. When they saw them get out of the car, they immediately came up to greet them. They clustered around Hijichu and Wen Shuyi as they walked towards the VIP passageway. Half an hour later, they had already boarded a flight to the United States. "Professor He, how are you going to respond to the invitation to the International Extraordinary Women's Awards Conference in Sea City in a month?" Wen Shuyi was Hijichu's teaching assistant and also his secretary. She helped him with these daily affairs. Hijichu closed his eyes and said impatiently, "Do you have to ask me about this? Since when did I become performer? Only entertainer would go around looking for opportunities to be exposed. But we have a lot of clients attending the awards conference this time." When Shuyi was a bit hesitant, "The Institute specifically called you several times to ask." Hijichu pursed his lips tightly. After a while, he said dryly, "Then you go." He glanced at Wen Shuyi. "You're a woman, so it's more appropriate for you to go." Wen Shuyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Of course I appreciate Professor He's kindness. Okay, I'll go on Professor He's behalf." Hijichu didn't say anything, so it was tacit agreement. Soon, the roar of the plane sounded and it took off. The lights in the first-class cabin dimmed. When Shuyi looked out of the window beside her and saw the bright lights of the imperial capital, it was a bustling and resplendent land surrounded by mountains. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Gun Yinji sat on the grass in the Sea University library until it was dark before lazily getting up to leave. She hesitated for a long time before calling In Shi Xiang. As she walked, she asked, "Brother Xiong, I hope I'm not disturbing you." "No, not at all." In Shi Xiang had already finished dinner and showered. He was sitting on the sofa with his laptop, ready to call Zhao Yangzi. He was very concerned about the group of brothers on the mission. Hua Xiaoheng had just left the country with them, so they should have settled down by now. The 8 mercenaries on the list were senior employees of the Whitewater Security Group in Europe. 3 lived in Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic, 4 in Vienna, Austria, and 1 in Luxembourg. Because this was the 6th Military Region's first operation after its establishment, Xiaoheng decided to personally lead the team to Europe to personally organize and coordinate the operation. This was the second monthly pass of 1,600 plus updates. At 6 o'clock p.m., the third watch. At 8 o'clock p.m., the monthly pass of 1,700 plus updates. Let me remind you of your monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 102. Gu Nianji wore her headphones and backpack as she turned onto the path back to her dorm. It was dark, and there weren't many students on the path. However, she was familiar with this path over the past 2 months and wasn't afraid. Nianji, have you had dinner? In Shixiang crossed his legs on the coffee table as he opened the special software to connect to Zhao Yangzi. Gu Nianji shook her head. Not yet. There's something I want to discuss with Brother Xiong. In Shixiang suddenly became nervous. What is it? What happened? Gu Nianji could hear the sudden seriousness in his voice and couldn't help smiling. Brother Xiong, don't be nervous. It's about my school. Haha, I'm not nervous. What are you talking about? In Shixiang teased Gu Nianji, but kept looking at his watch, anxiously waiting for Zhao Liangzi to appear. Gu Nianji looked up ahead. The dorm building was already in sight. A few couples smiled as they walked past her. Gu Nianji could only lower her voice. Brother Xiong, can my passport still be used? In Shixiang asked, Why do you ask? Gu Nianji had gone abroad with Hua Xiaoheng before, so she had a passport. However, she was a minor and her passport was only valid for 2 years. It should have expired by now. It's like this, Professor He from the B University Faculty of Law gave me a chance to intern at the U.S. Senate for half a year. You know, I can only start my master's program next spring, so I have half a year of free time. Gu Nianji really wanted this opportunity, but was very obedient to Hua Xiaoheng. If Hua Xiaoheng didn't let her go, she definitely wouldn't go. She asked In Shixiang because she wanted Hua Xiaoheng's opinion. She knew In Shixiang would definitely tell Hua Xiaoheng. After all, Hua Xiaoheng was her guardian and the only person she could completely trust. In Shixiang stammered and couldn't immediately give a definite answer. He hummed and said, Let me think about it first. I'll see if your passport can still be used. If it can't, I'll pick you up this weekend to apply for a new passport. Even if you don't intern at the U.S. Congress, it'll be convenient to travel abroad during the summer. Gu Nianji happily agreed and hung up the phone. After walking out of this small path, the view before them suddenly widened. The dormitory area appeared before her. It was early evening, and students were walking in and out of the dormitory building. Every dormitory had a light on, and it was the most popular place in the school. Gu Nianji walked to her dorm and, as expected, saw Mei Xiaowen's Buick. When Mei Xiaowen saw that she was finally back, he hurriedly opened the door and walked over to her. He very naturally helped her take off her backpack and said, Where did you go? I've been looking for you all afternoon. Gu Nianji pointed at her backpack. I'm carrying my laptop. Where else can I go? In the library? Mei Xiaowen smiled good-naturedly. I haven't had dinner yet. Have you? Accompany me to eat. Gu Nianji hadn't had dinner yet. She was so excited by Professor He's text message that she didn't feel hungry at all. After more than an hour, she finally felt a little hungry. Let's go to the restaurant we always go to. Mei Xiaowen took her hand and led her into the car. He walked to the driver's side and started the car. Gu Nianji was also tired and didn't want to waste any more time. She fastened her seatbelt and said listlessly, Class rep, it's not good if the other students misunderstand. Misunderstand? What misunderstand? Mei Xiaowen looked at her with a smile. He thought she was especially cute when she pouted and couldn't help but want to rub her head. What's going on in that little head of yours? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that there's nothing going on between me and AI Weinan? We haven't been together for so many years. There's no way we could be together. Also, the girl I like isn't her type. Gu Nianji's interest was suddenly piqued. She tilted her head and looked at Mei Xiaowen from the corner of her eyes. Then what kind of girl do you like? The girl I like the most has to be able to connect with my heart. There are a lot of things I don't need to say for her to understand. Just one look and we can connect. Mei Xiaowen said with fascination. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Why didn't you say you wanted to find an ET? Not only can they connect, but they can also read your mind and see your brain. Why aren't you talking? Mei Xiaowen glanced at Gu Nianji. He thought she was going to take advantage of the situation and ask if she was his type. Gu Nianji smiled. Class rep standards are so high. I'm too scared to ask. She was the type of person who jumped out and said anything was fine when asked what they liked to eat during a gathering. Actually, this type of person was ridiculously picky. Mei Xiaowen snickered. Don't be scared. I'm just saying it casually. It depends on the person. Oh, Gu Nianji replied dryly. She still didn't ask, as Mei Xiaowen had expected. Mei Xiaowen had no choice but to back down. If it's you, Nianji, I don't care even if we can't connect. So you see, it's not up to me to decide what kind of girl I like. If I meet her and like her, then all conditions are off the table. Only when he didn't like her, or didn't like her enough, would he haggle over all sorts of conditions. Class rep sure knows how to talk. Gu Nianji clapped. I wonder how many girls will fall for you with those words. Really? What about you, Nianji? Have you fallen for me? Mei Xiaowen asked proudly. He had one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the side of the window. He looked very confident. Haha, class rep. How can I answer you so bluntly? Gu Nianji slyly dodged the question. Girls should be more reserved, right? She looked out the window. We're here. Hurry up and turn in. Mei Xiaowen parked in the parking lot in front of the restaurant. The two of them walked in and ordered a few of their favorite dishes, as well as a jug of stewed white fungus and lotus seed porridge. As Mei Xiaowen ate dinner with Gu Nianji, he told her everything about his relationship with his first girlfriend, Jiang Hongcha. I was class rep back then, and she was a member of the Cultural and Recreation Committee. We knew each other from our families because our personalities and hobbies were very similar. We got to know each other pretty well, and when we were in high school, we got along. Mei Xiaowen was very emotional as he talked about the past. He even took out his phone and showed Gu Nianji the Weibo account of Black Tea's Sky. Look, this is the Weibo account we used back then. Only the two of us knew the password, but it was changed not long ago, and I can't get in anymore. Gu Nianji listened to him like she was listening to a love story. Finally, she held Mei Xiaowen's hand and looked at the Weibo account of Black Tea's Sky. The last Weibo post was a status from a few days ago. It said that the most beautiful scenery was right beside her. Gu Nianji nodded. That's a smart person. She looked at Mei Xiaowen. If you two were so compatible, why did you break up in the first place? It was the third watch. The fourth watch at 8 p.m. and the monthly tickets were 1,700 plus updates. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 103. Mei Xiaowen's expression visibly darkened. He propped his head on his hand and leaned against the dining table. I was too young and didn't know how to appreciate her. She was stubborn, and I didn't think I needed to accommodate her. Plus, she was unfamiliar with the place and needed help after leaving the country. I was too far away to help. Gu Nianji understood and was shocked. She had a new boyfriend. Mei Xiaowen looked at her helplessly and smiled. Nianji, save me some face. Don't be so direct. Gu Nianji actually wanted to ask if she had a new boyfriend before or after the breakup. If it was before the breakup, then Mei Xiaowen's first girlfriend had cheated on him and made him a cuckold. Seeing that Mei Xiaowen didn't want to continue, she guessed he really was a cuckold. Gu Nianji felt a bit more sympathy for Mei Xiaowen. Let's eat. Is this your favorite steak? Gu Nianji quickly used serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of beef tenderloin for Mei Xiaowen. Eat more. Mei Xiaowen opened his mouth and smiled. You feed me. Gu Nianji's hand paused. She smiled and said, my wrist is weak, so I don't dare feed it. Be careful not to feed it to your face. As she spoke, her hand shook and a piece of beef cubes fell into the small bowl in front of him. You're so slippery, I won't let you off the hook next time. Mei Xiaowen squeezed her hand and winked at her. Gu Nianji quietly broke free and scooped up a spoonful of porridge to eat with relish. The two quietly finished their dinner, then ordered a pot of tea and sat opposite each other to digest the food. Mei Xiaowen sat next to her and took out his phone. "Look at this. I was bored while waiting for you this afternoon and applied for a Weibo account. Let's use it together." Gu Nianji looked at the Weibo name. Nianzi is here. Her name was at the top and bottom of the account. She couldn't help blushing and smiled. "Class rep and I aren't close enough to share a Weibo account, right? Don't pretend to be innocent." Mei Xiaowen chuckled as he sent the Weibo account and password to Gu Nianji's phone. "Take it. If you have anything to say, you can go up to the tree hole. No one will know." Gu Nianji thought to herself, "I have a lot of aliases. If I wanted a tree hole, why would I go to a tree hole on Weibo where everyone was dying to write my name on their foreheads? I'll post anything I want to say." Mei Xiaowen logged in and asked, "What's your Weibo account? Let's become a fan." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "I don't have a Weibo account. I don't even have a QQ account." "That's even better. You can have this Weibo account." Mei Xiaowen quickly said, "I'll help you manage it. How many fans do you want? I'll buy it for you." Gu Nianji said, "You just said that no one would know if we went up to the tree hole. Why was he buying fans in the blink of an eye? Ha, they're all zombie fans. It's like there's no one there. It's just that you won't feel lonely when you see so many fans of this account." Mei Xiaowen laughed cheerfully. His gold-rimmed glasses made him look elegant and handsome. The girls in the restaurant kept glancing at Mei Xiaowen with their glasses. They were obviously very interested in him. Gu Nianji didn't listen to anything else Mei Xiaowen said. Only the phrase, "you won't feel lonely anymore," touched her. "How am I lonely? I have 3 sisters in the dorm, and you're with me when I come out. How am I lonely?" She stubbornly refused to admit it. Mei Xiaowen smiled, but didn't say anything. His dark eyes looked at her gently from behind his gold-rimmed glasses. In that instant, Gu Nianji actually felt like time had calmed down. She sat next to Mei Xiaowen and looked out the large French windows of the restaurant. She smiled slightly. Mei Xiaowen saw her smile and smiled back. "I'll write an article for you when I get back. You should read it. It's best if you write something about your thoughts." "Oh, I can't do that. I can only read. I can't write." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "Not like you. Class representative, you're an artistic youth with a good pen." Mei Xiaowen coaxed her good-naturedly. "It's fine if you can read it. Call me when you're done and tell me what you think." "Okay. That depends on how well you write." Gu Nianji replied slyly. They finished their tea in the restaurant before leaving to return to the dorm. Gu Nianji showered and washed her hair. Then she dried her hair with a hairdryer. She was so busy that she forgot about Yin Shixiang. She originally wanted to ask Yin Shixiang if he had contacted Hua Xiaoheng before going to bed. But as soon as her hair was dry, she was so sleepy that she fell asleep. After Yin Shixiang hung up on Gu Nianji, he called Zhao Yangzi. The two of them casually chatted for a while before Yin Shixiang told him about Gu Nianji's call. "If you have time, ask Hua Xiao if he agreed to let Nianji intern at the U.S. Congress." Yin Shixiang didn't make it very clear. After all, Zhao Yangzi and the others were in Europe and were using satellite transmission. They were worried about security. So many things were spoken in code. Zhao Yangzi was also shocked when he heard the news. He couldn't help but ask, "Isn't Professor He treating Nianji too well?" "He's treating her well. But our Nianji is so good. She's beautiful, smart, and so cute. Who wouldn't like her?" Yin Shixiang said proudly. "Men who don't like her are abnormal." A tall figure stood diagonally behind Zhao Yangzi, right in the camera's blind spot. Zhao Yangzi suddenly coughed violently. Yin Shixiang didn't see Hua Xiaoheng coming over. He was talking excitedly, as if Gu Nianji was really his daughter. "Little Zay, let me tell you, men are all like this. From 18 to 80, their standards for choosing women have never changed. Not only is our Nianji beautiful, but she also has a great figure. She's still very young. When she really grows up and matures, who knows how many men will fall for her. What about you? You like Nianji too? Or are you abnormal?" A deep voice suddenly came from Zhao Yangzi's side. Yin Shixiang didn't realize it and automatically replaced the voice with Zhao Yangzi's. He waved his arms and said, How can I be like a normal man? I'm Nianji's guardian. He had watched her grow up. Okay. How can I have those kind of thoughts about her? How can I be human? Hua Xiaoheng's expression was normal. He crossed his arms and walked over. He waved in front of the camera and pointed at Yin Xixiang. At least you know your place. Yin Xixiang almost had a heart attack when he saw Hua Xiaoheng's despairingly handsome face appear on the computer screen. He screamed, and his whole body jerked forward. He rolled off the sofa and onto the floor, landing squarely on his butt. Tell me, what's with the U.S. Congress intern? Hua Xiaoheng sat down next to Zhao Liangzi and took the mouse to control the computer. This was the fourth update. Monthly votes of 1,700 plus updates had arrived. P.S. The first 3 updates had already been scrolled by a girl, but they could still see it if they scrolled forward and refreshed a few more times. Don't skip. I resent my friends for skipping subscriptions. I'm squatting in the corner and drawing circles. Let me remind you about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 104. Yin Xixiang used the coffee table to get up from the floor and sat back on the sofa. He lowered his head and didn't dare look at the computer screen as he said with a frown, Nianji's master's advisor, Professor He, offered her a chance to intern at the U.S. Congress for half a year. So Nianji came to ask if her passport was still valid and if she could go, an opportunity offered by Professor He. Hua Xiaoheng opened the B University School of Law website and looked at He Jichu's homepage and resume. Carefully investigate He Jichu's background. If there are no other issues, apply for a passport for her. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment, his dark eyes unfathomable. As for whether she wants to intern at the U.S. Congress, let her choose. Yin Xixiang said, but Nianji won't be 18 until October. Before that, she needs a guardian to accompany her when she goes abroad. He squinted and stared at Hua Xiaoheng's face to see how he would react. Hua Xiaoheng stood up from the computer screen and walked to the window. Holding a cigarette between his fingers, he lowered his head and lit it. Taking a deep drag, he looked out at the starry sky of Prague and said dryly, if Nianji chooses to go, Big Xiong, you go with her. It's only half a year. You can go to the U.S. to see how the goldfish are doing there. The Huaxia Empire and the U.S. were the only 2 superpowers on the blue planet. The 2 countries had normal exchanges and business with each other, but there were also all kinds of covert assassinations and infiltrations. The CIA had people in the Huaxia Empire, and the Special Operations Forces had people in the U.S. Everyone was the same, so no one could criticize the other from the moral high ground. Okay. Yin Xixiang nodded at the computer screen. Nianji will graduate in half a month. We'll make arrangements then. After talking about Nianji, Yin Xixiang asked about Hua Xiaoheng's mission. Zhao Liangzi shook his head at the camera. Just take care of Nianji. Don't worry about us. We're fine. Yin Xixiang could only stop talking. He joked a few more times before turning off the computer and going to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng was still worried and specifically asked Zhao Liangzi to investigate He Jichu's background again. As long as there was nothing wrong with He Jichu, he could rest assured that Gu Nianji would go with Yin Xixiang to the U.S. Congress. Even if Hua Xiaoheng hadn't asked, Zhao Liangzi would have helped him investigate He Jichu's background. In the past, when He Jichu had come to C University to enroll new students, they had already investigated him once. They hadn't found anything shameful. All of his resumes had been verified by a third party, and they all matched up. This time, because the U.S. Congress was involved, it was necessary for them to go through He Jichu's investigation again to see if they had missed anything. He Jichu's social connections should be the focus of their investigation this time. Hua Xiao, are you really not worried? Zhao Liangzi was surfing the internet as he whispered his concerns to Hua Xiaoheng. Nianji has grown up under our strict protection for the past 6 years. Even so, she's had a few minor accidents. Are you really comfortable letting her leave our sphere of influence and go to the United States for half a year? The cigarette between Hua Xiaoheng's fingers flickered. He stopped smoking and looked out the window at the night sky. It's because she's been with us for 6 years, but we still can't find out where she came from. So it's time to make a move and see if the east wasn't bright, the west was bright, and give them some unexpected results. Zhao Yangzi listened and didn't speak for a long time. However, the sound of his typing became much louder. It was like he was venting his anger, and the laptop keyboard was about to fall apart. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at him and smiled faintly. You have a problem with that? How would I dare to have a problem with that? Zhao Yangzi was almost sneering. He rolled his eyes and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. He had wanted to argue with Hua Xiaoheng about Gun Yinji's problem, but when Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him indifferently, he deflated like a balloon and suddenly lost all his courage. Why aren't you saying anything? Hua Xiaoheng moved away from the window and sat on the single sofa. He rested his long legs on the round leg in front of the sofa. He looked relaxed, as if nothing could stump him. Zhao Yangzi looked at Hua Xiaoheng again and saw that his expression was calm and composed. His aura was as steady as a mountain and indomitable. Under the light, Hua Xiaoheng's face was so handsome that it made people despair, but also so cold that it made people's hearts palpitate. Every time this happened, his coldness almost surpassed his handsomeness. He was like a peerless sword whose murderous aura and sharpness completely overshadowed his original beauty. Thinking of Gun Yinji, who Hua Xiaoheng wholeheartedly relied on and trusted, Zhao Yangzi gritted his teeth and buried his head in front of the laptop. He quickly muttered, I'll say it. Hua Xiao, Yinji has been with us for 6 years. Does she have no place in your heart? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He only took another drag of his cigarette and slowly blew out a ring of smoke. The white smoke lingered in front of him and covered his eyes. Zhao Yangzi looked up from the computer screen. He couldn't see what Hua Xiaoheng's deep gaze meant behind the smoke. He continued to speak his heart. Even if it was a cat or dog, you would be reluctant to part with it after raising it for 6 years, right? How could you have the heart to throw her out like she was bait, just to find out where she came from? Or is it for other motives? What other motives do you think I have? Hua Xiaoheng extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and crossed his legs. He casually draped one arm over the armrest of the single-seater sofa and propped his head up with the other arm. He leaned against the other armrest. I didn't expect you and Yin Shixiang to be so impulsive and soft-hearted. Looks like I was wrong about you. I don't need soldiers like you. Zhao Yangzi was so scared his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He hurriedly stood up and stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng. He shouted, Hua Xiao, you were the one who told me to speak my mind. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. But I'm very dissatisfied with your answer. Zhao Yangzi pressed his lips together so tightly that his cheeks puffed out. His handsome face flushed. I'm a human, not a machine. Although he knew that Hua Xiaoheng had always treated him like a war machine and didn't want to have a shred of humanity. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Zhao Yangzi. That's enough. Go finish what you have to do. Yes, sir. Zhao Yangzi saluted and puffed out his chest. Before his courage dissipated, he mustered up the courage to say, Hua Xiao, Yinji isn't even 18 yet. It's not easy for her. I know. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to stop Zhao Yangzi. I know what I'm doing. But you have to remember that the military asked us to take care of Gun Yinji, not to find a nanny for her, but to find out where she came from. Before we find out where she came from, she can only be our target and our observation target. Do you understand? I know you're human, but to be an outstanding soldier and an outstanding member of the Special Operations Forces, you have to overcome your human weaknesses in order to be truly invincible. This is the first night watch. I still have to continue with the fourth night watch. The second night watch at 1 p.m. Monthly votes of 1,800 plus updates. The third night watch at 6 p.m. The monthly votes of 1,900 plus updates at 8 p.m. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 105. Zhao Yangzi's lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't find the words to refute Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's words were reasonable and understandable from their point of view. However, Zhao Yangzi was a more meticulous person. As a computer hacker who spent most of his time on the internet, his way of thinking was always focused on finding bugs and plugging holes. Hua Xiao, what if? What if something happens to Nianji? Zhao Yangzi returned to the computer and sat down. If that happens, we still won't be able to find out where she came from, and we'll have wasted 6 years. Xiaoheng propped his head up with one hand and leaned against the armrest of the single-seater sofa. He didn't speak for a long time and only smoked soundlessly. Zhao Yangzi waited for a long time for Hua Xiaoheng to speak, but didn't ask again. They both knew that Hua Xiaoheng never answered hypothetical questions. To him, once he made a decision, he had to give it his all and be prepared to deal with all possible problems and difficulties. He wouldn't be tied down by various possible outcomes. As a soldier, he only wanted one outcome, and that was victory. Gu Nianji woke up the next day and remembered asking Yin Shixiang about last night. She closed her eyes and dialed his number. Yin Shixiang was already up. He had just returned from his morning exercise and was having breakfast with the soldiers in the cafeteria. When he saw Gu Nianji's call, he knew it was about her internship at the U.S. Congress. Nianji, you're up so early? Yin Shixiang put on his Bluetooth headset and walked out of the cafeteria to his office. Gu Nianji grunted and rubbed her eyes. She sat up in bed and asked, Brother Xiong, did you ask Uncle Hua about my passport? Oh, well. Yin Shixiang coughed. Mr. Hua is on a mission and time is tight, so he didn't say much. He only said that if you want to go, he'll get you a passport and visa. I'll be your temporary guardian when you go to the U.S. Really? Gu Nianji was overjoyed and wanted to jump up and cheer. Uncle Hua agreed. Then no problem. I'll let Professor He know right away. She quickly hung up on Yin Shixiang and called He Zhichu instead. However, He Zhichu didn't pick up. Gu Nianji had no choice but to text him, Professor He, my guardian agreed. What about the paperwork? By the time He Zhichu replied to her, it was already 3 days later. Professor He, Nianji, if you want to go, there's a registration method on the B University Faculty of Law website. Today is the registration deadline. Along with the text came an email. It was He Zhichu's revised graduation thesis. Gu Nianji looked at the text and sighed quietly. She hadn't agreed immediately at the time, but she had still angered Professor He. But now, he was clearly being lukewarm toward her. Even a cooked duck had flown away. As Gu Nianji cursed He Zhichu's narrow-mindedness, she ran to the website of the B University Faculty of Law to find He Zhichu's registration method for the 2 U.S. congressional internships. Sure enough, today was the last day of registration. She filled out the various forms according to the requirements and clicked send. A minute later, she received a receipt in her mailbox, informing her that she had registered and giving her a number, 38. Gu Nianji, could it be that 38 people signed up? TSK. Did He Zhichu have that many PhD students? Gu Nianji was He Zhichu's first and only master student. He Zhichu's other students were all PhD students, one level higher than her. That meant she was at the bottom of the list of 38 people who signed up. Gu Nianji didn't like being at the bottom. She liked being at the top. After signing up, she began revising for the exam. He Zhichu had revised her graduation thesis very carefully. She read it over and couldn't find anything that needed to be changed. She finalized it, printed it out, and handed it to her tutor to finalize the thesis defense a week later. That week, she left early and returned late every day to prepare for He Zhichu's exam. Mei Xiaowen came to accompany her, as usual. From morning to night, he was by her side whenever he had time. He even helped her with her mock exams and various spot checks. He was a great help. Gu Nianji really didn't like being alone, so she didn't reject his company. Hua Xiaoheng led a group of people to stay in Prague in the Czech Republic for a few days. He had a thorough understanding of the city. From the topographic map of the city to the landmarks to the places where the various ethnic groups lived, everything was marked out in detail. The Nandus satellite navigation system designed and launched by the Huaxia Empire provided the greatest convenience for their operation. The 3 Whitewater Security Group mercenaries who lived in Prague didn't live on the same street. Lam, the oldest of them all, lived in a residential area near Prague's Old City Square. The area was densely populated, and it seemed like his family lived there as well. Lam walked in and out of the area like any other ordinary person. It was hard to tell that he was a veteran of the special forces. Lam was the most cautious and the leader of the 8 mercenaries. He had killed the most people. The second person was Hu Tu, in his prime. He didn't have a wife or children, nor did he own his own property. He was used to living in a hotel near St. Vitus Church. In comparison, Hu Tu was the easiest to target. He was a heavy drinker and was drunk 6 out of 7 days a week. The third mercenary was Mike. He was originally British, but after retiring from the British Special Forces, he accepted the Whitewater Security Group's offer and joined the ranks of mercenaries. Mercenaries had no concept of country. They were a group of people who only cared about profit. As long as they could pay the price, they would do anything for you. Anything as small as killing your enemy, or as big as subverting a country's political power. Whether they would succeed or not was another matter. But their greatest characteristic was their willingness to take risks and not fear death. Although Lam, Hu Tu, and Mike were part of the same team, they usually didn't contact each other and acted independently. They would only meet regularly when they were out on missions to discuss the plan. This time, the Whitewater Security Group had accepted a big deal. They were going to kill a young female tycoon in Barbados, Guyenran. At first, the Whitewater Security Group thought the deal was a free lunch, so they didn't pay much attention to it. But for the sake of money, they had mobilized their most elite team of 8. However, as time passed, their initial plan seemed to have gone awry in Sea City of the Huaxiao Empire. The batch of firearms that had been transported and had been seized by the Sea City police. The Whitewater Security Group was organizing people to continue smuggling firearms into the Huaxiao Empire. They had to kill their target, Guyenran, in one blow before the International Extraordinary Women's Award ceremony. Guyenran herself wasn't a threat, and it was said that she was in poor health. She was sick all year round and lived in seclusion. In Barbados, she could do whatever she wanted. Their people tried several times, but they couldn't track her in Barbados. They even lost a lot of people. This was the second monthly vote of 1,800 plus updates. 6 at night, the third monthly vote. 8 at night, the monthly vote of 1,900 plus updates. Remind them of their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 106. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know much about Gu Yinran's situation. Everything he knew was from the information the Secret Service had given him. Moreover, his focus was not on Gu Yinran. His focus was on dealing with the 8 mercenaries according to Gu Yinran's agreement with Deputy Director Feng of the Secret Service. Because the whole thing was the Secret Service's business, the Special Operations Forces of the 6th Military Region could not overstep their authority to this extent. From beginning to end, the only person who had contact with Gu Yinran was Deputy Director Feng of the Secret Service. Hua Xiaoheng's mission had been directly ordered by the military to attack the 8 mercenaries who were after Gu Yinran. Zhao Yangzi sat in front of the computer, investigating He Zhichu's social connections, and discovered something curious. "Hey, Hua Xiao, this is getting interesting." He waved at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and threw the cigarette in his hand into the trash can. "What's wrong? Look at this. Do you think this is a coincidence? Or is there a reason?" Hua Xiaoheng could only walk over and stand behind Zhao Liangzi to take a look. He paused for a moment, then smiled. "It's a little interesting." It turned out that when Zhao Liangzi was investigating He Zhichu's social connections, he discovered that Gu Yinran was actually a client of He Zhichu's law firm. However, she wasn't his client. TSK, this Gu Yinran is really rich. You see, for her to be able to hire such a big-name law firm as her legal representative, she's no ordinary rich person. Of course, half of the GNP of a small country. Do you think it's just an ordinary billionaire? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head nonchalantly. But He Zhichu's law firm is the largest in the United States. Most of their clients are either rich or powerful, so it's not surprising. It's not strange. I just think it's a bit of a coincidence. Zhao Yangzi held the mouse in his hand and kept clicking on Gu Yinran and He Zhichu's names. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and asked, "He Zhichu went back to the United States?" "Right, that's what the B University faculty of law website said." Zhao Liangzi looked it up. According to the itinerary, Gu Yanran is going to our country. These two people missed each other. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Remember this and send it to Big Xiong. When he goes to the United States with Ninji, follow this lead. Zhao Yangzi nodded and encrypted Gu Yanran's situation before sending it to Yin Shixiao. How are the preparations going here? When can we start? Hua Xiaoheng asked Zhao Yangzi. Have a team members sent a letter? After their group left the country, they would find a place to stay in pairs. Hua Xiaoheng was with Zhao Yangzi, and everyone else was assigned to the standard sniper and spotter positions. Because this time, they were going to use the killing method that the U.S. SEALs often used to kill the 3 mercenaries from Prague. Zhao Yangzi checked his email. It's about time. All 3 teams will be in position in a day. Hua Xiaoheng lay back on the bed and flipped through a Czech magazine. He suddenly asked Zhao Yangzi, "Do you think Gu Yanran will be safe after killing these 8 mercenaries?" Zhao Yangzi smiled, stood up, and walked to the window to look at the night view of Prague. He shook his head and said, "Actually, I felt weird when I first heard about this mission. There was no end to mercenaries. If the other party really wanted her life, what was the point of killing these 8 mercenaries? She had to find a mastermind. Otherwise, if these 8 mercenaries had died, the mastermind could have hired even more powerful mercenaries." He then looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, are we going to keep killing them? How is this possible?" Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were dark and unreadable. "We agreed that she would hand over the blueprints after we killed the 8 mercenaries who wanted to deal with her. If she refuses..." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. He could be more ruthless than a mercenary. Zhao Yangzi understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant and shrugged. If she dared to renege on her debt to the Special Operations Forces, then Miss Gu could only pray for the best. The capabilities of the Empire's Special Operations Forces were not something that the Whitewater Security Group could compare to. Hua Xiaoheng flipped another page of the magazine and concluded, "So I think that killing the mercenaries was also a cover, not her real motive." Then Hua Xiao still came. Zhao Yangzi was shocked. "Isn't Hua Xiao afraid of being lured away?" Hua Xiaoheng glared at him. "Do you think the millions of soldiers in the Empire are dead? That the Empire can't do without us? Don't be too arrogant." "Hee, I don't know if the Empire can do without us, but I do know that the Special Operations Forces can't do without Hua Xiao." Zhao Yangzi flattered Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and continued to flip through the magazine in his hand. A day later, they were ready to attack the 3 people at the same time. The 3 people were very alert and had special communication devices to keep in touch with each other. If they couldn't kill them at the same time, the people behind would definitely run away without a trace when they received the bad news. At that time, it would be difficult to track them. On the day of the attack, Hua Xiaoheng put on a simple disguise. He wore a pair of sunglasses, a black t-shirt, and a pair of faded jeans. He left the hotel he and Zhao Yangzi were staying at and headed to Prague Square to feed the pigeons. His face was covered with a thick beard. He wore sunglasses, a black t-shirt, and faded jeans. The Bluetooth headset was in his ear and had a locator and communication device directly connected to the Nandu satellite navigation system. The Nandu satellite navigation system was a global communication and navigation system independently developed and manufactured by the Huaxia Empire. Its accuracy was very high, and it could guarantee that it could cover the entire blue planet 24 hours a day without any blind spots. The weather in early June in Prague was very good. The sky was as blue as the finest sapphire. Pigeons flew through the blue sky and white clouds, whistling clearly in the air. Hua Xiaoheng sat on a bench on the edge of Prague Square and threw the breadcrumbs in his hand to the ground. A flock of gray-headed, white-bodied pigeons circled around him. His posture was relaxed and he was tall. He didn't seem to be inferior to the Eastern Europeans, so he didn't stand out at all. He was dressed like the artists in the square. Number 1, Target A is in position, sitting by the window in a 3-story building in the old district of Prague, having breakfast. End of report. This was Rom's position and orientation. Number 1, Target B is in position. Room 319 on the 2nd floor of a home hotel near St. Vitus Church. About 1 meter away from the closed window. Requires heavy sniping. End of report. This was Hutu's position and orientation. Number 1. Target C is in position. Currently in front right of Prague Square. End of report. This was Mike's position and orientation. In other words, Mike was in the same place as Hua Xiaoheng. Mike was the youngest and often had no fixed residence, so he was the most difficult to track. This was a third watch. Fourth watch at 8 p.m. Monthly votes of 1,900 plus updates. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 107. Hua Xiaoheng listened to the report and didn't do anything. He only grunted to indicate that everything would go according to plan. They had already spent 2 weeks in the Czech Republic. It was time to act. Zhao Yangze was in charge of coordinating from the hotel. When he heard Hua Xiaoheng's approval, he immediately issued orders to the 3 teams through the Nandus satellite navigation system. Everyone, get into position. We'll move in 5 minutes. 5 minutes was the shortest amount of time a sniper could take to aim. Because of their special circumstances, they had spent a long time preparing in advance. Once everything was in place, 5 minutes was more than enough time to aim and shoot. Roger. No problem. All 3 teams gave affirmative answers. Zhao Yangze then passed the message to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He bent down and threw out a handful of breadcrumbs. A flock of pigeons flew up from the square. The sky was filled with bright pigeon whistles. Looking up, there were white clouds floating in the clear blue sky. All kinds of pigeons spread their wings and flew high, comparable to white swans. In the midst of the loud whistles, a small red dot silently locked onto Mike's forehead, who was sitting at the other end of the square. Mike's vigilance was very high. His heart suddenly palpitated, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He felt a sense of urgency. Looking around the square, he saw a tall, bearded man sitting on the bench opposite him. The man seemed to be looking at him too. Seeing him look over, the man threw another handful of pigeon food into the air. Instantly, countless large, strong pigeons flew down from the sky and swooped down to snatch the food from the man. Mike saw that the man seemed to be surrounded by pigeons and suddenly laughed. As he laughed, the vigilance in his heart quickly dissipated. At that moment, an olive-shaped sniper bullet spiraled over from 500 meters away and whizzed right into Mike's forehead. Mike didn't even make a sound before falling flat on his back on the bench. From Hua Xiaoheng's angle, it looked like Mike was looking up at the pigeons in the sky. Target C completed. End of report. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and got up to leave the square. There weren't many people in the square. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know when everyone would realize that Mike, who was sitting on the bench, had been shot to death. Almost at the same time, a heavy sniper rifle armor-piercing bullet broke through the wall of room 319 on the 2nd floor of the hotel near St. Vitus Church and hit Hutu, who was cleaning his gun in the room, in the back of his heart. A pink mist of blood sprayed onto the wall opposite of Hutu. The reddish-gold wallpaper immediately became mottled. Hutu fell to the ground like a pile of mud. In a 3-story building in the old district of Prague, Lom was sitting by the window, eating breakfast. He was the oldest and most experienced leader. He had 1 more second than the other 2 and tilted his head to look out the window. With just 1 glance, he saw the familiar reflective halo on the opposite floor. It was the reflection of the scope of the sniper rifle when it was hit by light. But by the time Rom realized it, it was already too late. The bullet had already left the chamber. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun the bullet that had already left the chamber. Bang! A bullet directly hit him in the head, piercing through the other side of his head and embedding itself in the opposite wall. Thump! Lom collapsed on his breakfast plate, no longer breathing. 3 assassinations in the same city had taken exactly 5 minutes. Retreat. Leave the Czech Republic and head to Austria. Hua Xiaoheng ordered them to throw away their American firearms and not bring them with them. Once they arrived in Austria, someone would naturally prepare the firearms they needed from the black market. The group traveled in groups of 2s and 3s from the Czech Republic to Austria. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangze had brought many electronic devices, so they drove their own cars. 2 groups took the train from the Czech Republic to Austria. There was another group of people who took the bus. In short, like thousands of ordinary European tourists, they tried their best to blend in with the crowd and be inconspicuous. When they arrived in Austria, they watched TV and discovered that the news of the 3 deaths in the Czech Republic was already all over the news. The Czech Republic invited Russian military experts to examine the ballistic traces and found the abandoned sniper rifles. After careful investigation, the Russian military experts determined that the 3 murders were committed by the same organization, and the methods of the killings were the usual methods of the U.S. Navy SEALs. They also believed that only the United States had the ability to sneak into the Czech Republic and commit such crimes, and then escape unscathed. Because the Czech Republic had sealed off its borders, they searched the entire country for 2 to 3 days without finding the culprit. Other than the United States, which other country would do such a thing? The Czech government was furious and sent a diplomatic note to the American embassy demanding an explanation for the 3 murders in the Czech Republic. The American ambassador to the Czech Republic was sweating profusely from the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs questions. The Czech Republic had a lot of evidence, and their arguments were rigorous. Together with the authority of the Russian military experts, the U.S. ambassador even suspected that it was their country's special forces that did it. So proud. Well done. Oh, I can't say that, because it was quite common for the American CIA to do such things. They were not afraid of war, and they loved it. They would feel sorry for their country and its people if they didn't stir up civil strife in other countries. The arrogant American ambassador said to the Czech diplomat in a muffled Southern American accent, "We are very sorry that such a thing happened. We offer our deepest condolences to the families of the victims and hope that they can rest in peace in heaven." That's it. The Czech diplomat was furious. "Are you not going to hand over the culprit? You're asking me for the culprit? But I'm not a Czech policeman." The American ambassador was just short of flicking his fingernails and shouting, "See the guest out." His expression was very dismissive. "Then what do you think we should do?" The Czech diplomat pounded the table. "Do you still treat the Czech Republic as an independent sovereign country? I came to the Czech Republic as an ambassador, not to listen to your lecture." The American ambassador's face darkened. "Go. I hope you catch the culprit as soon as possible." The American ambassador finally couldn't take it anymore and sent the guest out. After this incident, the Czech Republic recalled its ambassador to the United States and expelled an American diplomat. When the American CIA learned about this, they were also furious. They were humiliated for no reason, but they couldn't clear their name. That was because the Whitewater Security Group was actually a peripheral organization of the CIA. They couldn't even go to the Czech Republic to investigate the Whitewater Security Group. They were the mercenaries they had raised themselves. If this incident got out of hand, the Whitewater Security Group's background would be easily uncovered. So after thinking about it, the CIA decided that it was better to take the blame. They had a lot of mercenaries anyway. Even if 3 of them died, there were still tens of thousands of them that could be sent out on missions. The entire assassination incident ended with the United States and the Czech Republic expelling each other's diplomat. Zhao Yangzi summarized the entire process and reported it to Hua Xiaoheng. He smiled. "It seems that our training was very good. He managed to fool the Russian Special Forces military experts and the U.S. Navy SEAL team leader." Hua Xiaoheng only glanced at the results. "Now we need to deal with the 3 people in Austria. Proceed according to the original plan, just like in the Czech Republic." The Special Operations Forces began operating in Austria. Meanwhile, on the Sea University campus in the Empire's Sea City, the graduation thesis defense of the graduating seniors was in full swing. This was the 4th monthly vote of 1,900+ updates. Let me remind you of your monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 108. Gun Yinji's bachelor's thesis had been meticulously edited by He Chu, and her own abilities were outstanding. Therefore, she had been invincible during the oral defense. The Oral Defense Committee had unanimously approved it and named it the best thesis among the graduating seniors in the Faculty of Law. Gun Yinji wasn't surprised at all. To her, there was no suspense in the defense. She was focused on preparing for He Chu's exam. This exam would determine whether or not she could get one of the two internships at the U.S. Congress. Gunyenji regretted not agreeing right away at first, so she had to work hard to prepare for the exam. But after reading all the books Hijichu assigned on American law and the structure of Congress, she understood Hijichu's intentions and thought it was better to take the exam. At least it would be mandatory, so she could familiarize herself with the basic essentials of American law and the legal structure of the U.S. Congress in a short period of time. On June 15th, Gunyenji was so busy she only had breakfast. She came out of the defense in the law faculty's conference room in the morning and took Hijichu's exam in the afternoon. Hijichu's exam format was very unique. It wasn't an exam paper, but a live question-and-answer session. It simulated the format of a U.S. Congress meeting, then combined all kinds of relevant knowledge to test their grasp of knowledge and adaptability. Hijichu, who was in charge of the exam, was in the United States. Other than Gunyenji, everyone else was in B City. Therefore, the exam was conducted through a remote video conference. Gunyenji turned on her computer and connected to the exam website. Hijichu's handsome face appeared on the computer screen. A pair of shimmering, sultry eyes stared straight out from the screen. It was shocking to see through someone's heart. Gunyenji sighed inwardly. A person with such eyes should be a judge, not a lawyer. No matter how stubborn a criminal was, they would immediately confess when they were stared at by those eyes. Before the exam begins, I'll take attendance. Hijichu's cool voice came through the earpiece, and Gunyenji quickly sat up straight. When she heard her name, she answered crisply, "Here." Hijichu sat alone in his large office. With a light click of the mouse, he enlarged Gunyenji's profile picture on the screen. The other 37 candidates' profiles became little black dots on the screen. Today's exam, the first question, how does the U.S. Congress propose? You can enter your answer in the dialog box without speaking. Time limit, 1 minute. With such a short period of time, the examinees wouldn't even have enough time to search for information. Gunyenji easily answered all the general questions and entered the debate stage. This was not a problem for Gunyenji. She had always been eloquent and good at finding loopholes in people's words. Even though she was facing a PhD student who was several levels higher than her, she was not afraid at all. Her words were like pearls of laughter. Although her words were sharp, the speed of her speech was neither fast nor slow, and her voice was pleasant to listen to. Unexpectedly, the person who was rebutted did not feel uncomfortable. Unknowingly, she had set the pace for the whole debate. The smile on Hijichu's face grew wider. Joy rose from the bottom of his heart and melted into the depths of his shimmering eyes. Very quickly, 3 hours passed, and this difficult exam finally came to an end. The examinees who participated in the exam all collapsed in front of the camera. They were extremely tired. Hijichu replied dryly, "You can't even stand this level of intensity?" Once the U.S. Congress is in session, it's normal for them to work intensively for 7 to 8 days to pass a bill. Everyone hurriedly sat down, not daring to relax. After the exam, they had to wait for the results. However, the examinees who participated in the exam all knew that one of the two spots would definitely be given to their master's junior, Gunyenji. Because her performance on the exam was so eye-catching, the PhD students like them had to concede defeat. As for who the other spot would be given to, it was none of Gunyenji's business. In fact, Gunyenji received a text from Hijichu within 10 minutes of the exam. "Congratulations, you're preparing to go to the United States." Gunyenji was so happy that she almost jumped up. She didn't even have time to turn off the camera. She raised her fist and ran around the dorm, screaming. Because she had to take the remote video exam, the other 3 people in the dorm consciously went out and hadn't returned yet. At that moment, Gunyenji was the only one in the dorm. It was time for her to let loose. Hijichu saw Gunyenji's elated expression from the other side of the world. He rested his chin on his desk with both hands and smiled slightly. He closed the other examinees' web pages and left Gunyenji alone. When she was done, he said slowly, "Nyenji, your camera is still on." Hijichu's voice came from the laptop's microphone, and Gunyenji was instantly embarrassed. She walked back to the desk awkwardly and saw Hijichu's handsome face on the computer screen, as well as the teasing look in his eyes. She closed her eyes and reached out to close the laptop with a click. Soon, her cell phone rang. Gunyinji took it and saw it was an overseas number. She swiped open the phone. "Hi, Ninji, why did you suddenly disconnect?" It was Hijichu's clear voice. Gunyinji was speechless. "You must be doing this on purpose, right? Why aren't you saying anything?" Hijichu asked again. "Is your visa ready? When can you come over?" Gunyinji sighed in relief. She had been so embarrassed just now. Fortunately, Hijichu knew his limits and didn't continue to tease her. "The passport is ready, but I can only get the visa after you give me a certificate," Gunyinji said honestly. "If I only have a tourist visa, I can't intern at the U.S. Congress." Hijichu nodded. "Don't worry about that. Your visa documents will be sent over immediately. Apply for an F1 student visa, and when you come over, I'll get you an OPT. That way, you can intern at the U.S. Congress." "Thank you, Professor He." Gunyinji thanked him politely and hung up. That day, other than making a fool of herself in front of Hijichu, Gunyinji was very satisfied with everything else. She had finished her thesis defense and passed Hijichu's exam. In theory, she was already Hijichu's disciple. For her, her undergraduate life had ended on this day. The passport was ready, and the next step was to book a visa at the U.S. consulate. Hijichu's documents were sent out quickly, and by the weekend, Gunyinji had already received an F1 student visa to the U.S. Hijichu was very anxious. Knowing that she had received her visa, he immediately ordered Wenshui to buy plane tickets for her and another PhD student for them to fly to the U.S. on June 20th. Because they had F1 student visas, Hijichu, as the sponsor professor, had to give them a certain amount of credits to fulfill the visa requirements. In Shixiang didn't expect them to be so anxious. After communicating with Hua Xiaoheng, he packed his luggage and went to the U.S. with Gunyinji. At the Sea City International Airport, Mei Xiaowen held Gunyinji's hand reluctantly. "You'll come back, right?" "Of course I'll come back. I'll only be going for half a year. I'll be going to be university next spring." Gunyinji comforted him with a smile. "Don't think too much about it. It's so easy to keep in touch now. Remember to keep in touch." Mei Xiaowen nodded and walked Gunyinji to the security gate. In Shixiang didn't stop him. He followed at a moderate distance and didn't reveal his identity. Mei Xiaowen watched Gunyinji's figure disappear through the security gate before he reluctantly turned to leave. However, before he could walk out of the departure lounge, he saw a figure that had once haunted his dreams slowly pushing a luggage cart towards him from another exit. Mei Xiaowen froze. After a long while, he finally snapped back to reality. The woman pushing the luggage stood in front of him and called out in surprise. "Xiaowen, why are you here? I'm so happy to see you as soon as I return." It was his first girlfriend, Jiang Hongcha. This was the first night watch. Today was Sunday, and I had to rest after staying up for a few nights. I can't do the fourth night watch. It's the third night watch. I'll do the fourth night watch tomorrow. The second night watch would be the second night watch for Yun Huayue Qing's reward. The third night watch at 6 in the evening. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 109. A surprise, isn't it? A chance encounter like this proves that you're still together. AI Wainon's voice came from not far away. She smiled and waved at Jiang Hongcha. "Hongcha, I told you I'd come get you." She winked at her. Jiang Hongcha was a girl in her 20s. Her face was gentle and pretty, and her voice was always soft. She never raised her voice or lost her temper. Like Mei Xiaowen, she loved literature and liked to write for her own amusement. "You've been abroad for 4 years. Why are you getting more and more shy? Why are you blushing?" AI Wainon made a face at Jiang Hongcha. "Do Uncle and Auntie know you're coming home today?" Jiang Hongcha's fair face blushed. She shook her head. "I have a surprise for them. I haven't told them yet." Mei Xiaowen bent down to help Jiang Hongcha pick up one of her suitcases. He smiled. "It's a surprise. You surprised me first." Jiang Hongcha cocked her head at Mei Xiaowen. "Really? I really surprised you?" AI Wainon hurried forward to pick up the other suitcase. She said cheerfully, Of course. I can guarantee you that class rep has been behaving himself for 4 years. He hasn't had a girlfriend, and he's been waiting for you to come home. Jiang Hongcha smiled gently at Mei Xiaowen. Xiaowen, you're a handsome man with an outstanding family background. You probably have high standards, or else why wouldn't you have a girlfriend? Mei Xiaowen looked at AI Weinan. I have a girlfriend. I was taking her to the plane when I bumped into Hongcha. The blood drained from Jiang Hongcha's face. AI Weinan punched Mei Xiaowen anxiously. Class rep, why are you so dumb? Hongcha's been single all this time. She doesn't have a boyfriend. She only has you in her heart. I put in so many good words for you in front of Hongcha, but you've ruined all my efforts with one sentence. Mei Xiaowen's eyes moved to Jiang Hongcha's face. He raised his eyebrows, his expression cold. Mei Xiaowen knew better than anyone whether Jiang Hongcha had a boyfriend or not. But AI Weinan didn't seem to know, or she wouldn't have said that. Jiang Hongcha looked away hastily and forced a smile. Weinan, I haven't seen you in years. You've gotten bolder. All right, let's go back first. Don't block the entrance. Mei Xiaowen said, I'll take you. If you didn't tell your family, they won't send a car for you. Jiang Hongcha had planned to take a taxi home to surprise her family. He hadn't expected to run into Mei Xiaowen here. She gave AI Weinan a meaningful look. She understood why AI Weinan had suddenly asked her to change her ticket to today's flight back to China. AI Weinan grinned at her and hooked her arm. Let's go, Red T. Class rep's car is an SUV. It's big enough. I'm sure it can fit all your luggage. Let's go to the parking lot. Mei Xiaowen headed for the airport elevator. They arrived at the parking lot, got into the car, and quickly drove to the highway. Hongcha, are you back for vacation, or are you staying? AI Weinan and Jiang Hongcha were both sitting in the second row of seats. The two of them were squeezed together, looking very affectionate. Jiang Hongcha glanced at Mei Xiaowen. She lowered her eyes and stroked the string of suet jade beads on her wrist. I've accepted a job with the Imperial Symphony Orchestra. I'll be reporting in September. The first symphony orchestra of the Empire? Huh, that's in the capital. AI Weinan exclaimed. Red T, how could you leave me and class rep to work in the capital? Can't you stay here? After graduating from university, AI Weinan had returned to work in her family's business in Sea City. Of course, her family's background was far inferior to that of the Mei and Jiang families. Jiang Hongcha had studied abroad at the Juilliard School of Music in New York. She had majored in violin and minored in cello. She was very talented in music. She had won several international awards while studying at the Juilliard School of Music and had released several best-selling postmodern violin albums. She had already gained a certain reputation both at home and abroad. Someone like her was more than qualified to be a violinist in the Empire's best symphony orchestra. When Mei Xiaowen heard this, he felt a faint sense of pride. He smiled. Red T is still as good as ever. It looks like the 4 years abroad weren't a waste. That's because I was lucky to have a good tutor. Jiang Hongcha smiled and nodded. I'll be staying home for a few months this time, so I can spend some time with my family. There's going to be the International Extraordinary Women's Awards here in July, right? Yes, the city is taking this very seriously, and the preparations are almost complete. Mei Xiaowen continued from the driver's seat. I'm even a volunteer. Oh, really? Jiang Hongcha was even more surprised. I'm the principal violinist for this year's awards, Xiaowen. We're going to be colleagues from now on. Mei Xiaowen chuckled and turned the steering wheel to exit the highway. He drove towards Jiang Hongcha's house. Mei Xiaowen and Jiang Hongcha chatted more often the rest of the way. The awkwardness of their first meeting was gone, and the two of them had regained their old rapport. The distance between them grew closer. AI Weinan smiled sheepishly and looked away at the skyscrapers outside the car window. She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her palms. After a 12-hour flight, Gun Yinji arrived in Boston with her Ph.D. student. Her Ph.D. student's surname was Huang, and he called himself Medicine Master Huang. This was because his hobby was to study ancient Chinese medicine. Gun Yinji had a sweet tongue and kept calling him Brother Huang. The plane landed at Boston International Airport. Harvard University was located in Boston, and he, Ji-Chu, was a tenured professor at Harvard Law School. He also had a class of PhD students to teach. In Shi-Xiang did not sit with Gun Yinji, but a few rows away. They walked together when they got off the plane. Gun Yinji generously introduced him to Brother Huang. "This is my brother Xiong. He's my guardian. He'll be staying with me for the next few months until I turn 18. Brother Huang exploded at her words. He clutched his chest and said, "Little sister, can you not remind me of my age? A man's age is a secret too." Gun Yinji giggled at his joke. Brother Huang was indeed older. He had become a PhD student after working for a few years and was 27 years old this year. He would graduate next year. In Shi-Xiang looked at Brother Huang's hand and noticed a diamond ring on the ring finger of his left hand. It was a sign that he was married. "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." In Shi-Xiang reached out to shake Brother Huang's hand. In Shi-Xiang was certain that Brother Huang did not know any martial arts and was just a normal student. Brother Huang patted Gun Yinji's shoulder. "Doesn't your guardian have to work? He came all the way to the United States to stay with you for a few months. How thoughtful of him." Gun Yinji made up In Shi-Xiang's job without blinking. Brother Xiong is a businessman, so he came to the United States to check out the market. "So you're a tycoon?" Brother Huang's eyes brightened. He grabbed In Shi-Xiang's hand and shook it. "Hello, tycoon. Do you need a lawyer? I can recommend myself to represent you." "Get lost." Gun Yinji pushed Brother Huang away with a smile. "Brother Xiong has me as his legal representative. What are you doing?" "Oh, I forgot. Little sister's grades will definitely be better than Brother Huang's in the future." "Fine." Brother Huang hung his head dejectedly. "Not being able to ride on Tycoon's coattails is worse than cutting my own flesh with a knife." In Shi-Xiang was speechless. He looked down at himself. He was wearing the latest Brooks Brothers polo, casual pants, and a pair of RS sneakers. He even wore a string of sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist. He looked like a tycoon who liked antiques when Shuyi watched them from afar for a long time before walking over with a smile. "Yinji, little Huang. Professor, he asked me to come pick you up." It was the second update, and the second update for Yueqing and Yin Huayue's fate of spiritual pets had arrived. It was the third update at 6 p.m., a reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 110. Gun Yinji and Brother Huang nodded to Wen Shui. "Thank you, Teaching Assistant 1. Teaching Assistant 1, this is my guardian." Gun Yinji pointed to In Shi-Xiang beside her. In Shi-Xiang had also disguised himself to look like a middle-aged man with dark skin, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He looked exactly the same as the last time he, Ji-Chu, had seen him at C University. Wen Shui also had an impression of In Shi-Xiang. She remembered when Gun Yinji couldn't attend the interview. In Shi-Xiang had applied for leave. She nodded politely. "Nice to meet you." She turned to lead them to a van and opened the door. "Come in, Professor. He has already arranged accommodations for you." Wen Shui personally drove them to an apartment near Harvard University. Wen Shui had rented 2 apartments there, one with 1 bedroom for Brother Huang and the other with 2 bedrooms for Gun Yinji and In Shi-Xiang. It was very thoughtful. "Professor, he asked you to come earlier because your F1 student visa has a credit requirement. You're actually coming to Harvard University as exchange students. Professor, he will be teaching summer classes in July and August, so you'll be attending summer classes with him. You'll get 6 credits. Wen Shui handed 2 schedules to Gun Yinji and Brother Huang. Senior Brother Huang frowned awkwardly. "We still have to stay here for 2 months? Didn't we say we're interning at Congress?" Gun Yinji quietly nudged Brother Huang and whispered, "Congress is on recess in July and won't reconvene until September." Wen Shui patted Gun Yinji's shoulder approvingly. "As expected of our first place this year. You've done a very thorough preparation. You even knew that Congress was in recess. This kind of scheming is truly rare." She pursed her lips and smiled. "Professor, you don't have to worry about being bullied because of your young age. Look at how smart you are. You're the only one who can bully others. How can others bully you?" It sounded like a compliment, but the tone was awkward. Gun Yinji already had a prejudice against Wen Shui because of what had happened before the interview. She was cautious and skeptical of whatever Wen Shui said now. But this time, she didn't have to do anything. With Yin Xixiang, who was especially protective and had the gift of gab, by her side, she would be able to teach Wen Shui a lesson. You're teaching assistant one, aren't you? Yin Xixiang rolled his eyes. You're a teaching assistant in the Faculty of Law, and this is how you talk? Although I'm not a law student, I can tell that you were slandering my Nianji just now. Do you believe that I can sue you until you lose your job? Wen Shui was stunned. She couldn't believe that someone would talk to her like that. In this world, she was confident that other than He Zhichu, no one could be so disrespectful to her. Is that so? Why don't you sue him? I'm waiting for the court summons. Wen Shui would not show weakness in front of others. Gun Yinji finally interrupted with a smile. Brother Xiong, you don't have to go to court to make her lose her job. You could just tell her employer that she deliberately suppressed the students. Professor, he is a very fair and just person. I believe that he will uphold justice. Sure enough, he had to hit the snake where it hurt. Wen Shui wasn't afraid of anything except He Zhichu. Her expression changed again and again, and Gun Yinji saw it. Her disdain for Wen Shui increased. Classmate Gu, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Wen Shui's palms were sweaty. She suppressed her embarrassment and tactfully apologized to Gun Yinji. Brother Huang was watching from the sidelines. When he saw Wen Shui admit defeat, he patted Gun Yinji lightly to smooth things over. Okay, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. He then changed the subject. Today is our first day in the United States. Where should we go for dinner to celebrate? Wen Shui nodded to Brother Huang with a smile. We've already prepared your dinner. There'll be a car to pick you up tonight. She nodded to Gun Yinji again before getting into the car and driving away. Gun Yinji twirled the apartment keys in her hand and pouted in the direction the car had disappeared. Brother Huang quickly advised her, Yinji, don't let your emotions get the better of you. She's professor, he's teaching assistant. You'll be the one at a disadvantage if you have a falling out with her. We have to adapt to the circumstances. Gun Yinji thought to herself. Would Wen Shui not make fun of her if she tolerated it? Of course not. So why should she tolerate it? It didn't matter whether she tolerated it or not. Wen Shui acted like she was on drugs whenever she saw Gun Yinji. She wouldn't be able to complete her sentence without making fun of Gun Yinji. Brother Huang, don't be afraid. I, Gun Yinji, have always been strong and unyielding. I'm not afraid of any evil forces. If teaching assistant one makes things difficult for you, tell me. I'll stand up for you. She said it with great confidence. The corners of Brother Huang's mouth twitched. He could only sigh internally at Gun Yinji's fearlessness and bravery. Yin Xixiang chewed his gum and nodded to Brother Huang with a wide smile. Brother Huang, please take care of our Yinji in the future. She's young and doesn't know any better. If she offends you, don't be angry. Tell me, and I'll teach her a lesson for you. He shot Gun Yinji a stern look as he spoke. Gun Yinji lowered her head with a smile. She didn't look afraid at all. The three of them chatted and laughed as they entered the apartment building's elevator. The apartment Wen Shui had booked for them was on the 5th floor. The two apartments were at one end of the hallway. Gun Yinji and Yin Xixiang pushed their suitcases inside. They were quite satisfied with the size of the apartment. Although it had 2 bedrooms and a living room, the living area was 150 square meters. It was very spacious. The first thing Yin Xixiang did after putting down their luggage was take out the anti-infrared device. He searched the entire apartment from inside to outside. He didn't miss a single corner, including the wall closets, bathroom cupboards, and every nook and cranny under the bed. He didn't expect to find at least 5 hidden cameras. We can't live here. Yin Xixiang took a hammer and smashed the cameras one by one. Go find the apartment manager and tell them to change rooms for us. Gun Yinji quickly agreed and went to the manager downstairs to ask for a new room. The apartment manager in the United States was reluctant at first, until Gun Yinji placed the 2 broken cameras on her desk and said in English, "We just found these in the room we booked. Just based on this, I can sue your apartment until it goes bankrupt." The manager's expression changed. She immediately stood up and said, "I can guarantee that we definitely didn't install such things here. I'm afraid someone framed us." I don't know if it was framed or not, but if you want to keep the peace, fine. Give me another apartment first. I'll pick my own. Gu Nianji was very stubborn. Americans were like that. They were unforgiving when they were in the right. If you were polite to her, she would think you were afraid of her and wouldn't take you seriously. It was fine as long as you didn't make a scene. Gu Nianji's voice was calm, but her attitude and tone were very firm. The apartment manager instantly became a warm-hearted good citizen. She personally took Gu Nianji to choose an apartment. Because the apartment building was close to Harvard University, it was full most of the time. There were empty apartments now because a group of students had graduated during the summer break. The new students hadn't enrolled yet, so there were a few empty apartments for Gu Nianji to choose from. Gu Nianji called In Shixiang over. The two of them quietly took the detector and slowly walked around the empty apartment. Finally, they chose a two-bedroom apartment on the 6th floor facing south. There were no hidden cameras in the apartment. In fact, other than the apartment when Shui had booked for them, none of the other apartments they had looked at had such crooked methods. Gu Nianji didn't stand on ceremony. She said to the manager, "I'll take this one. Put the bill on that apartment's account." "No problem. The rent for these two apartments is the same. You can change them freely." The manager smiled like a flower and was very easy to talk to. After a busy afternoon, Gu Nianji and In Shixiang finally settled in the new furnished apartment on the 6th floor. It was the third watch. It was the end of the month. She had to remind everyone about their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 111. In the evening, when Shui drove over to pick them up for dinner, In Shixiang didn't go. He didn't want to interact too much with Gu Nianji's teachers and classmates, so he excused himself to visit a friend and asked Gu Nianji to go with Brother Huang. When they got into the car, when Shui asked, "Nianji, where's your guardian? Ask him to come with us." "No, he's busy too. He's been greeting all his friends the moment he arrived in America. He's much more popular than me." Gu Nianji pursed her lips into a smile as she placed the gift box by her feet. Brother Huang slapped his head when he saw it. "Oh my, I forgot to bring the gift. Can you wait for me? I'll go up and get it." When Shui had already started the car. "No need, let's go eat first. There's no rush for the gift." Gu Nianji and Brother Huang sat in the back and curiously studied the summer scenery of Boston suburbs. It was close to evening, but the temperature wasn't high at all. A gentle breeze blew, and the roadside was lined with green trees. There were grass, vines, and colorful flowers everywhere. They took a small road and didn't go on the highway, so there were no windows. When the wind blew in, they could even smell the faint scent of flowers and the scent of the summer sun. The magnificent sunset glow shone on the horizon, filling the sky with a fragrance of beautiful purples and beautiful reds. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and closed her eyes to enjoy the fresh air and the fragrance of the flowers. She relaxed completely. When Shui took them to an Italian convenience restaurant for seasons, the United States didn't have its own specialties. Of course, unless you considered hot dogs and barbecue as part of the cuisine, high-end American restaurants were all French or Italian. British cuisine was considered a dark cuisine in the United States, so it wasn't classy. However, although Four Seasons was Italian, it wasn't a high-end restaurant. It was just a regular chain restaurant. Its most prominent feature was that it could be found everywhere, but it was a little more classy than fast food restaurants. When they entered, He Jichu was already sitting inside. Their seat was by the window in the hall. It was a small table for four and didn't have a private room. There were 2 rows of double chairs facing each other with a rectangular dining table in the middle. He Jichu wore a light blue shirt that fit perfectly, and his black trousers were perfectly straight without a single crease. One arm rested leisurely on the dining table, the cuffs rolled up, revealing the platinum Patek Philippe watch on his arm. Gu Nianji's sharp eyes caught the words written on the platinum dial. This was the famous Patek Philippe Platinum Geneva Observatory watch, and it was a custom-made model for He Jichu. TSK. This watch alone is worth at least 10 million US dollars. So Professor, he had the habit of carrying his entire fortune with him. Gun Yinji smiled as she sat down across from Hijichu. She secretly thought that if one of the kidnappers was blind enough to steal Hijichu's watch, then that would be a real shame. Hijichu's other arm rested on the back of the soft chair. His expression was indifferent, but his peach blossom eyes gently looked up and glanced over. The long ends of his eyes were like hooks, and it made people's hearts pound. "What are you laughing at?" Hijichu raised a brow at Gun Yinji and turned to look at Brother Huang. "You sit next to her." Only then did Brother Huang dare to sit down. He was much more polite than Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji was a little embarrassed. Why did he have to wait for a teacher to assign him a seat in the restaurant? Did he sit down too early? When Shui smiled as she sat down next to Hijichu. Hijichu nonchalantly withdrew his arm from the back of the soft two-seater chair and tossed the menu to Gun Yinji and Brother Huang. "You guys order whatever you want." A waiter in a white uniform was already waiting by the side with a notebook and a ballpoint pen in his hand. Gun Yinji casually glanced at the menu. She had never tried any of them before. She closed the menu and looked at Hijichu with sparkling eyes. "Professor He, just order whatever you think is good. I'm not picky." When Shui snickered, "Yinji, you're making things difficult for Professor He. I'm usually the one who orders Professor He's dishes. Philly beef rolls, no onions, assorted Mediterranean seafood plate, crab soup. Give me 2 of each for me and the lady sitting across from me." Hijichu was already ordering before when Shui could finish her sentence. When Shui immediately blushed and added sheepishly, "But Yinji, but different. Professor, he has always treated you differently." "How can you say that?" Gun Yinji smiled as she took out the gift box she had prepared. "Of course, it's because Professor He cares so much for his students. That's why everyone fights to be a student, right? Professor He?" Sweat beaded on Brother Huang's forehead. This Gun Yinji really had the guts to flatter him in front of his face. She had really gotten to him. He quickly chimed in. "That's right. Professor He's postgraduate exam has always been the most difficult in our school. It has the highest scores." Hijichu looked at Gun Yinji and picked up the menu. He also ordered an appetizer, main course, and side dishes for Brother Huang. He also ordered a cheesecake for dessert. Before the dishes were served, he also ordered a bottle of red wine to whet everyone's appetite. When Shui only ordered a Caesar salad for herself. "I'm on a diet." When Shui winked at Gun Yinji with a smile. "I want to be as thin as Yinji too." Gun Yinji smiled at her. "I don't like it when people copy me." She picked up the gift box by her feet and presented it to Hijichu with both hands. "Professor He, this is a gift for you." The gift box was sapphire blue. It was very large and had a light blue bow tied into it. Hijichu accepted it and placed it next to Wen Shui for her to put away. Gun Yinji disagreed. She narrowed her eyes and stopped him. "Professor He, why don't you open it? I heard that in American etiquette, gifts have to be opened in person to show courtesy. Is that so?" Hijichu glanced at her with a slight frown. "You know a lot. Have you been to America before?" "No, but in the age of the internet, it's common to travel around the world without leaving home." Gun Yinji didn't mind at all. She insisted that Hijichu open the gift box. Hijichu had no choice but to indicate to Wen Shui. "Open it." Wen Shui shook her head internally. She gently twisted her fingers to untie the bow and unwrap the wrapping paper. She then opened the lid of the gift box. She froze the moment she saw what was inside. Inside the gift box were 2 smash cameras. The pitch-black cameras lay in the pristine white gift box. The contrast was so stark that it made one's hair stand on end. "What gift is this?" Hijichu looked at Gun Yinji in confusion. "You're giving me smash cameras?" Gun Yinji lifted her chin at Wen Shui. "You'll have to ask teaching assistant Wen about that. I found these 2 cameras in the apartment that teaching assistant Wen booked for me. This was the first watch. Today was the 4th watch. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The second watch at 1 p.m. was 2,000 monthly votes. The third watch at 6 p.m. was 3,000 monthly votes. The fourth watch at 8 p.m. was 2,100 monthly votes. It was Monday. Recommendation votes were very important. Chapter 112. He Jichu's gaze immediately turned cold. Not only cold, but also sinister. He turned to look at Wen Shui. Is that so? What does this have to do with you? Wen Shui's face paled. She used all her strength to stop herself from trembling. Gun Yinji had surprised her yet again. She had managed to find such a well-hidden camera. But Wen Shui knew she couldn't back down now, or else she would be doomed forever. Wen Shui was no ordinary person. She quickly calmed down after being caught off guard by Gun Yinji. She closed the gift box calmly and smiled at He Jichu. Professor He, I can explain to you when we get back. This is a misunderstanding. She emphasized the word misunderstanding so much so that it seemed like she really had a special reason. Gun Yinji was unconvinced. She rested her chin on her hands and leaned forward on the dining table with a smile. What misunderstanding? Shouldn't teaching assistant one explain to me, the person in question? As for Professor He, you'll say it eventually anyway, so let's talk now. She had only been testing the waters, and although she knew that Wen Shui was most likely the culprit, there was also a small possibility that someone else had done it. But Wen Shui's reaction confirmed Gun Yinji's suspicions. Generally speaking, it was impossible to be wrong about something with a high probability. Brother Huang was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He looked at the stubborn Gun Yinji, then at the helpless Wen Shui, and suddenly stood up. I need to go to the bathroom. He then fled. Gun Yinji knew that Brother Huang didn't want to get involved, and she didn't blame him. She would be grateful if he didn't join Wen Shui in trampling on her. She couldn't expect everyone to be on her side unconditionally like Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe. Could they? Only the three of them were left at the dining table. Wen Shui smiled. Yinji, if I said I didn't have any ill intentions, would you believe me? Haha, I'll believe you just because you say so. Why should I? Are you stupid? Law students always look for evidence. And when you're caught red-handed, you can't really be innocent just because you say you're not guilty. So don't try to trick me. Gun Yinji tilted her head to look at Wen Shui with a smile, but the corner of her eye fell on He Jichu. He Jichu was silent for a moment before pouring a glass of lemonade for Gun Yinji and a glass of red wine for Brother Huang. He said nonchalantly, You and little Huang just arrived and spent 2 days getting used to the time difference. Go to class on Monday. When Goldie comes back, tell him. Gun Yinji didn't expect He Jichu to keep quiet about it. She raised her eyebrows and looked at He Jichu thoughtfully. Her large eyes looked at Wen Shui, who was holding a goblet of red wine. She was a bit indignant and was about to argue with He Jichu. Suddenly, someone kicked her lightly under the table. Although it didn't hurt at all, it gave her a fright. Gun Yinji instinctively yelped and bent down to rub her ankle. She happened to see He Jichu's black leather shoes slowly shrink back. The person who kicked her was Professor He. Screech. There was no justice in this world. Was Professor He trying to take sides? Was he siding with his teaching assistant? Gun Yinji's impression of He Jichu fell to rock bottom. She had always thought He Jichu was a very principled and reasonable professor. Why did he turn against her the moment he arrived in America? It must be because the feng shui in America was bad. Yinji, what's wrong? Wen Shui immediately looked under the table, but she didn't see He Jichu's foot shrink back. She thought Gun Yinji had been too excited and knocked her foot down. The table is a bit cramped. Be careful. Gun Yinji bent down and glared at He Jichu's leather shoes under the table. She straightened up and said angrily, I was careless. I'm sorry. He Jichu's expression remained impassive as he wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and put it back on the table. He picked up his wine glass. Here, Yinji, I hope you have a good time in America for the next 6 months. Whether or not I can have a good time is up to teaching assistant one, not me. Gun Yinji couldn't stand He Jichu's protective behavior. Professor He, I don't want this to happen again and again. I want to request a restraining order from Professor He. Teaching assistant, one must stay away from anything that has to do with me. Gun Yinji, don't be so shameless. Wen Shui immediately retorted. Her tone was no longer polite. What do you mean by this? You're just a student. I'm not only Professor He's teaching assistant, but also an associate professor at Harvard University. I'll be teaching 2 of your classes during the 2 months you're at Harvard Law School. Don't you want to get credits? If you don't get credits, You'll be violating the US F1 student visa rules. It's illegal, and you'll be deported. I won't get any credits. Just deport me. Gunyinji was also angry. She put the lemonade on the table. Professor I want to go back. If teaching assistant Wen treats me like this, I'll be in deep trouble for the next 6 months. It's not that I can't endure hardship, but I don't want to be wronged. Her eyes reddened involuntarily when she said the word wronged. If Uncle Hua was the one who made her suffer, then she could tolerate it. But who was Wen Shui? Why should he be held back by her? Tears welled up in Gunyinji's inky eyes. A faint blush appeared at the corners of her slightly tilted eyes. It was as if she had applied rouge. Hijichu closed his eyes helplessly. He rubbed the space between his brows. His clear voice was tinged with resignation. I understand. I'll personally teach all of your classes. Professor Wen Shui was shocked. She dropped the napkin in her hand. I knew Professor, he was the most reasonable person. Gunyinji beamed with joy. She immediately picked up the glass of red wine and poured Hijichu a shallow glass. Professor a toast. Hijichu accepted the glass, but still chastised Gunyinji. But your attitude towards teaching assistant Wen is also problematic. Apologize to her, Gunyinji knew when to stop and immediately followed Wen Shui's advice. She smiled and poured Wen Shui a glass of red wine as well. Teaching assistant Wen, please don't make things difficult for me anymore. I'm just a student. How can I fight against a local tyrant like you? Don't you think so? Wen Shui glared at Gunyinji. No amount of self-restraint could suppress the surging hatred in her heart. You flatter me. Your student is much better than the professor. She didn't drink the wine Gunyinji poured for her. She turned to look at Hijichu. Her eyes were also red. Professor I just remembered that I still have papers to grade. I won't be joining you for dinner today. Teaching assistant Wen, you're leaving already? But what about the salad you just ordered? We can't waste food. We'll be struck by lightning if we waste food. Gunyinji blinked rapidly. Wen Shui thought her expression was asking for a beating. It won't go to waste. I'll have the waiter pack it up for me. You guys eat slowly. Professor will drive you back when you're done. Wen Shui almost ran away. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from slapping Gunyinji's face. Why was that face so infuriating? She really didn't expect Gunyinji to be this kind of person. She had planned for Gunyinji out of goodwill, but Gunyinji had taken it all for granted. She didn't know what was so good about Gunyinji that even someone as cold and aloof as Professor he would give in to her over and over again. This was the second monthly pass of 2,000-plus updates. Thank you, Run Xiaoyao 2722, for the Immortal Fate and the Peach Blossom fan yesterday. Thank you, Kitty, for the Peach Blossom fan yesterday. Thank you, AIG, for the Peach Blossom fan yesterday. Moi. The third monthly pass of 6 p.m. The fourth monthly pass of 2,100-plus updates. It was Monday. Recommendation votes were very important. Chapter 113. After Wen Shui angrily left the table, only Gunyinji and Hijichu were left at the table of 4, facing each other. Hijichu remained silent as he leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. He scrutinized Gunyinji. Why do you like to pick a fight with teaching assistant Wen? Professor she was the one picking a fight with me. How can you turn the tables on her? Gunyinji couldn't take it anymore. Or, do you think it's normal to install cameras in a student's apartment? Hijichu glanced at the gift box Wen Shui had forgotten to take with her. He mused, I'll find out what the reason is. But before that, Hijichu looked at Gunyinji expressionlessly, his voice even colder. You shouldn't show your emotions. To be a good lawyer, the first thing you need is self-control. You need to be able to control your emotions in any situation. You've lowered my opinion of you by a few notches. Gunyinji pursed her lips and internally rolled her eyes. She kept a straight face. Thank you for your advice, Professor But I'm still a student. I can't change my expression as quickly as teaching assistant Wen. Nor can I be as indifferent as Professor But I will work hard to learn and strive to surpass my teacher in the future. Hijichu couldn't help smiling when he saw Gunyinji's angry expression. He shook his head. Okay, as long as you remember. No matter what, it's wrong to install cameras in private apartments. It has nothing to do with emotions. Gu Nianji refused to let Wen Shuyi off the hook because she could tell Wen Shuyi was targeting her. She didn't hold back. It was better to put their estrangement on the table than to pretend everything was fine and suffer in silence. This was the only way Wen Shuyi would restrain herself. The cost of quarreling with Gu Nianji was too high. If Wen Shuyi was a normal person, she would think twice about the cost-benefit ratio. She wouldn't easily pick on Gu Nianji again. Brother Huang, who had been hiding and patrolling in the distance, finally sauntered back when he saw Wen Shuyi leave. He Zichu and Gu Nianji didn't mention the incident again. After a while, the waiter brought the dishes they had ordered. Gu Nianji and Brother Huang ate, drank, chatted, and laughed. The atmosphere from earlier was quickly forgotten. He Zichu didn't eat much, but he drank a lot of red wine. His pale face was flushed, complementing his shimmering, sultry eyes. When he looks at you with rapt attention, his gaze is truly captivating. Gu Nianji was full and smiled at He Zichu. Professor He, I didn't know you didn't eat onions either. The Philly beef wrap was supposed to be served with chopped onions. He Zichu raised an eyebrow. I don't eat onions. What's wrong? You don't eat onions either? Yeah, I don't like the smell of onions. They stink like hell. Gu Nianji sniffled and took a sip of the lemonade with a look of disgust. She wasn't 18 yet and couldn't drink, so He Zichu didn't pour her any red wine. He only ordered lemon water for her. I don't like it either. He Zichu smiled faintly and quickly finished everything on his plate. Brother Huang could hold his liquor very well. He was a big drinker in the Huaxia Empire, so drinking red wine in the United States was a piece of cake. He excitedly talked about the projects he was working on in the Huaxia Empire and kept asking He Zichu for advice. Gu Nianji saw He Zichu's frown deepen and couldn't help but smile. He Zichu probably had an American work habit of not discussing business during private time. Brother Huang must have violated He Zichu's taboo by taking up Professor He's precious private time to discuss business. Little Huang, I just told Nianji that you guys should rest for 2 days to get over the jet lag and go back to school on Monday. I'll email you the class schedule when I get back. He Zichu interrupted Brother Huang's rambling and set down his knife and fork to wipe his mouth with a white napkin. Brother Huang saw that He Zichu had finished his food and quickly finished it as well. Gu Nianji ate the slowest but didn't rush to finish. Instead, she asked the waiter to pack it up for her. She wanted to take it home for supper. He Zichu drove them back to the apartment in his Mercedes. On the way back, Gu Nianji and Brother Huang chatted and laughed. The two of them made the atmosphere lively. Although He Zichu didn't say much, he didn't make the conversation awkward. Every now and then, he interjected and encouraged Brother Huang to continue expressing his opinions on the Sino-American legal system. When they arrived at the apartment, He Zichu didn't get out of the car. He only waved at them and drove away. Gu Nianji covered her cheeks and rolled her eyes at Brother Huang. Brother Huang, why do you have to keep talking? I'm so tired. Brother Huang smiled wryly. Nianji, aren't you afraid of Professor He? His face darkened. My legs are trembling. Why? Is he that scary? Gu Nianji was speechless. Brother Huang really didn't know the world. No matter how scary Professor He was, could he be as scary as Uncle Hua? But if she wasn't even afraid of Uncle Hua, why would she be afraid of Professor He? Gu Nianji thought she was amazing and wanted to give herself a thumbs up. The two of them went to the apartment elevator and returned to their respective rooms. Brother Huang was smart enough not to ask Gu Nianji about the cameras. His instincts told him that this was a minefield. It could be big or small, and it was best for a passerby like him to pretend he didn't know anything. Otherwise, when the gods fought, the little devil would suffer. He couldn't afford to provoke them, but he could hide. Yin Shixiang breathed a sigh of relief when Gu Nianji returned to her apartment. You're back. Gu Nianji changed into slippers at the door. She said listlessly, I lost. Brother Xiang, you're good. Yeah, $100. Yin Shixiang extended his hand to her. I told you to take the cameras. Although you can scare teaching assistant one, Professor, he won't punish her in front of you. That was why he only allowed Gu Nianji to take 2 cameras and kept the other 3 from her. The reason was simple. The Special Operations Forces were used to hold him back. They never revealed all of their cards. Taking out only 2 cameras and taking out all 5 gave Wen Shui a different kind of shock. Not only did he not punish her, he didn't even mention a word about it. Gu Nianji said indignantly, "That's so surprising. I always thought he was an upright and plain-spoken person." Yin Shixiang patted her head unceremoniously. "Go wash up and sleep. How old are you? How many people do you know? If you bet with me, I'll make you lose half a year's worth of living expenses." "Got it." Gu Nianji quickly dodged. "I'm going to shower. Good night, Brother Xiong." Their apartment had 2 bedrooms, both with their own bathrooms. They were on either side of the living room, so it was very convenient to live together. He Jichu drove back to his apartment when Shui was already waiting at the door. He Jichu lived in a single-family house. It was as big as a castle. There were 2 white marble pillars in front of the door. It looked very grand and majestic. "You better have a very good reason. Otherwise, I'll send you home right now." He Jichu looked straight ahead as he walked up the steps. His expression was very cold. It was the 3rd watch. The 4th watch at 8 p.m. The monthly tickets were 2,100. It was Monday, so recommendation tickets were very important. Chapter 114. Wen Shui's temper tantrum today was much more effective than she had imagined. She had actually calmed down after leaving the restaurant. However, she didn't like seeing Gu Nianji's smug face. She looked like she deserved a beating. "Professor He, I really have a reason for this. I was planning to tell you about it today. Even if she didn't say it, I would have." When Shui jogged after him, He Jichu took off his jacket and tossed it aside. When Shui caught the coat neatly and hung in the closet. When she walked into the living room, she saw He Jichu sitting upright on the red velvet sofa in the living room. His clear and bright eyes were reflected in a sea of pink, making him look extremely beautiful. When Shui's heart pounded, she walked over slowly and stood not far from He Jichu. She clasped her hands and said respectfully, "Professor He, it's like this. Although Nianji isn't 18 yet, she's already 17. She'll be 18 in the second half of the year. And her guardian is actually a strong man. Aren't you worried?" He Jichu's eyes flashed. His drunken gaze shifted to Wen Shui's face. "You're saying you're worried that Nianji's guardian will do something to her?" If that was the reason, it wasn't unacceptable. However, he didn't like people knowing what he was thinking. He Jichu looked down and shook his finger. "It's no use. That reason doesn't hold water. If you're worried about this problem, you can rent 2 apartments and let them live separately. Why go through the trouble of installing cameras in the house?" "Professor He, I didn't think it through. It won't happen again." When Shui's heart tightened, she couldn't understand what He Jichu was thinking. He Jichu stood up from the sofa. His posture was as straight as a pine tree. He clasped his hands behind his back. "You've made a huge mistake. Go back and stay for 2 months. Come back when the Congress session is over." He still wanted to kick her out when Shui couldn't keep up the bitter smile on her face. She wanted to beg for mercy, but when she saw He Jichu's cold expression, she couldn't utter a single word. In the end, she wasn't as thick-skinned as Gu Nianji. That little orphan girl's face-changing technique was simply too amazing. Ordinary people weren't her match. To be able to curry favor with those in power and have no moral integrity, he must have led a miserable life. If not, he wouldn't be able to survive. When Shui thought maliciously, but she quickly stopped herself. She couldn't do this. He Jichu didn't like evil women. "Yes, Professor He. I'll go see my parents now." When Shui glanced cautiously at He Jichu turned and went upstairs without replying. When Shui stared blankly at the empty stairs. When she thought of her home, she couldn't help but hug her arms. Her parents were only the He family's gardeners. She had been chosen to be by He Jichu's side to take care of him and assist him because of her hard work and outstanding abilities. If she went back like this, and the family found out that she had made a mistake in front of He Jichu, she would lose all face. When Shui gritted her teeth and chased after him, He was just about to open the door to his bedroom. Professor He, when she hurriedly called out to him, "Do you have a message for Mr. He?" He didn't turn around. His slender fingers paused on the bedroom doorknob. His eyes shifted as his voice lowered. "See how he's doing. Tell him I'm fine." "Yes, Professor He," when Shui sighed in relief. With He order, she could officially return to her hometown to see her family and friends. Everyone would know that she was following He orders to visit Mr. He, who was also He father. When Gun Yinji and Brother Huang went to Harvard Law School 2 days later, they discovered that assistant professor Wen had already gone on vacation. Brother Huang stared at his schedule for a long time. He looked at Gun Yinji and pointed to the schedule, which stated that assistant professor Wen had gone on vacation. He pondered. "Nianji, this isn't a coincidence, is it?" "How would I know?" Gun Yinji's eyes widened innocently. "I'm not assistant professor Wen. If you want to know why, ask her. You have her email and phone number." Brother Huang glared at Gun Yinji. This young lady was truly formidable. She was quite good at lying through her teeth. Gun Yinji glared back at him, unwilling to back down. Comparing the size of their eyes? Who's afraid of who? At that moment, the bell rang in the hallway. Students with backpacks began searching for their classrooms in groups of 2s and 3s. Gun Yinji and Brother Huang were walking in completely different directions. Brother Huang called out to Gun Yinji in surprise. "Oh, you're having a different class from me?" Gun Yinji winked at him with a smile. "Of course it's different. Brother Huang is a second-year PhD student. He'll be a third year soon. As for me, I haven't even enrolled as a master's student yet. Why would I be having the same class as Brother Huang? I don't even understand Brother Huang's class." Brother Huang was overjoyed at her words. "Of course not. You're so smart. You'll catch up in no time. Okay, I've got to go to class. See you later." Gun Yinji waved at him and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She walked towards Hijichu's office. She was too embarrassed to take out her class schedule just now. The class location was listed as room 409, office of He. She couldn't imagine Brother Huang's face when he saw the schedule. Gun Yinji knocked lightly on the door when she arrived at Hijichu's office. "Come in." Hijichu's crisp voice called out from inside. Gun Yinji pushed the door open and bowed with a smile. "Professor He." Coming, Hijichu picked up his laptop. "Let's go to room 305. We're having a class discussion today." So she still had to go to class. Gun Yinji couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Then why didn't he write down the room number on the schedule? She could have just gone there. Hijichu seemed to know what she was thinking. He said dryly, "I don't have much time for class. This class discussion was decided at the last minute. I wanted you to meet your classmates." He paused before continuing. "They're all interns at the U.S. Congress, although they're not my students." Gun Yinji understood. They were the students of other professors. These people would be her colleagues for the next 6 months. She had to get to know them as soon as possible. She flashed a cute smile and followed Hijichu to room 305. "Oh, there's an Asian beauty." "Beauty, do you have a boyfriend? Do you want to sit with me and we can discuss this important question?" A tall, blonde, blue-eyed boy whistled at Gun Yinji and gave up the seat next to him. "Alan hit on a girl in class. 10 points deducted." Hijichu turned on his computer without mercy and placed a bet on Alan's name. "Aw, Professor He, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I won't do it again." Alan screamed and almost fell off his seat. Gun Yinji covered her mouth and couldn't help giggling. Alan looked up from his desk and was dazzled by Gun Yinji's smile. "Beauty, sit with me. Look at me. I'm willing to lose 10 points for you." Gun Yinji shook her head and said in standard English with a London accent, "You deserted it." Then she sat in the first row, facing Hijichu's podium. A smile flashed across Hijichu's cool face as he began to assign the topic for discussion. After staying in the apartment for a few days, In Shixiang began to carry his backpack and wander around the Harvard campus. There were no walls around the university, so there were many tourists like him, so he didn't attract much attention. He had equipment in his backpack to search for radio and electromagnetic signals. This was his professional habit. This was the monthly ticket for the 4th chapter, 2,100 plus chapters. It was Monday, so recommendation tickets were very important. Chapter 115. In Xixiang turned right from Cambridge Street into the Harvard campus and walked north along the Massachusetts Avenue until he reached the law school campus, where Gu Nianji was attending classes. He walked around the law school building, but the equipment in his backpack didn't show any abnormalities, which meant it was a normal teaching area. Law students relied on their own intelligence to do whatever they wanted, unlike other science students who had to rely on certain equipment. In Xixiang stood on the avenue near the law school and took a few selfies with his phone. Of course, he chose a certain angle to record the location of the place. There were too many people taking photos there, and everyone was holding a selfie stick. A plain selfie taker like In Xixiang was the minority. He smiled and pushed his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose. Looking at the map in his hand, he discovered that the east side of the law school was Harvard's famous School of Electronic Engineering campus. In Xixiang's heart skipped a beat as he slowly walked towards the School of Electronic Engineering. He still looked like a tourist with an iPhone cable plugged into his ear. He looked like he was listening to music and wore sunglasses, so it was impossible to see where he was looking. In Xixiang's attention was completely focused on his headphones from the moment he walked into the School of Electronic Engineering. This was because his earphones were actually connected to his device, and it was not a real iPhone earphone cable. It was a modified one, and it only looked like an iPhone. Not long after, the sound of complex electric currents came from his headphones, sizzling and rhythmic ticking. This wasn't a normal sound. It was the sound of electromagnetic and radio signals. The special equipment in his backpack could capture sounds that these people couldn't hear with their ears, and also had the ability to analyze and record. In Xixiang stood at the entrance of the School of Electronic Engineering for a while, but didn't walk too close. He didn't know what was there. With Harvard's status, there might be some special detection equipment here. As far as he knew, several famous universities in the United States had close technical cooperation with the U.S. military. This was the School of Electronic Engineering, so it was normal to have these messy electromagnetic signals. In Xixiang stood there for a while and took a few selfies before leaving with a smile. It was already evening when he returned home. Gu Nianji had returned a long time ago and was waiting for him to come back for dinner. "Brother Xiong, I bought a box of pizza. Come and eat." Gu Nianji didn't know how to cook and had never learned to cook. Of course, she didn't need to. When she was with Hua Xiaoheng at the Special Operations Forces base, there was a special cafeteria and orderlies cooking. Later on, when he went to see university, there were also a variety of school cafeterias and off-campus restaurants. At most, she could cook a bowl of instant noodles and put 2 eggs in it. In Xixiang looked at the shiny white Philly steak pizza and really lost his appetite. He put down his backpack and went to the bathroom to wash his face and dry his hands. When he came out, he said to Gu Nianji, "Don't eat that stuff. It's not nice and makes you fat. Come, Brother Xiong will show you our skills and show you how versatile we are." Gu Nianji clapped her hands in welcome. "Wonderful, wonderful. Brother Xiong, do you need an apron? I have 2 beautiful aprons. My roommate gave it to me." "Bring it." In Xixiang pretended to be a master chef and opened the fridge to take out some beef to defrost. There weren't many vegetables in the fridge, so he used a few colored peppers to make some sliced beef with colored peppers and mixed it with shredded tofu, cucumber, and egg rind. He also stir-fried some shredded potatoes with vinegar sauce and added a bowl of seaweed shrimp and egg drop soup. Gu Nianji couldn't help but drool at the smell and ran around to help In Xixiang do the chores. She listened to his instructions and set the dishes on the table. She also opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate their first day in the new house. In Xixiang only spent half an hour to finish cooking. When he sat down to eat, he sighed. "Actually, my cooking skills are average. Hua Xiao's is the real deal. He's a master." "What?" Gu Nianji had just put a piece of sliced beef with colored peppers in her mouth when she heard that Uncle Huan knew how to cook. She was so shocked that she choked and flushed. She coughed and couldn't speak. In Xixiang hurriedly came over and hit her back with all his might. Only then did he manage to knock the damn piece of beef out. Gu Nianji rinsed her mouth with a glass of water and stammered, "Brother Xiong, are you serious? Uncle Hua really knows how to cook." "Of course, who in our department doesn't know how to cook? It's a necessary skill." In Shixiang didn't elaborate. This was because they often went on field missions, especially in the wilderness of foreign countries. At times like this, knowing how to cook according to local conditions was a necessary survival skill. Everyone in the Special Operations Forces was multi-talented, so cooking wasn't even worth mentioning. Gun Yinji pouted. I've never eaten Uncle Hu's cooking before. T. She was really at a disadvantage, wasn't she? In Shixiang scooped himself another bowl of rice and glanced at her indignant face. You've never gone on a mission with us. Why should we cook for you? Think about it. When we were there, who cooked at home? That's true. Gun Yinji nodded thoughtfully. It seems like you people are lazy when it's not necessary. Hey, what were you saying? How is this called being lazy when it's not necessary? In Shixiang nearly snorted through his nostrils. This is called using all means to preserve energy and not making any unnecessary sacrifices or wastage. It's the same with cooking. How degrading is it for a man to cook? Even if he knew how to cook, he wouldn't tell you. Gun Yinji glanced at him and then at the food on the table. What about this food? This is because I can't stand American food and don't want to go against my Huaxia taste buds. In Shixiang defended himself. I can even roast voles. Do you want some? Huh, gross fine. Don't mention that stuff when you're eating. Gun Yinji quickly changed the subject and stopped asking about their cooking skills. In Shixiang chuckled inwardly, but when he thought about how he might have to cook for Gun Yinji in the next 6 months, he became extremely depressed. After eating, Gun Yinji took the initiative to put the dishes in the dishwasher and went back to her room to review and do her homework. In Shixiang thought about it for a while and opened the software connected to Zhao Liangzi and the others. He planned to report the current situation to them and also get Hu Xiaoheng's permission to train Gun Yinji to cook. He couldn't always cook for her, right? Gun Yinji had also grown up and was going to get married in the future. After that, she would have to learn how to cook. In Shixiang secretly praised himself for being quick-witted. However, he connected the software for nearly half an hour, and there was no response from Zhao Liangzi. What's going on? Is there a problem with the internet? In Shixiang stared at his laptop for a while and turned to look in the direction of Gun Yinji's door. It was quiet on the other side. Gun Yinji was still quietly studying. If there really was no internet, Gun Yinji wouldn't be able to sit still. In Shixiang understood this online child who couldn't live without the internet. So the apartment's internet should be fine. Then why couldn't he contact Zhao Liangzi and the others? In Shixiang began to feel uneasy. He found Zhao Liangzi's email address and sent him an encrypted email. With a ding, the computer showed that the email had been successfully sent. However, on the other side, there was no message to read. This is the first watch, tentatively scheduled for the third watch today. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. Second watch at 1 p.m. Monthly votes 2,300 plus watch. Third watch at 6 p.m. As for the fourth watch at 8 p.m., I can't guarantee. Of course, if the monthly votes and recommendation votes of my dear friends are very enthusiastic, maybe I'll be on steroids and write another chapter. Chapter 116. It wasn't the first time such a sudden loss of communication had happened before. However, when it happened, the consequences were usually not good. In Shixiang grew even more anxious as he sat alone in his bedroom until dawn. Gun Yinji woke up in the morning to shower and quickly ate breakfast before heading off to class. In Shixiang waited until 10 in the morning for Zhao Liangzi's reply. In addition to encryption, the email had been written using the special ops special password. This was serious. In Shixiang rubbed his chin as he stared at Zhao Liangzi's email for a long time. At that moment, Gun Yinji was sitting in He Zhichu's office at Harvard Law School. He Zhichu had read the homework she had written yesterday and carefully corrected it before asking her to rewrite it. It was merely a draft law regarding funding principles for public schools, but he was asking her to rewrite it. Gun Yinji didn't think much of it, but didn't argue with He Zhichu directly. She nodded silently and returned to her seat. She turned on her computer and received the revised email from He Zhichu. He Zhichu's office was large, and the bright, transparent windows took up half the wall. His desk was by the window in the deepest part of the room. On the opposite side of his desk was a small, exquisite desk with Gu Nianji's laptop on it. This was where she had been spending most of her time for the past 2 months. Ijichu finished his email and picked up his briefcase and iPad. He said to Gu Nianji, who was immersed in rewriting the bill, "I'm going out for a meeting. I'll be back in 2 hours." Gu Nianji replied with an "oh," and saw Ijichu's slender fingers close the office door from the corner of her eye. She sighed in relief and bit the end of her pen as she stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Hua Xiaoheng and wondered what Uncle Hua and the others were doing right now. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze, whom Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang were worried about, were running through the Black Forest on the outskirts of Vienna, Austria. It was the height of summer, and the forest was a mixture of trees and grasslands. It was so green that it was almost black and stretched as far as the eye could see. Large trees stood in the depths of the forest, isolating it from the heat and sunlight of the outside world. Because the forest was too dense and flourishing, the depths of the forest were gloomy even in broad daylight. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze were both wearing army green camouflage uniforms. Their faces were also smeared with green and yellow paint, and they wore dark sunglasses that could filter light. They quickly jumped over small streams, crossed hills, and arrived at a towering tree deep in the forest. Did Tima disappear here? Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze stood back to back as they scanned the forest. The signal shows that it's here. Zhao Liangze only moved his lips. His voice was so soft that no one could hear him. Even Hua Xiaoheng, who was back to back with him, could only hear what he was saying through the earpiece. Hua Xiaoheng wore a pair of military leather gloves that exposed his fingers. He pushed the sunglasses up his nose and looked around. His sunglasses had a location recognition function and the ability to see through hidden objects. But when he looked around, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The marks on the ground showed that someone had been here before, but 2 days had passed, and there were no new marks. Where did they go? Could they really fly? Zhao Liangze muttered Gu Nianji's catchphrase to himself. Why didn't they go to the sky? Go to the sky? Hua Xiaoheng froze and suddenly looked up at the top of the tree. The dense foliage of the tree looked no different from other trees, but Hua Xiaoheng felt that there was something wrong with the top of the branches. He wanted to turn on the communicator, but as soon as his fingers touched it, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. It was this sense of danger that had helped him avoid traps countless times. You stay here, I'll go up and take a look. Hua Xiaoheng decided not to turn on the communicator and go up to take a look. He hugged the thick tree trunk and moved quickly to the top of the tree. Actually, he was only halfway up when he sighed in relief. A head poked out from the nest at the top of the tree and squawked at him like a partridge. Hua Xiaoheng faced the sunlight peeking through the gaps in the tree and made a few hand gestures. Soon, 2 figures poked out from the nest at the top of the tree. It was the members of Team A who had been missing for 2 days. Hua Xiao. When they saw Hua Xiao, they were so excited that they almost fell down. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at them and pointed under the tree. The 2 understood and slowly climbed down with Hua Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangze saw that the 2 missing teammates had been found and sighed deeply. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and punched one of the teammates on the shoulder. You brat, why were you hiding up there and not coming down? You scared us to death. Although casualties were inevitable during missions, it didn't mean they were used to the sadness and grief of losing their teammates. The 2 missing teammates supported each other and smiled bitterly at Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze. Hua Xiao, we didn't complete the mission, and our legs were injured by the enemy. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze finally saw the 2 limping over and saluting. We'll talk when we get back. Hua Xiaoheng patted their shoulders. Let's take care of the wounds first. Zhao Liangze opened his backpack and took out a temporary first aid kit. He tore open his partner's trouser leg and carefully examined it. He was shot. We need to remove the bullet. It's been a long time, and there might be pus inside. We need to operate immediately. Zhao Liangze only did a simple cleaning. Hua Xiaoheng took the scalpel. I'll do it. They couldn't delay any longer. Gunshot wounds couldn't be treated at the medical center here because the doctors would be obligated to call the police. Although the Huaxia Imperial Embassy in Austria had doctors who could perform this kind of surgery, the rules and discipline of the Special Operations Forces dictated that once they left the country, they couldn't treat themselves as citizens of the Huaxia Empire. They had to cut off all ties with the Huaxia Empire, so of course they couldn't go to the Huaxia Imperial Embassy. Under these circumstances, they could only perform the surgery themselves. Zhao Yangzi carefully anesthetized their legs. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and put on sterile medical gloves expressionlessly. He held the scalpel in his hand and calmly opened the first teammate's wound. He scraped away the rotten flesh on the outside, and the bright knife light flashed as it rotated inside. It probed the hard shell of the bullet, and then rotated around the bullet's position. With a skillful push, the bullet popped out with a thud. Zhao Yangzi hurriedly covered the wound with an alcohol gauze and bandaged it tightly to prevent the smell of blood from leaking out. "It's your turn." Hua Xiaoheng waved to the other person. Since the first surgery had gone smoothly, the second one went even faster. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, and the bullet and shrapnel from the leg had been gouged out. Zhao Yangzi also cleaned and bandaged the wound with great skill. This kind of field treatment was also a frequent practice for them. It was part of their job. The entire process took less than 15 minutes, but Hua Xiaoheng already felt that they had been here for too long. "Let's get out of here immediately." He stood up and took the backpacks of the two members of Team A and carried them in his hands. Together with Zhao Liangzi, they each supported a wounded person and walked to the other side. They had already studied the entire direction and route of the forest before they came. Fortunately, the forest was too large and the leaves were dense, blocking out the sun. Electronic signals weren't very good, so they were able to avoid the enemy's pursuit and successfully leave this place. They returned to the SUV parked at the edge of the forest. As soon as the two team members entered, they relaxed and quickly began to snore. Zhao Yangzi quickly started the car and sped to the place where they were staying. Hua Xiaoheng rested one elbow on the side of the car window, the back of his hand pressed against his chin. His gaze was deep and heavy as he looked at the rapidly passing scenery outside the car. His mind raced. Where exactly did it go wrong? The mission that went well in the Czech Republic was now difficult in Austria. It was as if their every move had been seen through, and they were always one step ahead of them to set up a trap. This was the second monthly pass of 2,200 plus 1. The third night pass was at 6 in the evening. As for the fourth night pass at 8 in the evening, I can't guarantee it today. Chapter 117. The four of them returned to the hotel where Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi were staying, but didn't go up. Zhao Yangzi went back alone to pack a simple luggage, paid the bill, and left. They now needed to find a new place to stay. The four of them drove around Vienna, Austria, and finally found the most high-end Steigenberger Manor Hotel to stay in. Of course, they had changed their disguises. The oil paint on their faces had been washed off, and they had changed out of their camouflage clothes. Hua Xiaoheng wore a well-fitting navy blue casual suit. He didn't button it up, revealing a light blue Egyptian cotton non-ironing shirt underneath. The loose casual pants he wore gave him the aura of a formal suit. He opened the car door and got out. Although he was wearing sunglasses, his extremely handsome face could still be seen. He was calm and composed. One hand was in his trouser pocket, and the other was casually hanging by his side. A Jaeger LeCoultre Hybris Mechanica wristwatch was rolled up, revealing a Jaeger LeCoultre Hybris Mechanica wristwatch. The complex and simple surface made this ultra-thin tourbillon wristwatch perfectly match Hua Xiaoheng's domineering and reserved aura. It was practically tailor-made. As soon as he walked to the hotel entrance, the hotel waiter saw the watch and his eyes lit up. He casually wore a watch worth over 10 million euros on his wrist. His net worth was almost the same as that of a European crown prince. Hua Xiaoheng casually took out his black card. Zhao Yangzi immediately acted as a translator and asked for 2 luxurious and bright suites in German. Their stance intimidated the entire hotel. The vice president of the hotel personally helped them with the check-in procedures and led them to the best luxurious and bright suite in the entire hotel. The bedroom overlooked the beautiful scenery of all of Vienna. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word during this time. His hands were in his trouser pockets, and he stood in front of the window looking at the azure sky. Zhao Yangzi busied himself, fully embodying the characteristics of a follower and displaying his strengths as a personal secretary. The other two members with gunshot wounds in their legs wore sunglasses and stood motionlessly behind Hua Xiaoheng, pretending to be bodyguards. The four of them looked like the richest people from the East who had come to Vienna on business. The management of the Stegenberger Manor Hotel respectfully settled them down. After receiving a generous tip, they retreated with a smile on their faces. As soon as they left, Zhao Yangzi and the other two members of team immediately took out their infrared detectors and electronic signal detectors. They scanned the two suites from top to bottom, inside and out. After confirming that there were no cameras, bugs, or electromagnetic interference devices, they breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at the two injured members of Team A. You guys go rest. For the next few days, your main task is to recuperate. The two members thanked him shamefully and went to stay in the suite next door. Zhao Yangzi set up the computer and various electronic devices and asked Hua Xiaoheng. Big Xiong couldn't contact us and was worried. I left in a hurry this morning, so I only had time to send him an encrypted email. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and sat down on the armchair in front of the window. The armchair was next to the beige curtains and was perfectly covered by them. Hua Xiaoheng sat there casually with his legs crossed and his hands folded on his knees. Although his posture was very relaxed, his aura was as steady as a mountain. Even if he didn't speak, he could still control the situation. To the entire 6th Military Region, Hua Xiaoheng was their backbone. In their hearts, Hua Xiaoheng was a towering, invincible peak. Therefore, no matter when, Hua Xiaoheng could not show any weakness as a human. Even in the most difficult times, in the darkest times, when there was no light at all, when everything around him was a blur, he had to be calm, steady, decisive, and ruthless. Zhao Yangzi knew that they had reached that moment again. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him. Connect to Big Xiong. Connect? Zhao Yangzi was shocked. You didn't order us to not connect again 2 days ago? Did you order us not to connect again? Are we supposed to use the hotel's Wi-Fi? Hua Xiaoheng and the others had previously used the Empire's own Nandu satellite navigation system. Not only could this system locate any object on a global scale, but it also had the function of instant communication. When they were active abroad, they would directly use the Nandu system to locate them. They couldn't find a reason for the failure of this mission, so Hua Xiaoheng only ordered them to temporarily not contact the outside world. Therefore, not only did they not connect to the intranet provided by Austria, but they also didn't contact the Nandu system. The email that Zhao Yangzi had sent to Yin Shixiang had been sent by him specifically to an internet cafe to hack into one of the Austrian government servers. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and thought for a moment. Let's use this hotel's Wi-Fi. We paid so much money. Surely they wouldn't guarantee the security of the network at all, right? Zhao Yangzi looked at Hua Xiaoheng silently, then picked up the hotel's manual, found a Wi-Fi password, and connected. He was used to being a hacker, so he went to the hotel's central control system out of habit and added a password to the network in his room. This way, even if the signal transmitted from here was hijacked halfway, it wouldn't be easily cracked. After connecting, Zhao Yangzi opened the exclusive communication software with Yin Shixiang. Not long after, they heard the beeping sound of the connection being connected. Yin Shixiang's face appeared on their laptop screen. Little Zay, are you guys okay? What happened? Yin Shixiang couldn't wait to ask as soon as the call connected. Zhao Yangzi smiled at him. We're fine. How could anything happen to us? You underestimate us too much. The two exchanged a few words. Then Zhao Yangzi asked about Gunyinji. Big Xiong, how's Ninji? Is she getting used to it? Didn't she say she was going to be an intern at the capital? Why is she attending classes at Harvard? About that, I'm not sure. I'll have to ask Ninji. Yin Shixiang poked his head out to look. Is Hua Xiao there? Do you want to talk to Nianji? Zhao Yangzi looked at Hua Xiaoheng inquiringly. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment, then looked at his watch. What time is it in the United States now? It should be 1 in the afternoon. Zhao Yangzi checked the time difference. No need. Nianji needs to take an afternoon nap, Hua Xiaoheng said dryly, getting up to go to the bathroom. Yin Shixiang had already rushed to get Gu Nianji. Nianji, Hua Xiao. It's a video call from Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji had just fallen asleep when she heard Yin Shixiang knock on the door, calling for her to video call Hua Xiaoheng. She was wide awake, throwing off the thin blanket and running out wearing only a black t-shirt. The thigh-length black t-shirt hung loosely on her body, revealing a pair of long, fair legs that glistened. It was the 3rd update. There was no 4th update today, and the clock was ticking again at noon. I can't post on time anymore because no one can see it. It took me a long time to get it done. The editor suggested not to post on time in the future. But I have a time difference with everyone, so I can't stay up all the time to post on time. So I want to discuss with everyone, can I post the 3rd or 4th update at the same time? It's not that I don't want to post on time, but the system is quite buggy right now, and this has happened a few times already. I really can't take it anymore. Chapter 118. Gu Nianji's face was full of joy. Her eyes, which had a natural contact lens effect, curved into 2 crescent moons as she smiled. She skipped into Yin Shixiang's room and pounced on the computer on his desk. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his pockets and looked straight ahead as he walked past Zhao Yangzi. He was about to take a shower. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Gu Nianji stumbling towards the camera in a black t-shirt that reached her thighs on Zhao Yangzi's laptop screen. The beautiful face on the screen was like that of a beautiful girl from a manga, as well as those 2 long legs that were as white as crystal. The corners of his eyes twitched twice. Without hesitation, Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and slashed at the back of Zhao Yangzi's neck with a steady, accurate, and vicious hand chop. Zhao Yangzi was hit hard on the back of his neck. He lost his balance and fell to the ground with a loud thud. He fell flat on his face under the computer desk. Hua Xiaoheng stepped on Zhao Yangzi's back and leaned in front of the screen, gripping the mouse tightly. He zoomed in on the video and said in a low voice, Nianji, go change. Who gave you permission to run out dressed like this? Big Xiong, turn around. Face the wall for an hour. Hua Xiaoheng's deep voice carried an indescribable magnetism through Yin Shixiang's computer microphone. His voice rose slightly at the end, like a hook that made Gu Nianji's heart sway in the air. She jumped and instinctively clutched her chest. Uncle Hua, I just want to talk to you. I want to hear your voice. Can I turn off the camera? No need, go change. I'll wait for you. Hua Xiaoheng paused and tapped on the pause button. Gu Nianji hurriedly said, You promised to wait for me. I'll go change right now. She looked down at herself, and her scalp went numb. Puffed. How could she have forgotten about that? Her pajamas were the fish that escaped the net. Today, she had been caught red-handed by the original owner. Gu Nianji's tiny face flushed. She turned to leave Yin Shixiang's room and quickly returned to her own room to change. Poor Yin Shixiang instinctively turned around when Hua Xiaoheng gave the order. He obediently faced the wall and stood in a military posture, not even daring to look sideways. When Gu Nianji returned to her room, she actually didn't have time to find something nice to change into. She hurriedly took off her black t-shirt and put on a tubular, long-sleeved cotton nightgown. She then hurriedly ran back in her slippers. On the other side, Zhao Yangzi was immobilized by Hua Xiaoheng's foot. When he heard the computer go silent, he finally called out, Hua Xiao, please have mercy on me and let me face the wall. My bones have been broken by you. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at him and retracted his leg. He lowered his body and sat on the soft computer chair that Zhao Yangzi had been sitting on. Zhao Yangzi crawled up from the floor and was about to speak when he saw Hua Xiaoheng glare at him. He quickly made a gesture of gouging his eyes and zipping his mouth, indicating that he did not see anything and would not say anything Hua Xiaoheng felt annoyed and lightly clicked the mouse. Go check if the network signal is safe. Check if the image just now has been cached. If it does, delete it from the entire network. Zhao Yangzi sighed and rubbed his back that was hurting from Hua Xiaoheng's stomp. He took out another laptop to check the image just now. The system did have a cache, and so did the network. Zhao Yangzi glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and secretly bent over the laptop to look at the image with great curiosity. What image had caused Hua Xiaoheng to have such a strong reaction? When he saw that it was only Gu Nianji wearing a long t-shirt, he wanted to roll his eyes at the sky. Why are you rolling your eyes? Hua Xiaoheng's voice suddenly came from behind Zhao Yangzi. Zhao Yangzi did not expect Hua Xiaoheng to walk up behind him again. He forced himself to stop rolling his eyes. Screech. This high-difficulty movement was simply going to make one's eyeballs cramp. Hua Xiao, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Nianji's outfit is very normal. All young girls dress like this. I've even seen shorts so short that half of their buttocks are exposed. What is she wearing? Zhao Yangzi rubbed his eyes that were about to cramp with dissatisfaction. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He thought about it expressionlessly. This kind of outfit seemed pretty normal. Think about it. Whether it's a young girl from our country or a young girl from Europe, Nianji's outfit is really not excessive. Even if she wore this out for a walk, she would still look adorable. Zhao Yangzi pointed at the frozen image and analyzed it carefully. Look, only her collarbone is exposed. The bottom half of her thigh and calf are exposed. She's even wearing slippers. Even her toes aren't exposed. What's the big deal? Is it worth it for you to go through all this trouble for me and Big Xiong? She's just a young girl. She's not even a woman in Big Xiong's in my eyes. Are you unhappy with me? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was even deeper. It sounded like it was coming from his chest. If one leaned against his chest and listened carefully, they would almost hear echoes and resonance. Zhao Yangzi shuddered. He was so scared that he wanted to shrink back. He hugged his head and said, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. When Hua Xiaoheng had this kind of voice, it was when he was furious. Zhao Yangzi couldn't understand how he had crossed Hua Xiaoheng's bottom line. Hua Xiaoheng was actually angry at himself. He was angry at himself for reacting so strongly. She was wearing a simple long black t-shirt that wasn't revealing at all. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang couldn't even tell the gender of the t-shirt, but in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, even though it was only a glimpse, it made his heart skip a few beats. Hua Xiaoheng turned around without batting an eyelid. He returned to the soft computer chair and sat down. He tilted his legs and silently held his breath. No one else was wrong. It seemed like he was the one at fault. He really shouldn't have. His self-control was extraordinary. In just a breath's time, Hua Xiaoheng had already returned to normal. He clicked lightly to open the video and said to Yin Shixiang, Big Xiong, come here. I have something to ask you. Yin Shixiang knew that this meant he would be released from solitary confinement. He let out a long sigh of relief and answered cheerfully. He ran over and flashed a big smile at the camera. He promised repeatedly, Don't worry, Hua Xiao. I'll take good care of Nianji. I won't let her go out dressed like that. Gu Nianji had already changed her clothes and was walking over. When she heard how Yin Shixiang had sold her out just to please Hua Xiaoheng, she angrily knocked his head from behind. Brother Xiong, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I go out in pajamas? Yin Shixiang was very glad that Gu Nianji had come to his rescue. He chuckled and hugged his head as he scurried to the side. I was just giving an example. Don't take it seriously. I'll give it to you. You go first. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him and sat down in Yin Shixiang's seat. She looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng's despairingly handsome face on the screen. His usual silent and cold expression made her heart palpitate. It was all too familiar. She felt especially intimate and satisfied. She immediately flashed a cute smile at the camera and said in a sweet voice, Uncle Hua, I'm changing. Does it look good? Yes, it looks good, Hua Xiaoheng said casually. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi curled their lips at the same time. Damn it, how is that straight-up skirt that resembled a nun's beautiful? These two people should be attending ophthalmologists at the Imperial Military Hospital. This was the first update. The third update would be released at the same time. There was also the second update and the 2,300 plus update. Then there was the third update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes at the end of the month. Our monthly votes will be invalid if we don't vote. Hurry up and vote. Oh, intersection for intersection. Oh. Chapter 119. On the surface, Huashao appeared to be overbearing and strict, but he really spoiled Gunyinji to the core. Even looking at the ugly pajamas, Huashao could see the word good in Huashao's eyes. He really had to give it to him. Zhao Yangzi also silently cursed Huashao for being so protective of her. What if Ninji gets married in the future? Zhao Yangzi couldn't help shuddering and silently lit a candle for Gunyinji's future husband. When Gunyinji saw Huashao, there was no one else in her eyes. She began to ramble on about all the things she had experienced since coming to the United States. Of course, she cleverly hid the fact that when Shui had installed a camera in their old apartment, Huashao remained silent the entire time, quietly watching the video. Gunyinji was the only one talking. At the end, Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang couldn't help yawning. Gunyinji finally snapped out of her daze and said sheepishly, "Oh, was I too long-winded? Uncle Hua, I'll make it short in the future. Keep in touch." She looked at her watch and saw that it was almost time for afternoon classes. Huashao finally said, "How many of those black t-shirts do you have?" Gunyinji blushed. As expected, the original owner had caught her red-handed in front of her face. How embarrassing. Gunyinji stammered, "No, not many." "How many exactly?" Huashao frowned. "This is very important." Just 4. Gunyinji's head nearly hit the table as she spoke. Her expression was one of repentance. Huashao grunted. "Take them all out for Big Xiong to destroy." Huashao usually only gave orders and never explained. However, seeing how embarrassed Gunyinji was, he still said, "Those t-shirts of mine all have a special logo. If someone from the United States sees it, it will bring you trouble." Gunyinji, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Yangzi all understood and worshipped Huashao even more. They really hadn't thought of this. Huashao's black t-shirts were specially made by the Empire's military and had special markings. If the CIA obtained it, even if it was just a corner of the shirt, they might be able to restore the entire shirt. Then, they would be able to deduce that a high-ranking military major general of the Empire or someone closely related to the major general had come to the United States. Thinking about it this way was indeed very disadvantageous to Gunyinji and Yin Shixiang. "Huashao, I'll destroy it immediately." Yin Shixiang immediately patted his chest and promised. He quickly rushed to Gunyinji's room and rummaged through the drawers and cabinets for her pajamas. Gunyinji blushed even harder. She was extremely embarrassed, but she sincerely stood up and bowed her head. "Uncle Hua, I was wrong. I won't do it again." "You didn't bring anything else, did you?" Huashao asked worriedly. No. Gunyinji shook her head like a rattle drum. "Just this one." She was unwilling to give up and pouted. She sounded like she was about to cry. "But I only have these 4. After all these years, she had finally managed to smuggle them out right under Huashao's nose. She felt like crying just thinking about it. Huashao looked at her quietly for a while. He pulled out a cigarette and tapped it on the computer desk. He couldn't find where he'd put his lighter. Zhao Yangzi, who was usually very observant, quickly came over and lit the cigarette for him. Huashao took a deep drag and said dryly, "You can pick a few more from my place when you get back." "Really? That's a promise. You can't lie." Gunyinji's head snapped up, a dazzling smile on her face. Huashao averted his eyes and lowered his eyes to take another drag of his cigarette. "Yeah." He blew out a ring of smoke, blurring the image in front of the camera. "That's great. Uncle Hua, I have to go to class. I'll contact you tomorrow." Gunyinji was very satisfied. She waved at the camera and happily turned to leave. When she was out of Yin Shixiang's room and out of sight, Huashao nodded to Zhao Yangzi. "Delete all the video of you and Yinji." "Yes, sir." Zhao Yangzi understood the rules. He walked back to his computer and began deleting the RAM and cache. In Shixiang walked over with 4 black t-shirts. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Mr. Hua, should I destroy them now?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded and watched In Shixiang put the 4 t-shirts into the stainless steel trash can in the room. He lit the hem of the shirt with his lighter, then threw it in and closed the lid. The black smoke from the burning t-shirts was trapped in the stainless steel trash can. It didn't cause the room's smoke detectors to go off. In Shixiang burned the 4 black t-shirts to ash and flushed them down the toilet before sitting back down. He said to Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi through the camera. Nianji said everything she wanted to say. "I have nothing else to add, but I still have something I'd like Mr. Hua's approval and authorization." He paused, then continued. "It's like this, I want to teach Nianji how to cook." Zhao Yangzi coughed violently when he heard this. He gasped. "Big Xiong, what are you doing? Teaching Nianji how to cook? Only you can think of that." "I'm serious." In Shixiang had already guessed that they would laugh at him. He quickly explained, "Think about it. Nianji will be 18 in the second half of the year, but she hasn't even cooked rice before. She probably doesn't even know how to wash rice, let alone cook. She's going to get married in the future. With a husband and children, how can she let them eat takeout every day? Even if she has the money, it doesn't make sense. If her husband thinks she's not virtuous and doesn't know how to cook, then the quality of her marriage can't be guaranteed." "Ha, Big Xiong, you're overthinking it. I think Nianji should really call you Godfather." Zhao Yangzi slapped his thigh and laughed so hard he couldn't stand straight. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. He instinctively didn't want Nianji to learn how to cook. "Big Xiong, you shouldn't care about these things. Just look after her and make sure she gets through the next 6 months safely." "Oh." In Shixiang didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to completely disagree. "You mean you don't want to teach her?" But if he didn't teach her, then he would have to cook every day. In Shixiang would rather go on a mission and run through a hail of bullets than run around the kitchen. That would be too degrading. Cooking is such a simple thing. Even if you don't teach Nianji, she'll learn it on her own. Zhao Yangzi understood what In Shixiang meant and immediately thought of an idea for him. "So you don't have to worry. Just buy her a couple of cookbooks later. A straight A student learns everything quickly. Don't worry." In Shixiang suddenly understood and gave Zhao Liangzi a thumbs up. "I can't thank you enough. You'll repay me with your body when we get back. Get out. Who wants you to repay me with your body? My virginity is for my future wife." Zhao Yangzi refused without hesitation. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi joked around for a long time before getting serious. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, "How are things on your side? I've been feeling uneasy." Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi couldn't decide whether to tell him or not. However, In Shixiang keenly sensed that something was wrong. Under his repeated questioning, Zhao Yangzi received authorization from Hua Xiaoheng to tell him, "There was a problem with our operation. The enemy was always one step ahead of us to avoid our pursuit and counterattack. We injured 2 people." In Shixiang inhaled sharply and was speechless for a long time. Gu Nianji had been very happy ever since her video call with Hua Xiaoheng. She finished her afternoon classes and returned to the apartment from school. She hurriedly ate dinner and did her homework. After washing up, she slipped into In Shixiang's room and pestered him to video call Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, In Shixiang didn't agree. He knew that he had already taken a great risk with this video call. He regretted it, so no matter how much Gu Nianji begged, he wouldn't agree. However, In Shixiang couldn't resist Gu Nianji's pestering. In the end, he had no choice but to tell her the truth. "It's not that I don't want you to video call them, but it's too dangerous for them." As he spoke, he told Gu Nianji about what happened with Hua Xiaoheng. This was the second monthly vote of 2,300 plus 1. There was still the 3rd chapter after that, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes at the end of the month. "Our monthly votes are invalid if we don't vote. Hurry up and vote." "Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh." Chapter 120. You're saying that the enemy was always able to evade their attacks and retaliate, and Uncle Hua's team even injured 2 people. Gu Nianji grew nervous. Is Uncle Hua okay? Did you see him get hurt? She paced around In Shixiang's room like an ant on a hot pan. He shouldn't be hurt, right? I remember seeing Uncle Hua's head, arms, and legs all fine, but I couldn't see the clothes he was wearing. But Uncle Hua was sitting down and didn't stand up. Maybe his legs were actually hurt? Don't spin so fast. It's making me dizzy. In Shixiang shook his head with a wry smile. Don't worry. No one in this world can hurt Hua Xiao. He wasn't the one who got hurt. It was one of our team members. Gunyinji sighed deeply and pressed her palms together, bowing to the four corners of the room, praying to the gods and Buddhas to protect Hua Xiaoheng and keep him safe. Okay, go back and chant. Stop praying here. In Shixiang looked down on the gods and Buddhas. There was never a savior. The only one who could save us was ourselves. Gunyinji snorted. I'm asking for peace of mind. Don't be sarcastic. She wasn't in a hurry to leave and sat on the two-seater sofa in In Shixiang's room with a frown. But what's going on? Do they have a clue? Not yet. In Shixiang slapped the table. I suspect there's a mole. Are you sure? Gunyinji was confused. If there really is a mole and they know about Uncle Hua's operation, then they would have failed in the Czech Republic, right? That's true. In Shixiang fell into deep thought. He crossed one arm across his chest and twisted his jaw with the other as he paced around the room. Why did nothing happen in the Czech Republic, but something happened in Vienna, Austria? Why is the Whitewater Security Group so powerful? How did they manage to organize a counterattack in 2 weeks? Gunyinji felt that there must be an important link missing, so the cause and result didn't match up. She sat in Shixiang's room for a while before returning to her own room. Since video calling Hua Xiaoheng and his team would pose a major threat to their safety, Gunyinji didn't ask for it anymore. When she recalled how Hua Xiaoheng and the others had risked their lives to have a video call with them in the afternoon, she felt a sense of lingering fear. If Hua Xiaoheng and the others were in a disadvantageous position because of this reason, Gunyinji believed that she would not be able to absolve herself from the blame even if she died 100 times. She returned to her laptop and sat down. Her eyes stared at the screen of her laptop. In fact, she wasn't looking at anything. Her eyes weren't even focused. Her fingers clicked on the mouse as she muttered. Someone found our location first. This should be the fault of the navigation system, right? However, she also knew that the satellite navigation system Hua Xiaoheng and the others were using was the Nandu Global Satellite Navigation System developed by the Empire itself. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a loophole. Zhao Yangzi and the others had this preconceived notion, so they had always thought that there was a traitor. They hadn't thought to test the Nandu Satellite Navigation System. Gunyinji didn't know much about the system, so she didn't have any prejudices. When she thought about problems, she was able to get straight to the point. That night, she thought about this question over and over in her mind. Finally, with a light tap of her finger, she opened the computer programming software on her laptop. Pursing her lips, she began to write a small test software. She had learned this skill from the computer genius Zhao Liangzi when she was with Hua Xiaoheng and the others at the Special Operations Forces base. The program she needed to write was very simple. Its main function was to send out some signals to test the safety and stability of the satellite navigation system. She knew the frequency of the Nandu Global Satellite Navigation System, so she quickly began to run the software and continuously send out detection signals to the system. These signals could test whether the system was working properly. Half an hour passed, and her software was still running smoothly. The signals were sent out and reflected back to her laptop with a special receiver. This special receiver was In Shixiang's instrument. It could amplify electromagnetic signals, just like the antenna of a television. However, after midnight, the software Gunyinji had set up suddenly began to beep loudly. Gunyinji, who had fallen asleep on the table, suddenly woke up with a start. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the screen of her laptop. The software she had written had a large, thick red line on it. In her programming language, it meant that the signal was being recycled. What was going on? Gunyinji thought she was dreaming. She rubbed her eyes again and pinched herself hard to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. Her software showed that the detection signal sent to the Nandu global satellite navigation system had coincided with another set of unknown signals. When they were reflected back, she had received them all. That was why there were bold, red lines on her computer. Whoosh! What was going on? In a place like the United States, other than Gu Nianji, who else could send a signal to the Nandu global satellite navigation system? Could it be Yin Shixiang? Gu Nianji quickly ran to Yin Shixiang's room door and knocked. Brother Xiong, what are you doing? Yin Shixiang was still in a daze and was woken up by Gu Nianji's knocking. He straightened his messy hair and shuffled in his slippers to open the door. What is it, Nianji? You're sleeping? Gu Nianji pointed at Yin Shixiang. Her eyes moved from his fluffy, sleepy face to his wrinkled pajamas. Yes, you just woke me up, Yin Shixiang said angrily. You better have something important to say. Otherwise, no matter how much I love you, I won't let you disturb my sleep. Gu Nianji snorted. You can take care of yourself. If it wasn't Yin Shixiang, then it had to be someone else in the United States who was continuously sending detection signals to the Nandu global satellite navigation system. Judging from the intensity of the lines, Gu Nianji was certain that the launch site was not far from where they were. Gu Nianji excitedly pulled Yin Shixiang into her room and pointed at the bold, red lines that were bouncing up and down on her laptop. She enunciated each word clearly. Brother Xiong, do you see that? I think our Nandu global satellite navigation system has been hacked by an outsider. WTF? What did you say? Yin Shixiang was completely awake now. You can't say something like that. You have to know that the system is the most secretive system in our country. How could it be hacked? If it was really hacked, how could Hua Xiao and the others not be captured? I don't think you understand this system. Gu Nianji shook her head. Brother Xiong, think of a way to contact Uncle Hua and the others again. I have something very important to say to them. It was the third watch. They were asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes at the end of the month. Their monthly votes would be invalid if they didn't vote. Hurry up and vote. Chapter 121. Yin Shixiang was completely awake now. He combed his messy hair with his hands and stared at the laptop in Gu Nianji's room, which had a thick red line on it. Is this thing really reliable? He walked over and picked up the mouse. He clicked a few times on Gu Nianji's laptop to check her source code. Although Yin Shixiang wasn't as computer savvy as Zhao Liangzi or Gu Nianji, he wasn't a computer idiot. He had a master's degree in computer science. Yin Shixiang sighed in amazement as he read line after line of source code. You're really a genius. If I remember correctly, you only learned computer language from Little Zay for half a year, right? Gu Nianji cocked her head and folded her hands behind her back. She winked at him. Computer language is actually very easy. It has its own context and logic. Also, computer language itself is constantly changing. Even if you have enough experience, you might not be able to beat a newbie. You don't have to make fun of me for being old. Yin Shixiang deliberately glared at her. He was secretly very happy. He had a feeling that Gu Nianji might have accidentally solved a problem that Hua Xiaoheng and the others hadn't been able to solve. What do you want me to do? Yin Shixiang sat down on Gu Nianji's soft computer chair. Gu Nianji pointed at the screen. Brother Xiong, contact Uncle Hua and the others. Don't use instant messaging. Use email instead. Use encrypted email and local Wi-Fi. Send it to them and tell them to cut off all communication with the Nandu global satellite navigation system. Since the Nandu system had already been hacked, it was actually safer to use the local network. It was like having a house at home, but the roof was broken and full of holes. It was better to go to the neighbor's house to hide from the rain. Yin Shixiang nodded. I'll send it right away. He used Gu Nianji's computer to send an email to Zhao Liangzi. It was 7 a.m. in Vienna, Austria, when the email arrived. Hua Xiaoheng and the others were used to waking up early and couldn't sleep. Zhao Liangzi went to the kitchen to make coffee and called room service for breakfast. Hua Xiaoheng stood alone by the window and smoked. Suddenly, Zhao Liangzi's computer beeped. It was the sound of a special email arriving. Hua Xiaoheng flicked the ash off his cigarette and walked over to Zhao Liang's computer with a cigarette in his hand. Seeing that it was an email from Yin Shixiang, he thought for a moment and opened it. He immediately threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, and said in a low voice, "Little Zay, are you still connected to the Nanda system?" Zhao Yangza poked his head out of the kitchen. "It's connected, but it hasn't been opened." It was like the router was on, but the computer was not turned on. Hua Xiaoheng sighed softly. His fingers tapped repeatedly on the keyboard to shut down all connections between their systems and the Nanda global satellite navigation system. Contact Yin Shixiang and the others. Use the hotel's Wi-Fi. Hua Xiaoheng stepped aside and called Zhao Liangzi over. Ask them what's going on. Zhao Liangzi rushed over and glanced at Yin Shixiang's email. His face paled. How is this possible? How could something happen to the Nandu? Anyone who had been involved in the design of the Nanda system and understood the Nanda system would not believe this. Although Hua Xiaoheng was shocked as well, he had always maintained his composure. No one could see the change in his emotions. He only nodded slightly. If even you didn't think something would happen to the Nanda system, then something must have happened to it. That was the only explanation for why they had been at a loss for so many days. The Imperial Army had already initiated a top-secret investigation to find the spy who might have leaked the information. However, a week had passed, and they still had no leads. If they couldn't take care of the remaining 4 mercenaries in 2 weeks, their deal with Guyanran would not be valid. The 6th Military Region would fail its mission. Hua Xiaoheng would never allow such a failure to happen to the 6th Military Region, which had just been established. Zhao Yangzi checked all the systems and devices again to make sure there were no traces of a connection to the Nanda system. He turned on his computer and connected to the hotel's network. Soon, Yin Shixiang's computer beeped. Zhao Yangzi and the others were greeting him. Yin Shixiang heard it and returned to his room with Gun Yinji's computer. Gun Yinji followed him in. Yin Shixiang set Gun Yinji's laptop aside and sat at his desk. He turned on his computer and opened the instant messaging app that was calling out to him. Zhao Yangzi's handsome face appeared on the computer screen. Big Xiong, I just got your email. Hey, Yinji isn't asleep either? Zhao Yangzi saw Gun Yinji's small face on the screen. In the dark room, the light from the computer screen shone on her delicate features. Her palm-sized face was as clear as a painting. Brother Zay, I have something to tell you. Gun Yinji's expression was very serious, her face tense. Is Uncle Wu here? Yes, speak. Hua Xiaoheng appeared behind Zhao Liangzi with his arms crossed. Gun Yinji composed herself and explained the small program and experiment she had done. She then held her laptop up to the camera. Look, the signal reflected back to my receiver is much stronger than the one I sent out. Zhao Yangzi was a true professional. He only took a few glances before slamming his hand on the computer desk. Something's wrong. Who's so bold? Who's so good at this? So, the location that's also sending out signals to the Nanda system shouldn't be far from where you live, right? Can you find out? Hua Xiaoheng immediately saw through the authenticity of the signals and asked questions that hit the nail on the head. Gun Yinji nodded. I think so too, but Brother Xiong and I still don't know exactly where it is. I know where it is. Yin Shixiang suddenly had an epiphany and thought of a place. He had pretended to be a tourist and visited the place not long ago. Where? Zhao Yangzi and Gun Yinji asked in unison. Harvard University School of Electrical Engineering. Yin Shixiang enunciated each word. If there's a place nearby that's conducting this kind of detection activity, it's the only place that has the necessary equipment and people. That's very possible, Gun Yinji whispered. Harvard University School of Electrical Engineering is right across from the law school. How about I go there tomorrow morning and see what's going on? Both Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang disagreed. No, you don't understand this kind of thing. Let Big Xiong go. Hua Xiaoheng took the mouse and opened a few programs. He said to Gun Yinji, Yinji, go take a look at the School of Electrical Engineering. Don't bring any equipment. Go see who's there and find out what kind of projects they have. Remember not to attract attention. This was the first time Hua Xiaoheng had asked Gun Yinji to do something so serious. She was very excited and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. Remember to be careful. Be quick. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. I'll only give you 24 hours. By this time tomorrow, you want results. Is that okay? Gu Nianji gritted her teeth. No problem. After the video call ended, Zhao Lianzi said to Hua Xiaoheng with some dissatisfaction, Mr. Hua, Nianji isn't a member of the Special Operations Forces. It's too dangerous for her to do something like this. Hua Xiaoheng toyed with a long cigarette in his hand and said expressionlessly, It's fine. It'll be more dangerous for Big Xiong. Gu Nianji was an exchange student at Harvard and a young girl. If there was a problem with the School of Electrical Engineering, Gu Nianji would be able to find out more easily than In Xixiao. This was the first update. There would be a second update in an hour. Monthly votes of 2,400 plus updates. Then there would be a third update. It was the end of the month. Please recommend votes and monthly votes. Your monthly votes will be invalid if you don't vote. Hurry up and vote. Chapter 122. Gu Nianji returned to her room, still very excited. However, she was still young, so she tossed and turned on the bed for a while before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, she opened her eyes and got up as soon as her alarm clock rang. After washing up in a hurry and eating breakfast, she carried her laptop out of the house. She actually didn't have any classes that morning, but in order to find an excuse to go to the School of Electrical Engineering opposite the law school, she still went to the small classroom to study. By 8 or 9 o'clock, there were more and more students and professors on campus, and the campus that had been quiet all night was alive again. Gu Nianji had already made all the plans. She used the school's intranet to search for the School of Electrical Engineering's webpage and found all the laboratories in the School of Electrical Engineering, as well as their instructors, research directions, and the master's and doctoral students they were recruiting. Gu Nianji's eyes quickly scanned through the list and found one group that was rather unusual. The specific research direction of this group was confidential, and there was no trace of it on the intranet. However, the list of participating members was listed. Judging from the titles of those people, the people participating were either postdoctorates, associate professors, or even professors. However, the leader of the group was a PhD student who had just arrived at Harvard University. He hadn't even taken the PhD qualification exam yet, but he was already the leader of this group. Gu Nianji's eyes stopped on the photo of the leader. The photo was of a young woman from the Huaxia Empire. She had graduated from the prestigious T University's Precision Instruments Department and had come to Harvard 2 years ago to study as a doctoral student. Her name was Xian Xinggao. With such qualifications, she had come to study at the world-renowned top university and was leading members who were much more experienced than her. Moreover, she was in a secret group. Gu Nianji's face broke into a smile. She felt that she didn't need to explore the School of Electrical Engineering to find the right direction. She only did 2 things. The first was to find the Huaxia Imperial Student Union's webpage at Harvard University and look up their calendar of events. Because it was the summer vacation, there weren't many students in school, but there were many student union events. Just that afternoon, the Huaxia Imperial Student Union had a networking event. Gu Nianji saw that one of the organizers was a postdoctoral student from the School of Electrical Engineering. I'd like to see this event. The smile on Gu Nianji's face widened as she saved the page. The second thing she did was save Xian Xinggao's resume from the School of Electronic Engineering and send it to In Xixiao. She instructed him to contact the Imperial Special Operations Forces and have them investigate this young student's field of study at T University, her research experience, and her family background and social connections. It would be easy for the Special Operations Forces to investigate the second matter. Before the Huaxia Imperial Student Union event in the afternoon, the Imperial Special Operations Forces had finished investigating Xian Xinggao's entire resume and sent the results to In Xixiao. When In Xixiao contacted the Huaxia Empire, he had specifically reminded them not to use the Nandu system to transfer documents. Therefore, this material was successfully sent to In Xixiao's mailbox. As soon as he finished reading the materials, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Nianji, where did you find this person's information? In Xixiang called Gun Yinji. Don't be too rash and don't listen to Hua Xiao. He's always been strict, and you're not a professional, so you don't have to. Gun Yinji was displeased and rudely interrupted In Xixiang. Brother Xiong, what do you mean by that? I may not be as good as you guys, but I'm not completely useless. Even Uncle Hua trusts me and entrusted me with important responsibilities, and you're still looking down on me? In Xixiang laughed bitterly. How would I dare look down on you? Ninji, I'm just worried about your safety. I know. Gun Yinji chuckled. Smart people use their brains, not their guts, to solve problems. All right, I'm hanging up. I have a party this afternoon. Gun Yinji had just turned off her phone when she looked up to see He Jichu leaning against the door of the small classroom. He was wearing a smoky gray, iron-free Egyptian cotton shirt with his sleeves rolled up. His long, straight legs were tucked into a pair of light gray trousers. He looked down at her quietly, his shimmering, sultry eyes rippling with warmth, but his tall nose and tightly pursed lips made him appear extremely cold and aloof. His enigmatic, contradictory temperament had mesmerized countless women. Professor He, when did you get here? Gun Yinji calmly looked at her watch. You don't have classes today? Am I seeing things? What kind of party are you going to? He Jichu asked dryly. Are you that free? Gun Yinji. Couldn't she even go to a student council event? Normally, Gun Yinji wouldn't go, since she wasn't a big fan of group activities. But this time, she had a reason she had to go. It's a party for our National Student Council. I'm new here, so I need to get to know my classmates. Gun Yinji smiled sweetly as she put away her laptop and put in her backpack. She got up and walked past He Jichu. Professor He, are you here for work? Where? He Jichu's eyes followed her as she moved. Where's what? A party. Gun Yinji looked down at her phone. She had entered the address into her phone. Oh, it's not far, just 3 blocks away. Gun Yinji looked at the map. I'll drive you there. He Jichu turned to go downstairs. 3 blocks isn't that close. Gun Yinji actually wanted to take the opportunity to go to the School of Engineering across the street to look for someone. She had memorized the organizer's name and resume and planned to get closer. But if He Jichu drove her there, she wouldn't be able to go to the School of Engineering. Gun Yinji blinked and caught up to He Jichu. Professor He, that's our student's thing. Why are you going? Can I go and see? He Jichu walked to his car without looking back and pressed the key in his hand to remotely open the car door. Gun Yinji looked at the low-key yet ostentatious Mercedes-Benz and felt like shit. She looked back at the School of Engineering across from the law school with every step and sighed as she got in He Jichu's car. He Jichu pulled over her seatbelt and asked dryly, Why do you keep looking at the School of Engineering? There's a handsome guy there. He's a Prince Charming. Gun Yinji blurted out a string of excuses and even had a love-struck smile on her face. I saw him once on campus before, and I can't forget him. He Jichu silently turned his head away. He also felt like he had just F***ed up. He originally didn't want to participate in the student union party. He just wanted to send Gun Yinji on the way. But seeing Gun Yinji like this, he wanted to see who this Prince Charming that she couldn't forget was. The second monthly ticket was delivered at 2,400 plus updates. Then there was the third update. It was the end of the month. Please recommend and monthly tickets. Dear friends, your monthly tickets will be invalid if you don't vote. Hurry up and vote. Thank heaven for the beggar's gift yesterday. Thank Zero Core Silver for the god of wealth's gift yesterday. Chapter 123. He Jichu drove Gun Yinji to the Huaxia Imperial Student Union building. He parked the car and actually followed her inside. Gun Yinji wanted He Jichu to go back several times, but he rebuffed her nonchalantly. Gun Yinji had no choice but to pretend he didn't exist. She walked in and started chatting with the students inside. She was a young girl and extremely beautiful, so she became the center of attention as soon as she walked in. Coupled with her eloquence and cheerfulness, she quickly became familiar with the students. Gun Yinji looked around, but didn't see the postdoc from the School of Electrical Engineering. Hey, do you know where Zhao Quan is? Gun Yinji asked one of the student union staff members quietly. Zhao Quan? He was here just now? Did he go to the kitchen over there to grill chicken wings? The staff member pointed to the room inside. Gun Yinji walked in without a word. Hijichu followed her unhurriedly and glanced at the kitchen door. He saw a boy half a head shorter than Gun Yinji turn around and ask the door, "Who's looking for me?" Gun Yinji's body stiffened. Damn it, the photo on the school's intranet was a lie. The postdoc in the photo was sitting down, so she couldn't see his height. He was quite good-looking and quite upright. If he was taller, he could be called a Prince Charming. But facing this Prince Charming, who was half a head shorter than her, Gun Yinji wanted to cry. She could almost hear Hijichu sneering behind her, but whatever, she had serious business here. Not to mention that this senior martial brother was just a little short. Even if he looked like Zhu Beiji, she would still call him Adonis without batting an eyelid, because she wanted to get some information about their school from him. Hijichu was indeed sneering, but only in his mind. He didn't actually laugh. He glanced at Gun Yinji's Prince Charming and turned to leave. Gun Yinji sighed in relief when he left. She felt more comfortable with her Prince Charming. Brother Zhao, you're a postdoc from the School of Electrical Engineering. That's amazing. Gun Yinji's eyes widened like those of a manga girl. Zhao Quan was flustered and didn't know what he was talking about. No, I'm just an ordinary scholar. Zhao Quan scrambled to grill a chicken wing for her. Do you want some? Thank you, Brother Zhao. Gun Yinji took the chicken wing and sniffed it. It smells so good. Then he started to flatter Zhao Quan. I've been biased towards subjects since I was young, so now I can only study liberal arts and law. I admire people who are good at science the most, like Senior Brother Zhao. Come to think of it, us girls really can't compare to boys in science. Gun Yinji couldn't help sighing. Zhao Quan was bewitched by her charm and hurriedly said, "Shimmy, don't belittle yourself. Many girls are also very good at science, even better than boys." Really? I don't believe it. Senior Brother Zhao must be lying to me. Gun Yinji blinked her large, watery eyes and placed a grilled chicken wing on Zhao Quan's plate. Brother Zhao, here you go. Zhao Quan smiled as he took a bite of the chicken wing and pointed in the direction of the living room. Why would I lie to you? Look, that girl over there, enchanting. She's the best student in our school. She hasn't even passed the PhD exam yet, but she's already leading the best surveying team in our school. Oh, really? Gun Yinji's heart thumped. She hadn't expected enchanting to be here as well. Her trip had been worth it. enchanting was a gentle and delicate girl with shoulder-length hair. She wore casual clothes and held a glass of beer in her hand as she chatted with the president of the student council. Gun Yinji set down the plate of chicken wings and wiped her hands with a napkin. She handed Zhao Quan a bottle of beer. Have some beer, Senior Brother. It goes well with grilled chicken wings and beer. Zhao Quan drank half the bottle in one gulp. Of course it's true. You can check the school's intranet if you don't believe me. It's all public information. Oh, then it's probably nothing special. Gun Yinji shrugged. Maybe she's just lucky. It's not luck. Did you know? Their surveying team isn't just any surveying team. They're measuring the channel encoding of satellite signals. Did you know that? Gun Yinji pretended to be confused. She shook her head. I don't know. Oh my, why are you talking about this? That's horrible. I don't want to hear it. She giggled and pestered Zhao Quan to tell a few jokes. She saw a female classmate about the same height as Zhao Quan glaring at her. She finally stood up. I'm going out to take a look. Senior Brother Zhao, do you want to come with me? Zhao Quan's assignment was to be in charge of the kitchen. He couldn't possibly leave. Gun Yinji had already asked around. As expected, Zhao Quan said reluctantly, I can't go out. Little sister, you go play by yourself. Gun Yinji skipped out and greeted her classmates in the living room. She giggled as she spun around the house before leaving. She looked around when she came out of the building, but didn't see Hijichu's Mercedes. She guessed he had already left. However, when Gun Yinji left the main entrance and turned onto the street, she saw Hijichu's Mercedes slowly drive over and stop beside her. Get in. Hijichu lowered the window and looked at her. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and clutched her backpack guiltily. She sat in the passenger seat next to Hijichu. Where else would I go to find a Prince Charming? Hijichu's tone had a hint of a smile as he looked at Gun Yinji teasingly. Gun Yinji's head was almost buried in the backpack she was hugging. She muttered, "How can there be so many Prince Charming? It's already good enough to find one today." Haha. He Ji Chu didn't want to talk anymore. He kept a straight face as he drove her back to her apartment at lightning speed. "Since you're so free, I'll send you a document later. It's a new case we accepted. Write up the preliminary report." Gun Yinji got out of the car. He Ji Chu didn't even look at her as he gave her the assignment. He slammed on the gas pedal, and the Mercedes sped up and sped away. Gun Yinji covered her mouth and coughed a few times before turning to return to her apartment. As soon as she entered, Yin Shixiang pulled her to his room. "Quick, it's a video call from Hua Xiao." Gun Yinji perked up and quickly sat on Yin Shixiang's soft computer chair. "Uncle Hua." "Yeah." Hua Xiaoheng's expression was much better. "Yinji, you did great this time. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Hua. Is there anything else I can help with?" Gun Yinji wanted nothing more than to pat her chest and promise that she was very capable. A smile flashed across Hua Xiaoheng's lips. "No need. Tonight, you and little Zay will work together to intercept the probe signal. We'll see what they're up to." "No problem." Gun Yinji was already prepared. Hua Xiaoheng's suggestion coincided with her own. The signal had appeared at midnight last night. They would probably have to wait until around this time. Gun Yinji didn't have time to work on the case. She slept first and woke up at midnight. She connected to Zhao Yangzi and had him control her laptop to begin tracking the probe signal. An entire night passed. Zhao Yangzi and Gun Yinji went through detailed calculations and continuous tests before finally confirming the other party's intentions. This result was both within their expectations and beyond their expectations. The signal from the School of Electronic Engineering was just as Zhao Quan had said. They were continuously probing the channel password of the Nandu Global Satellite Navigation System. Judging from Hua Xiaoheng's previous failures, the team from Harvard University School of Electronic Engineering must have cracked part of the Nandu system's pseudo-random password. That was why they were able to track people using the Nandu Global Satellite Navigation System overseas. It was the third watch. It was the end of the month. They needed recommendation votes and monthly votes. Their monthly votes would be invalid if they didn't vote. Hurry up and vote. Chapter 124. This Xian Xingyao is really something. Gun Yinji was impressed. It's not easy to crack the Nanda system's channel code. Haha, I'd be impressed too if she could crack the code from scratch. Yin Shixiang shook his head. Unfortunately, she can't. Gun Yinji could tell that Yin Shixiang was implying something. "Brother Xiong, did you find out something?" "Yes." Yin Shixiang sent the information on Xian Xingyao to Zhao Yangzi. "Take a look for yourselves." Xian Xingyao participated in the research and development of the Nandu system with her instructor at T University when she was in the Huaxia Empire. Although she didn't participate in the core parts, she was able to understand the basic processes and general framework, as well as the coding rules. In addition, our Nandu system uses the same coding rules as the European Copernicus system for compatibility purposes. Zhao Liangzi added, "As far as I know, this lab at Harvard University School of Electronic Engineering cracked the European Copernicus system's channel code 6 months ago. With this as a foundation, and now that they've cracked the Nanda system's code, it's not surprising that they were able to figure out the Nanda system's pseudo-random code." Gun Yinji patted her chest in relief. That's good. I was really worried that she was a genius student." Huffed. "Genius my ass. She's just a porter." Yin Shixiang pulled up the MATLAB software on his computer. Here, they send detection signals to the Nanda system every day. Once the signals are received, they import the data into MATLAB for calculation. From the looks of it, they should be able to crack it soon. Gun Yinji estimated the amount of data in MATLAB's computing power. Her delicate little face was serious. "Uncle Hua, you absolutely cannot use the Nanda system again." Xiaoheng sat in front of the computer, holding the mouse with one hand and resting the other on the back of the computer chair. His posture was much more relaxed. "Yinji, I really have to thank you this time." His voice came from the computer's microphone. It was deep and magnetic, and it went directly into Gu Nianji's ears and into the bottom of her heart. Her ears were numb, and she couldn't help pinching her earlobe to soothe the numbness. She smiled and said, "Uncle Hua, I'm happy to be able to help you." She then asked, "Should we notify the Empire to change the channel password for the Nandu Empire? Will be a huge loss?" On the other side, Zhao Yangzi said angrily, "The biggest loss was our operation this time. We were careless and fell into someone else's trap. Apart from that, it didn't matter much. This was because the Nandu system's civilian code had always been free for everyone to use. But whether I voluntarily let you use it or whether you stole my password and used it are two different things." Gu Nianji snapped her fingers. "Understood. Isn't it the same as our next-door neighbor cracking our Wi-Fi password and secretly using our network?" That sounded like a good analogy. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang laughed at the same time. That's right. This was the principle. The unscrupulous neighbor is tapping on our Wi-Fi. That's so low. Gu Nianji laughed as well. She actually understood what Zhao Yangzi hadn't said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry. Although Xian Xingao's American team had cracked the civilian code still had some rules to it. If the Americans hadn't discovered the Huaxia Empire's password rules in time, there would have been no end of trouble. Therefore, this blow was not a small one. This can be a big deal. Xiaoheng didn't laugh with them. He pointed at the data analysis on the computer. They definitely won't be able to crack the Nandu system's military code, because I was the one who created it. Of course, if there's a leak like this, even the most complicated code can be cracked. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang nodded. This time, the civilian code was cracked because of a leak. If Xian Xingao's team wanted to take credit for cracking the code, Yin Shixiang would be the first to object. Did she ask her father for permission? Did she ask her mentor for permission? This information shows that Xian Xingao's father was the director of the Imperial H Province Police Department. That's why she was able to join the Nandu system, even though she was only a junior undergraduate. Yin Shixiang pointed at the results of the Special Operations Forces investigation. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him through the camera. "I've already ordered the Special Task Force of the 6th Military Region to investigate the overseas connections of all the people involved in the Nandu system's development. As for Xian Xingao's father, he's no longer fit to be the director of the provincial police department." Hua Xiaoheng issued an order back home. "The military will investigate him and remove him from office on the spot." That problem was solved, but a new one arose. Without the Nandu system's support, Hua Xiaoheng and his team's operations were many times more difficult. They still had 4 targets that needed to be eliminated, but they had no leads. Without the Nandu system's guidance and location, they were deaf and blind. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang were distressed. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but smoke another cigarette. Gu Nianji saw it and whispered, "Brother Zhe, get Uncle Hua a cup of coffee. Try not to smoke as much as possible." Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's cautious expression on the computer screen. He tapped the table with the cigarette between his fingers and lit it. He pretended not to hear Gu Nianji and calmly took a drag, exhaling a faint white ring of smoke. Gu Nianji pouted. It looked like Uncle Hua wouldn't listen to her. She shifted her gaze to Zhao Yangzi. "Brother Zhe, what about your mission? That's what's bothering us." "If it doesn't work out, we'll have to do it ourselves." Zhao Yangzi ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. He hadn't had a good rest for the past few days. His eyes were dark, and his chin was dotted with dark stubble. Gu Nianji had been thinking about this problem ever since she learned that the Nandu system had been hacked. Now that she understood the Nandu system's development process and coding rules, she had a bold idea. "Uncle Hua, Brother Zhe, how about this?" Gu Nianji coughed lightly to get their attention. "We can't use the Nandu system because we don't want to be tracked by the Americans. But what if we use the European Copernicus satellite navigation system?" The European Copernicus satellite navigation system had been developed earlier than the Huaxia Empire's Nandu system. However, due to various reasons, it had only been built for European use. It didn't cover the entire planet like the Nanda system. However, Xiaoheng's mission was to be carried out in Europe, so they only needed a navigation system that covered Europe. Use the Copernicus system? Zhao Yangzi looked up abruptly. Good idea, but we have to crack the Copernicus code first. Then we can hack into it like the Americans did to our Nanda system. We can use their system. Crack the Copernicus code? Do you have the time? Yin Shixiang sneered. The Harvard team took almost half a year to crack it, and that was under the leadership of a traitor. Do we have that much time? Zhao Yangzi was stumped by the question. Gun Yinji looked at Yin Shixiang's solemn expression, then at the crestfallen Zhao Liangzi, and finally at the expressionless Hua Xiaoheng. She raised her hand timidly. Let me try. I should be able to crack the Copernicus system's civilian code in a day and a night. This was the first update. There would be a second update in an hour. Monthly votes of 2,500 plus updates. Then there would be a third update. It was the end of the month. Please recommend votes and monthly votes. Dear friends, your monthly votes are invalid if you don't vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Underscore important things must be repeated 3 times. Oh, intersection for intersection. Oh. Chapter 125. You can solve it in one day. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang shouted at the same time. Ever since the United States announced that they had cracked the channel code of the Copernicus system, Europe has changed the original code. If you want to crack it again, is one day and one night really enough? Cracking this kind of password required a computer with powerful computing power. In order to crack the channel password of the Nanda system, Harvard University's School of Electronic Engineering had used a supercomputer to run around the clock. If she used Gun Yinji's little laptop, she probably wouldn't be able to calculate it even if she worked until the end of time. Xiaoheng also looked up from the other end of the computer. His deep, dark eyes stared fixedly at her. Although they were separated by a computer screen, it was as if he could see through her heart. Gun Yinji couldn't breathe under his intense stare. She lowered her eyes and didn't dare to meet his gaze again. She whispered, I remember classmate Xian's website had the original signal record of the Copernicus system. Although there seemed to be a lot of data, there was actually a lot of clutter. If messy signals could be eliminated, the amount of data would be greatly reduced, and the computing power required would be correspondingly reduced. My computer, she looked up at Zhao Yangzi in the corner of the screen and smiled, was modified by Brother Zhe. Although it can't compare to a real supercomputer, it's much more powerful than a normal computer. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Zhao Yangzi, who was sitting next to him. You modified Yinji's computer? Why didn't I know about this? Zhao Yangzi wanted nothing more than to shut her up. Didn't you promise not to let Hua Xiaoheng know? This little immoral fellow. He had long known that little Yinji didn't have any backbone in front of Major General Hua. Not only did she confess many things without being forced, but she also confessed without being asked. This little girl was really afraid of Hua Xiao to the core. Zhao Liangzi silently cursed Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng as he put on a blank expression and shook his head. I don't know. Yin Shixiang saw this from the other side and secretly cursed Zhao Liangzi for playing dumb. How could Hua Xiao let him go? As expected, Hua Xiaoheng looked at him coldly and stood up. Then you will accompany Yinji to crack the password. You're not allowed to sleep, he said as he walked out. Zhao Yangzi quickly replied, Yes, sir. Then he made a face at Gun Yinji. Little Yinji, you betrayed Brother Zhe. Ha ha. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng had left, Gun Yinji immediately perked up and made a face at Zhao Yangzi. So what if I betrayed him? I'll tell you everything I know in front of Uncle Hua. Brother Zhe, you should have known better. Zhao Yangzi was speechless at Gun Yinji's adorable, shameless expression. Forget it, forget it. I'm a great man who doesn't stoop to petty things. Come, tell me what you plan to do. Zhao Yangzi smiled and shook his head. He had to get down to business and solve this problem as soon as possible. Gun Yinji's eyes instantly lit up. She briefly explained the measures she had thought of and even showed Zhao Liangzi a diagram. Brother Zhe, I've carefully studied their decoding process. I think the biggest problem isn't in the calculations, but in how to eliminate signal impurities. The signal retrieved from the outer guard planets, thousands of miles in the sky, would receive all kinds of interference. The process of deciphering the channel code was actually a process of eliminating interference, capturing useful signals, and then restoring the code in a predetermined order. There were many ways to achieve this goal. Xi and Shingao's team's method was actually to rely on a supercomputer and an insider to lead the way. They had to forcefully use supercomputing to find the rules of the channel code. Gun Yinji didn't have a supercomputer, and even if she did, their time wouldn't allow it. Therefore, in order to quickly and efficiently decipher the code, Gun Yinji's first idea was to comb through the signal. The first step was to eliminate the interference impurities. That way, the amount of data left would be greatly reduced, and the calculation process would be greatly shortened. There were 3 steps in satellite transmission: the source code, the encryption code, and the channel code. The deciphering process was to do the exact opposite and start with the channel code. Xi and Shingao's team had only accomplished the most peripheral step from beginning to end, which was to decipher the channel code. Gun Yinji's little program eliminated the background noise in advance and filtered out the useful signal code. Zhao Yangzi's eyes widened. He couldn't help but slap the table in praise. Great idea. It was a good idea to take a different approach. How do you plan to remove the interference from the Copernicus signal? Gun Yinji pulled up the little program she had written yesterday. Brother Zhe, take a look at this. Can it achieve the goal I just mentioned? Zhao Yangzi took control of Gun Yinji's computer and directly opened the little program to look through it. As he looked through it, he optimized some areas for her. However, he didn't make any changes to the overall structure of the software. He couldn't help praising her. Yinji, don't study law. Come learn computer science from Brother Zhe. I promise you'll become the greatest hacker in the world. You'll surpass your master and become someone who can step on the shoulders of a giant like Brother Zhe. Pfft. Gun Yinji pouted. You really know how to flatter yourself. Okay, stop talking and let's get started. Okay, did you save the data? Enter it into the computer. Go. Zhao Yangzi turned on his computer and began sending signals to the Copernicus system to intercept the latest signal information. The two of them worked in front of the computer for an entire day and night. They only nibbled on bread when they ate and drank some water when they were thirsty. Other than going to the bathroom, the two of them never left the computer desk. Of course, they didn't sleep either. Because of Zhao Yangzi's help, Gun Yinji didn't even need 24 hours. She only needed 20 hours to crack the Copernicus system's latest channel password and the second layer of encryption. Not only was she many times faster than the American team, but she also went further than them. After cracking the encryption, Zhao Yangzi and the others could use the Copernicus system without fear of being discovered by the people who maintain the Copernicus system. Hua Xiaoheng came back from his morning exercise and heard that the password had been cracked. He patted Zhao Yangzi's shoulder. Go to sleep. We'll move out tonight. Zhao Yangzi immediately stood up. His legs floated in the air as he made his way to his bed. He fell into a deep sleep. He and Gun Yinji had been working under intense conditions for the past 20 hours. It was already very difficult for them to endure it. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji in the video. His voice was much gentler. Yinji, you should go to sleep too. He paused, then asked quietly, Are you tired? Not at all. I'm not tired at all. Gun Yinji was so excited by Hua Xiaoheng's concern. I still have something to do. Uncle Hua, just you wait. I'll avenge you. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curved slightly. He shook his head. Be a good girl. He looked at Gun Yinji silently. His cold, heart-stopping eyes were filled with a hint of tenderness that even he didn't notice. Gun Yinji was intoxicated by his gaze. It was almost like hypnosis. Her eyelids drooped, and she fell asleep on the computer desk. In Shixiang clicked his tongue and carried Gun Yinji to her bedroom. Hua Xiaoheng watched from the video. He pursed his lips imperceptibly and clicked off the video. Out of sight, out of mind. This was the second monthly pass of 2,500 plus passes. Then there was the third pass. It was the end of the month. Please recommend votes and monthly votes. Our monthly votes are invalid if we don't vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Underscore important things must be repeated 3 times. Chapter 126. Zhao Yangzi finally woke up at 5 o'clock in the evening in Vienna, Austria. He had gone to bed at 2 in the morning and had slept for a full 15 hours. When he woke up, he was starving. Hua Xiaoheng had already ordered food to be delivered to his room. He climbed out of bed and wolfed down the food with his hands. He didn't even need a knife and fork. Hua Xiaoheng stood alone on the balcony and smoked. His mind was blank, and he couldn't think of anything. 2 members of Team A had injured legs and couldn't continue with the mission. Hua Xiaoheng planned to do it himself. The members of Team B and Team C were ready to go. Zhao Yangzi finished his meal and put on his clothes. He walked out and said to Hua Xiaoheng's imposing figure, "Mr. Hua, can we begin?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around. He only nodded. "Begin." Zhao Yangzi turned on his computer and began connecting to the European Copernicus satellite navigation system. He had already cracked the password and hacked in layer by layer. Finally, he created an encrypted channel for his team to direct the mission. The 3 men from Vienna had already alerted the enemy. They didn't know where they were now. That was when the powerful and omnipotent social media came into play. It took Zhao Yangzi only a minute to hack the famous social media app, Must Die, and lock onto the social media accounts of the 3 mercenaries who originally lived in Vienna. Modern people couldn't live without social media. Even though they were mercenaries, they liked to pop up from time to time and post what they thought were beautiful selfies. Within half an hour, Zhao Yangzi had monitored the status updates of the 3 mercenaries. From the internal data display of Must Die, he found the IP addresses of the 3 men when they posted their status updates. With the IP addresses and the Copernicus system, the 3 men were fish in the net. Zhao Yangzi checked and snorted. It seemed that the Whitewater Security Group was very confident. They were certain that the Huaxia Empire's Nanda system had been hacked and wouldn't pursue them anymore. Was that why they didn't even change locations? Team B, target be locked. Location, Vienna State Opera House East, 3 o'clock, 300 meters. Copy that. Report over. Team C, target C locked. Location, Vienna Parliament Building West, 9 o'clock, 100 meters. C. Roger, report over. Zhao Yangzi sent a final message to Hua Xiaoheng. Team A, target locked in. North of Vienna's Medellin Cemetery, 11 o'clock, visual estimate of 50 meters. Zhao Yangzi was on a mission with Hua Xiaoheng, so he was Hua Xiaoheng's spotter. Hua Xiaoheng held a Barrett M82 A2 sniper rifle and stood behind a stone wall not far from the cemetery. He aimed at the Caucasian man who was placing flowers on a tombstone in front of him for a long time. It was already evening, and the street lights in the cemetery were lit up. In order to prevent the reflection of the sniper rifle scope from attracting the enemy's attention, Hua Xiaoheng had already removed the scope. He only relied on his naked eye and the front sight to aim in 3 points and a line. This time, the 3 teams are going to do the same thing they did in the Czech Republic. He would kill all 3 of them at the same time, then move on to Luxembourg and kill the last one. They had to act quickly. They had to end the battle before the enemy realized who their target was. Otherwise, the last person might disappear without a trace. Wind speed 0. 1 meters per second. Wind direction northwest. Humidity 40%. Light fog. Visibility average. Report over. Zhao Yangzi reported the weather conditions to Hua Xiaoheng. Snipers needed to be extremely accurate, so they had to consider the wind direction, wind speed, sunlight, rain, and other weather conditions. One mistake, and they would miss the target. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and ordered, "Move in 3 minutes." Zhao Yangzi hurriedly reported to the other team members, "Move in 3 minutes." Roger. Roger. 3 minutes later, at almost the same time, muffled gunshots rang out in 3 different places in Vienna, the capital of Austria. The gunshots were muffled and were so quick that almost no one could tell what had happened. In the cemetery, a lone man who was offering flowers to a tombstone suddenly had blood spurt out from the center of his forehead. A sniper bullet had hit his forehead, causing his brain to splatter. He didn't make a sound and reflexively tossed his hands up. The flowers in his hands flew into the air and floated back down to cover his wide-eyed corpse. On the east side of the Vienna Opera House, a tall, burly man was taking a selfie with his phone. Before he could smile, he found a round black hole in his forehead. Crack! The phone fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. He fell backward onto the ground with a thud, twitched twice, and breathed his last. In front of the historic Vienna Parliament building, many homeless people gathered. It looked very crowded, but in fact, no one cared about anyone else. A man in hunting gear was about to turn into an alley. A sniper bullet flew out from the darkness without a sound and hit him in the back, then passed through his chest and directly shattered his heart. The man fell forward to the ground, his hands convulsing as he grabbed a handful of fallen leaves. The homeless people around him looked at him indifferently, thinking he was a drug addict. No one cared about what had happened to him. Mr. Hua, all 3 targets have been eliminated. End of report. Zhao Yangzi happily put away his equipment. Hua Xiaoheng also put away his gun and put in his gun case. Putting on his sunglasses, he said, "Let's go to Luxembourg." They drove straight from Vienna to Luxembourg without stopping for even a moment. Luxembourg was a small duchy. Although it was called a country, it was actually a city disguised as one. The person they wanted to kill was actually more cautious and had already changed his residence several times. This time, Zhao Yangzi had the help of the European Copernicus system. He found a person's phone number and used the Copernicus system to locate the person's hiding place. This was the last one, and it was a surprise. They didn't send out snipers again. Instead, they sneaked into the cellar where he was hiding, blocked the door, and burned him to death. When the last target was killed, the deaths of the other 3 targets in Vienna had not yet been discovered. "All right, inform Big Xion that we're done here. We're going to London immediately." Hua Xiaoheng made the decision to go to London for the International Telecommunications Conference. Before news of the Nanda system's password being cracked spread, they had to be the first to destroy the enemy's plans. Zhao Yangzi immediately notified Yin Shixiang and sent a message to Gun Yinji. When Gun Yinji received the message, she was writing a report in He Jichu's office at Harvard Law School. Mission accomplished? That's great. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed. She quietly opened her program and connected to Harvard's intranet. She hacked into Xian Xingao's work computer at the School of Engineering and sent a hidden interference command to not only the European Copernicus satellite navigation system, but also the American GPS system. The interference command entered the 2 navigation systems and lay dormant. When the time came, Gun Yinji's command would immediately cause an explosive impact on the planet's global communications. It was the 3rd watch. It was the end of the month, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Our monthly votes will be invalid if we don't vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Underscore important things must be repeated 3 times. Oh, I understand. Oh. Chapter 127. The London International Telecommunications Conference. Gun Yinji looked at Zhao Yangzi's message and opened the search engine. It's actually in 2 days. She propped up her head and clicked the mouse lightly to check the agenda for the London International Telecommunications Conference. Then, she sent a message to Zhao Yangzi. "After the conference starts, contact me. I have a big gift for you." "What gift?" Gun Yinji briefly explained her plan. Zhao Yangzi was a professional, so he was so excited that he almost licked his lips. "Thank you, Yinji. You're too amazing. Hurry up and send me the program. I'll teach them a lesson." Hua Xiaoheng and the others arrived in London and rested for a while before contacting the Huaxia delegation for the International Telecommunications Conference. The head of the delegation was a deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with the surname Yan. After an hour of private discussion with Hua Xiaoheng, he sent an urgent report to the empire. At 5 o'clock in the morning on the day of the International Telecommunications Conference, Xiaoheng finally received a reply from the Huaxia Empire asking him to follow Major General Hua's arrangements. Of course, Major General Hua's name was in code, and he didn't specify who it was. Deputy Minister Yin immediately informed all the members of the delegation that there had been a change in plans and that they would be under special orders from the Imperial Army today. Hua Xiaoheng didn't show up directly. Instead, he let Zhao Yangzi and Little Su from Team B coordinate. Find someone with a silver tongue and prepare to speak at the conference today. Focus on the commercial value of the Nanda system. Hua Xiaoheng gave the order directly to Deputy Minister Yin. For the sake of confidentiality, only he and Zhao Liangzi knew the specific arrangements. At 6 o'clock in the morning in London, someone knocked on Hua Xiaoheng's hotel room. Zhao Yangzi opened the door and saw a tall, fair-skinned beauty standing at the door. Reporting to Chief, First Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bai Shuang. The beauty stood up straight and nodded at Zhao Liangzi with a smile. Bai Shuang's eyes were big, her nose was tall, and her lips were plump. She didn't look like an Asian. She was tall, and she was wearing high heels. A light gray uniform dress suit made her figure stand out. Her chest was high, her waist was thin, and her buttocks were abnormally plump. Zhao Liangzi's eyes flashed. This woman probably had some Caucasian blood in her. He opened the door and stepped aside to let Bai Shuang in. Secretary Bai, are you from H Province? Come in, the bureau chief is inside. I'm his secretary. Most of the people in H Province were of Caucasian descent. Bai Shuang's eyes widened in surprise, and her already big eyes widened even more. Huh? How did you know I'm from H Province? May I know your surname? My surname is Zhao. Zhao Yangzi led her to Hua Xiaoheng's room and knocked on the door. Chief, Secretary Bai Shuang of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is here. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door and walked out. He glanced at Bai Shuang. Did Deputy Minister Yin tell you? Yes, Chief. What can I do for you? Bai Shuang respectfully asked. The meeting will begin at 9 o'clock. Deputy Minister Yin said that the situation has changed. May I ask what I should do? That's none of your business. You need to be very familiar with the Nanda system. At 9 o'clock in the morning, London time, the International Telecommunications Conference started on time. Communication and positioning system manufacturers from all over the world had come here. There were government and private companies. They were all here to find suitable products and understand the most cutting-edge technology development in the communication and positioning industry. This was the grandest and most high-end exchange venue in the global satellite communications industry. On the Blue Planet, there were not many countries that were qualified to provide global satellite positioning capabilities. The United States was the first, and the United European Union was the second. The third was the Huaxia Empire, which had attempted to cooperate with the European Union, but had been cheated out of a large sum of money by the European Union. The Huaxia Empire learned from this painful experience and decided not to have any illusions about other countries. Instead, it would rely entirely on its own strength to develop its own global satellite positioning system. This was the Nanda system. It had caught up and completely outperformed the European Union's Copernicus system and the United States' GPS system in terms of technology, performance, and cost. However, because it was a latecomer, the international community had not yet recognized the technical capabilities and commercial value of the Nanda system. Zhao Yangzi followed the Huaxia delegation into the conference venue. Hua Xiaoheng was also beside Deputy Minister Yin of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His face had been slightly altered. He wore a pair of brown glasses and a casual khaki suit. He was serious and acted as if no one else was present. The conference was held at the Oriental Hotel in London. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a giant LED screen that displayed the blue sky, white clouds, and the endless sea. Seagulls soared above the sea, splashing waves everywhere. Fishing sails dotted the surface of the sea. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the white clouds onto the boundless sea. The sea looked like it was covered in shards of gold, sparkling with life as the waves danced. In front of the screen was a semicircular podium. In front of the podium were rows of red soft chairs arranged in a staircase. The names of the delegations attending the conference were pasted on the back of each chair. The Huaxia Empire's delegation was seated in the first 2 rows in the middle. Zhao Yangzi followed Hua Xiaoheng and sat down. He turned on his phone and connected to Gunyinji. They were still using the encrypted channel of the Copernicus system. The maintainers of the European Union's Copernicus system still did not know that their system had been hacked. Ninji, let me show you this magnificent venue. Zhao Yangzi chuckled as he raised his phone and circled the venue. There were many people taking pictures with their phones, so Zhao Yangzi's actions did not attract any attention. Gunyinji's eyes were fixed on Hua Xiaoheng, who sat motionless in the corner of the screen. From the angle Zhao Yangzi raised his phone, Gunyinji could only see part of Hua Xiaoheng's face. But it was only a quarter of his face, and it was enough for Gunyinji to not blink. Did you see it? Zhao Yangzi turned the phone around and looked down at Gunyinji. Are you ready? We'll be watching the show soon. Gunyinji smiled and rested her chin on her hands as she looked at the camera. I woke up early today just to watch the show. You can't disappoint me. She pointed at the screen and winked. Brother Zay, I sent you something in your email. Remember to send it to the conference's official website before you start. At that moment, the blonde host, Jenny, announced the start of the conference. Hello, distinguished guests. Today is the official opening day of our 18th International Telecommunications Conference. Jenny opened the curtains with a smile. Images began to appear on the large LED screen behind her. Planes flew into the sky one after another, their flight paths crisscrossing and drawing white lines in the sky. Fishing boats sailed on the vast ocean. Looking down from the sky, they were so small that they couldn't even be seen. On land, pedestrians were rushing around with their phones in hand. Some were making calls, some were swiping and typing on their phones. It's because of our Copernicus satellite navigation and positioning system and the American GPS navigation and positioning system that we can move freely around the world without fear of the unknown. As Jenny spoke, she turned to look at the large LED screen behind her. Everyone, please take a look. This is a fishing boat in the Atlantic Ocean. They've been sailing for 500 hours. Hello, can you hear me? She was going to connect. At that moment, Zhao Yangzi quietly activated the interference software that Gunyinji had uploaded earlier. The interference software had already been imported into the Copernicus and GPS systems. It immediately blocked the local signal with lightning speed. The LED screen that was connecting suddenly burst with long and short colorful lines. The fishing boat on the screen was separated by many tiny symbols and could no longer be seen. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Jenny was extremely embarrassed. She immediately adjusted the earphone cable, but the conference's satellite connection was still cut off. This was the first update. There was going to be a second update soon. The 2,600 monthly votes would be added. And then there was the third update. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Underscore important things must be repeated 3 times. Chapter 128. There was a buzzing sound below the rostrum, along with intermittent sneers. The conference was supposed to showcase the global satellite communication and navigation system, but they had lost track of a fishing boat that had been connected in advance. This was really a huge loss of face. The host of the conference saw that the situation was not good and immediately switched the image to another target. This was also predetermined to be on a research ship in the Arctic. However, this research ship was not as good as the fishing boat from before. There was not even a clear image, and the connection was cut off. The team responsible for the technical aspects of the conference was flushed with anxiety. They typed all kinds of programs in front of the terminal, trying to establish a connection with the satellite, but it was as if there was a door blocking their way. They could not establish contact with the outside world at all. My God, what the hell happened? The Copernicus system is almost paralyzed. Use the American GPS system. The American GPS system is the most powerful. But it's too expensive. Who cares if it's expensive? You have to connect it, even if it's sky high. The chairman of the conference was sweating profusely, his bald head glistening with sweat. However, after a long time, they had just established a connection with the GPS system, but they immediately discovered that the GPS system also seemed to have a problem. For some reason, the system was running extremely slowly, and the connection could not be established at all. The bad connection signal kept coming from the other side, which made them jump in anger. Ginny, who was standing on the podium in charge of explaining and marketing, was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide under the table. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Deputy Minister Yin. Deputy Minister Yin quickly nudged Bai Shuang, who was sitting next to him. Secretary Bai, it's your turn. Bai Shuang gritted her teeth. Will our Nanda system work? Even the Copernicus system and GPS system were not working. She really had no confidence in the Nanda system. Zhao Yangzi hurriedly uploaded the Nanda system's civilian code that Gu Ninji had asked him to upload in advance. He said impatiently to Bai Shuang, hurry up and tell them to switch to the Nanda system. It can help them contact these missing fishing boats and research ships. Go. This is an order. Bai Shuang did not dare to hesitate and quickly took the thing Zhao Yangzi had given her and walked to the podium. She was an excellent staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so she immediately became calm as soon as she reached the podium. She asked in a standard London accent, "Excuse me, Ms. Jenny, do you need my help? There's a problem with the satellite system. I don't know how this lady from the East can help us. Are you going to show us some Oriental magic to relieve our boredom?" At that moment, a team of experts working with the military from Harvard University's School of Electronic Engineering received an urgent call from the U.S. military. They had to quickly hold a global press conference to announce that the United States had cracked the channel code of the Huaxia Empire's Nandu Global Satellite Navigation and Positioning System. When the Americans wanted to announce something to the world, the media all over the world would follow the lead of the United States. Before Bai Shuang could finish introducing the Nandu system's password at the International Telecommunications Conference, the host, Jenny, received a notification. She suddenly rushed up and grabbed the microphone from Bai Shuang's hand. She said excitedly, "Dear guests, we have just received breaking news from the United States." As she spoke, she turned around and pointed to the large LED screen behind her. The image on the screen had already changed to the press conference of the satellite mapping team from Harvard University's School of Electronic Engineering. "Dear distinguished guests and friends of the press, we have just made a major breakthrough. I would like to announce to you that we have just cracked the channel code of the Huaxia Empire's Nandu Global Satellite Navigation and Positioning System." Clap, 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 clap. The sound of everyone clapping and cheering could be heard on the screen, as well as the sound of champagne bottles being opened. Colored stripes danced in the air, and countless confetti fluttered down. Bai Shuang was stunned. She stood next to Jenny, not knowing what to do. She regretted not explaining the password sooner. Jenny glanced at Bai Shuang proudly. She was overjoyed and thought to herself, "You stole my limelight. You've been slapped in the face, haven't you?" At that moment, Gu Ninji, who had been watching the entire process through Zhao Liangzi's phone, sneered. She had already prepared for this and had already asked Zhao Liangzi to upload the password in advance. Looking down, Gu Ninji quickly typed a few words to Zhao Liangzi. "Brother Zhe, pass it to the spokesperson on stage. Let everyone see who is the shameless one." Bai Shuang's phone rang. She looked down and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Looking up, she smiled and grabbed the microphone from Jenny's hand again. She recited the words on the phone without missing a single word. "It's really breaking news. Our delegation has already synchronized the Nandu system's channel code on the International Telecommunications Conference's website 15 minutes ago. The Americans announced that they had cracked all our passwords in 15 minutes. And now you're blaming me? I really shouldn't have released the passwords in advance." This was the second monthly vote of 2,600 plus one. And then there was the third one. "Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote." Underscore important things must be repeated 3 times. Chapter 129. The global manufacturers, scientists, and technicians, who had been dumbfounded a moment ago, couldn't help but roar with laughter. The Americans had been too careless this time. The password had been made public for 15 minutes, and they still had the gall to announce that they had cracked it. Even if it was really the one who deciphered it, it had to swallow this grievance. What was the point of jumping out in such a hurry to be slapped in the face? Who knows if they cracked it themselves or plagiarized it? How? Is this plagiarism? At most, it's plagiarism. As Gunyinji watched the commotion, she quietly posted the story on social media. Suddenly, all the world's flommers joined in and began mocking the Americans for their cracking operation. The Americans were naturally exasperated. They had never expected the Huaxia Empire to be more cunning than they had imagined. They refused to admit that they had fallen into the trap and even tried to publicize the incident. They didn't want the Huaxia delegation to be in the limelight during the global press conference, so they immediately pushed Xian Xingao out. On the large LED screen of the International Telecommunications Conference, Harvard University's press conference was reaching its climax. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that we were able to crack the Huaxia Empire's Nanda system password because we had an outstanding female student from the Huaxia Empire leading the team. Xian Xingao's graceful and elegant face appeared on the screen, and the image was simultaneously broadcast to the rest of the world. The International Telecommunications Conference fell silent again. Everyone looked at the young female student with complicated expressions. Gunyinji had already turned on the television to watch the live broadcast of the American news. When she saw that the Americans had finally pushed Xian Xingao out, Gunyinji felt a chill run down her spine and her palms were sweaty. She looked at the proud Xian Xingao on the screen and shook her head regretfully. The Americans had basically exonerated themselves by doing this. It didn't matter if their reputation was good or bad. It was all Xian Xingao's fault. Xian Xingao had to either admit to treason or plagiarism and shamelessly take advantage of someone else's information. This had nothing to do with the Americans at all. Xian Xingao was still holding a Huaxia Empire passport when she did this. She was a citizen of the Huaxia Empire and a foreign student in the United States. Everyone in the Huaxia delegation at the International Telecommunications Conference looked grim, especially the scientists, who were trembling with anger. Xian Xingao received a call and seemed to realize that she was in a precarious situation. At the award ceremony that followed, Xian Xingao gave an emotional speech in defense of herself. Science knows no boundaries. I just want to be a quiet scholar and explore the highest peak of science. Gunyinji's last shred of sympathy for Xian Xingao vanished. Explore the highest peak of science? Why aren't you afraid of falling to your death? Gunyinji cursed under her breath as she once again snuck into Xian Xingao's computer and replaced the PowerPoint slide that Xian Xingao was about to play. As Xian Xingao gave her speech, she displayed a PowerPoint presentation on the screen behind her. She was on tell the world how she cracked the Nanda system's password. Treason? Plagiarism? She couldn't afford to bear any reputation. Everyone look, this is the entire process of our team cracking the password. Xian Xingao turned around as she spoke. She held the laser stick in her hand and stared at the big screen behind her. Suddenly, she froze. The whole world was watching the big screen behind her with bated breath. On the big screen behind her, for sentences were written in Chinese, English, German, and Russian with black and large letters. Science knows no boundaries, but scientists have a motherland. Science knows no boundaries, but scientists have a motherland. Science knows no boundaries, but scientists have a motherland. Science knows no boundaries, but scientists have a motherland. Oh, holy dash, asterisk, 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 asterisk. The staff at Harvard University's press conference gasped in shock. Switch the image. Switch the image. The world's major media outlets were in chaos as they scrambled to rewrite the subtitles on the big screen. However, the words were too bold and black. They took up the entire screen, and the tiny mosaic could not bear the weight. Countless people watching the live broadcast quickly took screenshots and uploaded them to social media. The PowerPoint presentation, "Science knows no boundaries, but scientists have a motherland," immediately became a popular profile picture and was loved by young people all over the world. Xin Xingao trembled at the sudden turn of events. She rushed to her work computer and desperately tried to close the PowerPoint file, but it was as if the computer had crashed. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't turn it off. In the end, she had no choice but to disconnect the power supply of her work computer before she disconnected the nightmarish PowerPoint file. At the International Telecommunications Conference, Zhao Yangzi had a proud smile on his face. He crossed his arms as he admired the unbearable and humiliating global press conference from Harvard University School of Electronic Engineering on the big LED screen on the podium. He said softly, "Nianji, good job." Hua Xiaoheng looked at him. Was it Nianji? Who else could it be? Zhao Yangzi turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng, a wide smile on his lips. "She's smarter than I thought." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but smile, but he quickly calmed down and fell silent. He looked through the LED screen and could almost see Gu Nianji's large eyes curve into two crescent moons as she smiled sweetly at him. The chaotic Harvard press conference ended like a farce. Bai Shuang took the opportunity to briefly introduce the superior performance and price of the NAND system from the podium. She also emphasized that the NAND system was compatible with the Copernicus system, so the cost of switching from the Copernicus system to the NAND system was very low. She only needed to adjust the frequency. The NAND system covered the entire world, unlike the Copernicus system, which only covered the European region. The stunning appearance of the NAND system attracted attention from all over the world. Orders from manufacturers all over the world poured in like snowflakes. The International Telecommunications Conference had almost become the Huaxia Empire's NAND system press conference. The Huaxia Empire's delegation returned with a resounding victory at the International Telecommunications Conference. When they got off the plane at the Imperial Capital Airport late at night, they discovered that the airport was packed with people from all walks of life. As the most popular host of the conference, Bai Shuang had gained countless fans. Bai Shuang, Bai Shuang, Bai Shuang, Shuang Shuang, we love you. Her popularity rose among the young people. Her clever, "It's my fault," at the conference quickly became the catchphrase of the Huaxia Empire's youth. Countless "it's my fault" jokes appeared on the internet, and she was in the limelight for a while. Bai Shuang walked out of the airport exit with flowers sent by her fans. She looked around, trying to see where Secretary Zhao and the chief were. She knew that her contribution this time was completely due to Secretary Zhao's words to save her from the awkward situation. However, after looking around for a long time, she didn't see them. There were only groups of fans shouting her name, holding up autograph books for her to sign. Deputy Minister Yin of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs chuckled. "Don't bother looking, they've already left." He winked at her and got into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs car. It was the third watch, asking for monthly and recommendation votes. "Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote." Underscore important things must be repeated 3 times. If you can't vote anymore, remember to save the guaranteed monthly votes for the Major General next month, okay? Chapter 130. Bai Shuang was a bit disappointed as she stood in the airport lobby with a large bouquet of lilies in her arms. She still wore the standard diplomatic smile as she scanned her surroundings. She didn't see the tall and steady figure of the bureau chief, nor did she see Secretary Zhao's handsome smile. She looked down to hide the anxiety and disappointment in her eyes. Surrounded by several police officers, she bent over and got into another Ministry of Foreign Affairs car to leave the airport. After the International Telecommunications Conference, Gu Nianji felt like she was about to collapse. She slept at home for 2 days before she recovered. In Xixiang knew she had put in a lot of effort. He admired and felt sorry for her. So he went to Hijichu to ask for leave for her. Ask for leave again? Is she really sick? Hijichu received In Shixiang's call. His calm voice was full of displeasure. Of course it's true. Do I need to fake it for her? In Shixiang was also unhappy. She still has a fever. If it doesn't go down this afternoon, I'll have to take her to the hospital. Hijichu thought about it for a moment and grunted. He didn't say yes or no and hung up the phone. He was working alone in his office. There were still many emails in his inbox to deal with, but his eyes kept glancing at the exquisite little desk under the wall in front of him. Gunyinji used to sit there, hugging her little laptop and concentrating on her work. Hijichu looked away and returned to his computer to work meticulously. He didn't turn off the computer until it was dark outside. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, massaging his temples. He wasn't hungry at all, but he remembered Gunyinji was supposedly sick. He drove to a Chinese restaurant he thought was good and bought a few boxes of kanji suitable for patients. He drove to Gunyinji's apartment. Professor He? In Shixiang saw Hijichu through the peephole and opened the door in surprise. Why are you here? Please come in. Please come in. Hijichu handed a large box to In Shixiang. Some kanji and side dishes. Let's see if Ninji can eat it. Oh! In Shixiang quickly took the box and put it in the kitchen. He invited Hijichu to sit down. Professor He, would you like tea or coffee? Water is fine. Hijichu sat elegantly on the sofa in the living room, his eyes sweeping over the magazines on the coffee table in front of the sofa. In Shixiang gave him an unopened bottle of mineral water and a glass. After you. He then said, I'll go see if Ninji is awake. Hijichu had wanted to go over to take a look, but seeing how cautious In Shixiang was, he resisted the urge and nodded slightly. Don't wake her up. Gunyinji was actually already awake, but she was too lazy to get out of bed. She was sitting there in a daze. His long black t-shirt was loose, and his long legs were dangling beside the bed. His mind was completely blank, and he wasn't thinking about anything. The intense brain activity of the past few days was too much for her. Although his body was strong, he couldn't withstand such a huge consumption. In Shixiang knocked on her door, then gently pushed it open to see Gunyinji sitting by the bed. The curtains of the room were tightly drawn, and the room was very dark. As soon as the door opened, a few rays of light came in through the crack. Gunyinji instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand and asked hoarsely, Brother Xiong? Her face was as pale as snow, and her lips were so pale that they were almost invisible. The arm that blocked her eyes was extremely thin and so white that the blue veins on her arm could be seen. You're awake? In Shixiang was also troubled to see her like this. Do you want to sleep a bit more? Do you still have a fever? Gunyinji shook her head. Not anymore. I just sweated all over and feel uncomfortable. I want to take a shower. Go then. In Shixiang nodded. But Professor He is here to see you. He's sitting in the living room and brought you a few boxes of porridge. Are you hungry? Porridge. Gunyinji licked her lips. I really want to eat. I'm so hungry. She looked at In Shixiang pitifully, and her large, dark eyes revealed the desire of a kitten. Then change and come out for porridge. In Shixiang waved at her. Gunyinji grunted and got up to change her clothes. In Shixiang returned to the living room and said to Hijichu, Ninji just woke up and said she's hungry. She'll come out for porridge in a bit. Thank you, Professor He. You're welcome. Hijichu replied dryly and turned to see Gunyinji come out. She casually changed into a sapphire blue tennis dress. It was a sporty style and was made of thick cotton. It absorbed sweat and was comfortable to wear. However, this color made her face even whiter and her eyebrows and eyelashes even darker. Her whole person had a kind of sickly fragility, like a rare iced jade porcelain. There were dark blue marks on the jade white background. Hijichu frowned. What happened? I haven't seen you in 2 or 3 days. How did you lose so much weight? Her previously plump cheeks had lost weight, and her already large eyes were as large as mirrors. She could clearly see her own reflection in them. Gunyinji smiled at Hijichu. Professor He, thank you for coming to see me. I just recovered from my illness and didn't do my homework for the past few days. Homework is fine. Don't tire yourself out. Hijichu looked at her quietly, an indescribable hint of worry flashing across his eyes. Gunyinji sat down and gulped down the porridge. She mumbled, "Professor this porridge is delicious. It's my favorite flavor. Eat your porridge. Don't talk when you have food in your mouth." Hijichu frowned as he admonished her. Gunyinji raised a brow and ignored him. She ate 3 bowls of porridge in one go before her stomach felt better. After eating and drinking her fill, Gunyinji looked much better. Her snow-white cheeks were rosy. Hijichu relaxed and stood up. "Rest for a few more days. You can go back to class when you're better." Gunyinji walked Hijichu to the door and waved with a smile. "Thank you, Professor He. Take care, Professor He." After Hijichu left, In Shixiang came out of his room and rubbed his chin. "Is Professor He always this nice to his students?" "Of course not." Gunyinji rolled her eyes. "Only students like me, who have good grades and are cute and obedient, will be treated differently by the professors." "Pfft. Why are you like little Zay? You've learned to flatter yourself." In Shixiang didn't believe her and pretended to smack her on the head. "Why aren't you taking a shower? Rest well for the next few days. I'll go see how Hua Xiao and the others are doing." Hua Xiaoheng and the others had already returned to the Huaxia Empire with the Huaxia Imperial delegation. Because they were being closely monitored by the CIA, they didn't contact In Shixiang and Gunyinji. In mid-July, the International Extraordinary Women's Awards were held in Sea City, Huaxia Empire. Deputy Director Feng of the Secret Service had meticulously arranged security measures to ensure that no one or anything could threaten the safety of the delegates. The international conference was held in Sea City's largest convention center. Deputy Director Feng wore a black suit and led the Secret Service to the convention center's lobby for a final inspection. "Mr. Feng, our Miss Gu would like to invite you over." A tall man with black hair and blue eyes walked over and bowed politely to Deputy Director Feng. Deputy Director Feng looked up just in time to see a young woman in a pearl white dress slowly descend from the escalator's handrail. Her posture was elegant, and her long, black hair flowed smoothly behind her. She was a delicate beauty that didn't stand out at first glance, but at second glance, people couldn't take their eyes off of her. "I was just about to look for Miss Gu." Deputy Director Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The woman who walked down from the escalator was the Barbados Chinese-American tycoon, Gu Yanran. Although she was only 24 years old, she was already a tycoon with billions of US dollars in assets. This was the first update. She had to go out today, so she couldn't update at the same time. The second update was around 1 p.m., and her monthly vote was 2,700. The third update was around 7 p.m. All right, it was the last day of July. If you have a monthly vote, then vote. If you don't, then it's invalid. There were also recommendation votes. Chapter 131. Miss Gu, we meet again. Deputy Minister Feng extended his hand politely to shake Gu Yanran's hand. Gu Yanran only touched his hand and spoke in perfect Huaxiao Imperial language. "Mr. Feng, nice to meet you. This way, please." Deputy Minister Feng turned and invited her to a small conference room in the convention center. Gu Yanran also had something to say to Deputy Minister Feng, so she followed him with a smile. They sat down in the small conference room, and Deputy Minister Feng immediately got to the point. "Miss Gu, I'm sure you already know that we've done what you asked of us. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise?" Gu Yanran smiled demurely and gently. "Of course, but..." She looked at Deputy Minister Feng. "This is a very important thing. I can give it to you, but you have to agree to one condition." "There's a condition?" Deputy Minister Feng's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes and took a puff from his pipe. "What did we say in the beginning? Can I go back on my word now, just because it's not written in black and white?" "Mr. Feng, I didn't go back on my word." Gu Yanran spread her hands and smiled. "I don't need to say more about how important this is, do I?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I agree to solve such a big problem for you?" Deputy Minister Feng didn't feel like he was smoking a pipe, but a flame. His anger surged. Mr. Feng, please don't be angry. That's not what I meant. Gu Yanran felt that Deputy Minister Feng had misunderstood and quickly explained, of course I know that you guys put in a lot of effort to help me solve these problems. I'm really grateful. I'm here this time to give this to you first. She took out the blueprints and data from her Hermes Kelly bag. Second, I want to personally thank the people who helped me get rid of this problem. Deputy Minister Feng sighed in relief and removed the pipe from his mouth. He smiled. It's her job. You're welcome, Miss Gu. This isn't a matter of being welcome. Gu Yanran sighed and caressed the Hermes scarf around her neck with one hand. You did help me, but I'm also giving you such an important thing for free. It's not too much for you to satisfy my small request, right? Although they were doing business, human relations were more important. I'm not the kind of person who forgets morality at the sight of profit and only sees money. I just want to personally thank the hero who saved my life this time. Deputy Minister Feng finally understood Gu Yanran's intentions. He considered it for a long time before nodding. Okay, I'll ask for instructions. He took out his phone and quickly reported Gu Yanran's new conditions to the highest-ranking officer in the Imperial Army. When the Empire's military heard this, they expressed their understanding. In fact, they were quite impressed with Gu Yanran's sentimental and righteous way of handling matters. Deputy Minister Feng was happy to do them a favor and said with a smile, then hurry up and send someone over. Ordinary people can't make the decision. You have to send Major General Hua over. He has made such a great contribution. We can't just let him show his face, right? Gu Yanran looked at Deputy Minister Feng's smug expression and found it hilarious. She quickly lowered her head and took a sip of her coffee to hide her expression. She was a businesswoman, and business was business. Naturally, she had to maximize the profits of her products. After all, once she handed over the blueprints and data, she would no longer have the capital to negotiate with the Huaxiao Empire. At such a young age, she already had hundreds of millions in assets. She needed to find a backer for herself. She was wealthy enough to rival a nation, but if she didn't have a powerful backer, her assets would be taken over by others sooner or later. Gu Yanran's move was a risky one. It was an idea given to her by her lawyer. From the looks of it, it had worked out well. She sat on the sofa leisurely and sipped her coffee. 10 minutes later, Hua Xiaoheng, dressed in his Imperial Major General uniform, arrived at the Sea City Convention and Exhibition Center with his personal secretary, Zhao Liangzi, and 2 orderlies. Deputy Minister Feng, our chief is here. Zhao Liangzi knocked on the door of the small conference room on the first floor of the Convention and Exhibition Center. Although the conference room was small, it was surrounded by countless Secret Service personnel. Now, with the addition of the elites of the 6th Military Region's Special Operations Forces, it was so tight that not even a fly could enter. Come in. Deputy Minister Feng personally opened the door. Gu Yanran put down her coffee cup and narrowed her eyes. A tall young soldier walked in. His navy blue uniform was buttoned up neatly to the base of his neck. There was a golden pine branch and a gold star on his epaulette. Gu Yanran was slightly moved. She recognized the epaulette. She had carefully studied the military insignia when she came to the Huaxiao Empire. This person was so young, yet he was already a major general. Looking at his appearance for a major general in the army, he was ridiculously handsome, and his stature was ridiculously tall. Although he didn't say a word, his presence was unbelievably strong. He was like the ruler of the forest patrolling his territory. He only needed to look down, and he could control the entire area. Gu Yanran stood up slowly and extended her hand. I'm Gu Yanran. May I ask who you are? Deputy Minister Feng introduced him proudly. This is the Deputy Commander of the 6th Military Region, Major General Hua Xiaoheng. He's his subordinate. He's been a great help to you this time. Hua Xiaoheng ignored Gu Yanran's outstretched hand. Instead, he put his hand behind his back and said coolly, please follow your agreement with Deputy Minister Feng and hand over the data and blueprints of the small nuclear engine. Gu Yanran froze. Then the corners of her lips gradually turned up to reveal a faint smile. She nodded and retracted her hand. Pointing to the sofa beside her, she said, Major General Hua is so concise. Let's sit down and talk. I've wanted to thank you for a long time. I'm here to collect the blueprints, not to have a discussion. Hua Xiaoheng said expressionlessly. His eyes were deep and dark, and always gave people an invisible pressure when he looked at them. Gu Yanran stared at him for a while. As expected, she couldn't stand the pressure of his gaze. She turned her head away and looked at Deputy Minister Feng. She joked, Deputy Minister Feng, are all the higher-ups in the military so serious? Hua Xiaoheng didn't have the patience to socialize with people like this. There probably wasn't anyone in this world who could make him put down his pride and socialize. He turned to leave and said, Little Zay, bring the blueprints to me. The door to the small conference room slammed shut. Only Zhao Liangzi and Deputy Minister Feng stayed. Deputy Minister Feng smoked his pipe awkwardly again. Miss Gu, please don't take it to heart. Our Major General Hua has a short temper. It's okay. It's your blessing to have such a strong general in the military. Gu Yanran didn't seem to think Hua Xiaoheng was being rude at all. She opened her Hermes Kelly bag and took out a set of blueprints and a small USB flash drive to hand to Zhao Liangzi. It's all here. Take it. Zhao Liangzi took it and saluted her. Thank you, Miss Gu. He turned to leave. Deputy Minister Feng laughed and clapped. Good. Everything is settled perfectly. I'll treat Miss Gu to dinner. Gu Yanran smiled. You're welcome, Mr. Feng. There will be a reception at the end of this year's conference. I wonder if Mr. Feng will be able to attend? After a pause, he continued. If Major General Hua can attend, I still have a big gift for him. It was the second update, and the monthly vote was 2,700 plus updates. The third update was around 7 o'clock p.m. All right, it was the last day of July. If you have a monthly vote, then vote. If you don't, then it's invalid. There were also recommendations. I forgot my watch. Thanks to Rimbinger for the 2 pieces of Husher Jade yesterday. Thanks to Enigma Yangxi for the Husher Jade in the wee hours of the morning. Moi. If you don't have any more votes for this month, then remember to vote for the Major General for the month of August tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.